high in the San Juan peaks. The wind howls like a restless spirit, carrying the scent of pine and the bite of coming snow across a land as unforgiving as it is vast. A lone figure moves through the shadows, a precious burden cradled close, driven by a desperate hope that defies ancient ways. Below, a raw settlement hums with coal smoke and suspicion, its edges sharp against the wilderness. What lies ahead, salvation or sacrifice, hangs on a thread stretched taut across a divide deeper than the canyons themselves. This is the start of a gripping Western audiobook tale of courage, conflict, and the echoes of a changing frontier. Dive into chapter 1 of this historical drama and let the mountain winds pull you in. Listen now. Chapter 1. The Weight of a Small Life. The wind was a teeth-baring wolf against Ayana's buckskin-clad shoulders, tearing at the edges of the thick blanket cocooning the child she carried. Each gust swept down from the high, snow-dusted peaks of the San Juan Mountains, carrying the scent of pine resin, cold stone, and the metallic tang of coming snow. It was a harsh perfume for a harsh land, one that Ayana knew as intimately as the lines on her own palm. But today the familiarity offered no comfort, only a relentless reminder of the miles still stretching between her and the faint hope nestled in the raw settlement below. Beneath the layers of woven wool and soft deer hide, the child, little Nayati, felt terrifyingly still. His breaths were shallow, fluttering things, like a trapped bird's wings against the cage of his ribs. Fever radiated from his small body, a dry, consuming heat that seemed to drink the very moisture from the air Ayana breathed. She tightened her grip, shifting his slight weight, her own muscles screaming from the hours of descent down treacherous, scree-laden slopes. Her heart hammered a rhythm of fear against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the slow, deliberate placement of her worn moccasins on the uneven trail. Nayati was her cousin's son, barely 5 summers old, his laughter usually as bright and clear as the creek water near their village. 2 days ago, that laughter had choked into a rasping cough, his playful energy dissolving into a frightening lethargy. The poultices hadn't worked. The willow bark tea brought no relief. Even the sacred songs, whispered by the elders over his fevered brow, seemed to fade unanswered into the vast, indifferent sky. Ayana, skilled in the plant lore, passed down through generations of her Ute people, felt a cold dread seep into her bones. The sickness was deep, clinging to Nayati's spirit like burrs to a blanket, and her knowledge, usually a source of quiet pride and strength, felt agonizingly inadequate. Her father, Chief Ure, his face etched with a worry that mirrored her own, had finally nodded his consent, his voice heavy. "The white man's medicine, perhaps it holds an answer this time, daughter. The spirits guide us in many ways. Go, carry him swiftly." Swiftly. The word echoed mockingly with every labored step. The settlement Durango, they called it, a raw gash carved into the valley floor, was still hours away. A place of sharp angles, loud noises, and the unsettling smell of coal smoke that clung to the air, so different from the clean wood smoke of her village. A place where her people were often met with suspicion or outright hostility, their presence tolerated only at the fringes, for trade or uneasy negotiation. And now she was walking willingly towards it, carrying one of their own, seeking help from a man whose people had brought so much upheaval to their ancestral lands. The irony was a bitter taste in her mouth, mingling with the dust kicked up by the wind. She thought of Koda, the warrior chosen by the council as her intended. his disapproval a silent, palpable force before she'd even left. He believed only in their own ways, saw weakness in seeking help from the Naga, the white settlers who encroached further each season, their iron horse spitting smoke along paths where deer once roamed freely. Koda's pride was as unyielding as the mountains themselves, but Ayana knew pride could not cool Nayate's burning skin or ease his ragged breathing. She scanned the tree line, her senses sharp despite her fatigue. The rustle of aspen leaves, the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. Familiar sounds that usually soothed her spirit now felt like warnings. Every shadow seemed deeper, every snap of a twig underfoot a potential threat. She was a woman alone, carrying a sick child, crossing a divide that was more than just miles and mountains. It was a chasm of mistrust, of broken promises, of blood spilled on both sides. As the afternoon sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised shades of orange and purple, the sharp, unnatural angles of the settlement finally emerged from the haze of distance. Crude wooden buildings huddled together, dwarfed by the immense landscape. Smoke plumed from chimneys, merging with the ever-present dust. The lowing of penned cattle, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the distant, tinny sound of a piano. Drifting from the direction of the largest building, the saloon reached her ears, alien and jarring. Her steps faltered for a moment at the edge of the settlement proper. Eyes watched her from doorways, from behind grimy window panes, silent, assessing glances that held no welcome. She saw women clutching their skirts tighter, pulling their own children closer, their faces hardening as she passed. Men paused in their conversations, their hands moving instinctively closer to the guns holstered at their hips. Ayana kept her gaze fixed forward, her chin held high, though her heart felt like a lead weight in her chest. The blanket around Nayati seemed heavier now, not just with his small body, but with the burden of centuries of conflict and misunderstanding. She was an unwelcome petitioner in a hostile land, her only currency the desperation flickering in her eyes. She had asked, before leaving her village, where the new Tawa OC, the medicine man, could be found. An old trapper who sometimes traded furs with her people had described his place not a proper building, not yet, but a sturdy canvas tent, set a little apart from the main cluster of structures. Near the river that snaked through the valley, closer to the wilderness he supposedly sought to tame. Following the muddy track that served as the main street, avoiding the ruts carved by wagon wheels, she finally saw it. A large, weather-stained tent, its canvas pulled taut against the wind, smoke curling from a metal stovepipe jutting awkwardly from its side. A crudely painted sign hung from a wooden post hammered into the ground nearby. Dr. Samuel Forrester, physician-surgeon. Hesitation washed over her again, cold and sharp as the wind. This was it, the threshold of the unknown. Could this stranger, this Dr. Forrester, truly help where her own knowledge had failed? Or was this a fool's errand, born of desperation, that would only invite scorn or, worse, offer false hope? Nayati stirred weakly in her arms, a soft moan escaping his cracked lips. His small hand, hot and dry, clenched feebly at the buckskin of her tunic. That small sound, that frail touch, solidified her resolve. She had come this far. She would see it through. Taking a deep breath, tasting the dust and the impending cold, Ayana walked towards the tent flap, her moccasins making almost no sound on the hard-packed earth. She paused before the entrance, listening. Muffled sounds came from within the clink of glass, a low murmur of voice, the rustle of paper. Steeling herself, she gently pushed aside the heavy canvas flap. The air inside was thick with the unfamiliar scents of carbolic soap, alcohol, and something else, sharp and metallic that made her nostril twitch. It was warmer than outside, heated by a small, pot-bellied stove glowing red in one corner. Lantern light cast long, dancing shadows across the interior, illuminating rough wooden shelves laden with bottles and jars of varying sizes, stacks of linen bandages, and gleaming metal instruments laid out on a cloth-covered table. It was a space of ordered efficiency, yet it felt temporary, fragile against the vast wilderness just beyond the canvas walls. And then she saw him. Dr. Samuel Forrester stood with his back to her, bent over the table, carefully measuring a clear liquid from one bottle into another. He was taller than most men she knew, with broad shoulders beneath a simple, somewhat worn linen shirt, its sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His hair was the color of dark honey, catching the lantern light, and seemed perpetually slightly rumpled, as if he ran his hands through it often. He moved with a quiet intensity, his focus absolute. He must have sensed her presence, or perhaps heard the whisper of the displaced canvas, because he turned, startled. Ayanna met his eyes across the small space. They were a startling shade of blue, the color of the high mountain lakes after the ice melt, clear and unexpectedly kind. Lines of fatigue were etched around them, and his brow furrowed slightly as he took in the sight of her, a native woman, dressed in traditional attire, holding a blanket-wrapped bundle, standing uncertainly in the entrance of his clinic. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence stretched, filled only by the crackle of the stove and the incessant moan of the wind outside. Ayanna saw a flicker of surprise in his eyes, perhaps caution, but no immediate hostility. He straightened up, placing the small vial he held carefully back on the table. "Can I help you?" His voice was deeper than she expected, calm and steady, carrying easily over the sounds of the tent. He spoke the common trade tongue, haltingly, but clearly enough. Ayanna clutched Nayati tighter, the child's heat a desperate reminder of why she was here. Words, usually her allies, felt clumsy, inadequate. She gestured towards the bundle in her arms, her throat tight. "Child," she managed, the single word raspy. "Sick, very sick." Understanding dawned in Samuel's eyes, chasing away the initial surprise. He took a step towards her, his movements unhurried, non-threatening. "Bring him here, let me see." He gestured towards a low cot covered with a clean, thick blanket near the stove. Carefully, heart pounding, Ayanna moved towards the cot. She hesitated for only a second before gently laying Nayati down, unwrapping the outer layers of blanket. The child's face was flushed crimson beneath his dark skin, his eyes closed, his small chest rising and falling with painful effort. A dry, hacking cough shook his frame, followed by a weak whimper. Samuel knelt beside the cot immediately, his professional focus overriding any cultural awkwardness. His hands, surprisingly gentle for their size, moved with practiced confidence. He felt Nayati's forehead, his neck, listening intently to the rasping breaths. He pulled back the child's eyelid gently, peering at the eye beneath, then pressed lightly on his abdomen. Ayanna watched his face, searching for any sign of hope or despair. His expression remained serious, concentrated, betraying little. He looked up at her, his blue eyes meeting hers directly. "How long has he been like this?" "2 sons," Ayanna replied, her voice steadier now. Fever came fast. Cough, deep in chest. My herbs, they do not help. She felt a pang of shame admitting her failure, but Nayate's life was more important than her pride. Samuel nodded slowly, his gaze returning to the struggling child. His breathing is very shallow. Lungs sound congested. He reached for a strange instrument from his table, a metal tube with two earpieces, a stethoscope. He placed the cold metal disc against Nayate's bare chest, closing his eyes, listening intently. Ayana watched, fascinated and apprehensive. This was the white man's medicine cold metal, strange tools, smells that stung the nose, so different from the earth-drawn remedies she knew. After a long moment, he removed the earpieces, his expression grave. It's pneumonia, he said, the word foreign, but its weight unmistakable. Severe, the lungs are filling. We need to break the fever, help him breathe. He rose quickly, moving back to his shelves, gathering bottles and supplies. He mixed powders with water, measured drops of dark liquid into a cup. Ayana stayed by the cot, her hand resting lightly on Nayate's small shoulder, trying to will her own strength into him. She felt a terrifying helplessness, a feeling she rarely experienced when working with her own remedies. Here in this unfamiliar space, surrounded by implements she didn't understand, she could only watch and trust. Samuel returned with a cup and a small metal spoon. This will help with the fever, he explained, gesturing to the murky liquid. And this, he held up a small bottle containing a pungent, oily substance we will rub on his chest to ease the breathing. He tried to spoon the medicine into Nayate's mouth, but the child was barely conscious, his lips unresponsive. Samuel frowned, worry deepening the lines on his forehead. He needs to take this. Ayana leaned closer. Let me, she murmured. She knew how to coax medicine into reluctant mouths, how to find that fleeting moment of response even in the depths of illness. Supporting Nayate's head gently, she spoke his name softly, brushing her fingers against his cheek. As his lips parted slightly in an unconscious sigh, she took the spoon from Samuel and carefully, patiently, trickled the liquid into his mouth, stroking his throat to encourage swallowing. It took several attempts, but finally, most of the dose went down. A look of quiet respect passed between them. Samuel offered her the bottle of liniment. Can you? Ayana nodded. Unfastening the top of Nayate's small tunic, she exposed his chest. Taking the bottle, she poured a little of the strong-smelling oil onto her palms, warming it slightly before gently massaging it onto the child's hot skin. Her touch was firm but tender, following the lines of his ribs, pressing lightly over his congested lungs. She recognized the scent, now eucalyptus, camphor plants from faraway lands, but carrying the same intention of opening pathways, clearing obstruction. Different methods, same goal. As she worked, Samuel prepared cloths soaked in cool water, placing them gently on Nayate's forehead and neck. They worked side by side in silence. A strange, unspoken partnership formed in the crucible of crisis. The only sounds were Nayate's ragged breathing, the crackle of the stove, and the howling wind outside, rattling the canvas walls like an angry spirit. Time seemed to stretch and blur. Ayana lost track of how long they knelt there, tending to the child, reapplying the cool cloths, listening to every strained breath. Samuel checked Nayate's pulse frequently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He spoke little, but his presence was a steady anchor in the swirling anxiety that filled the tent. Ayana found herself watching his hands capable, steady, surprisingly gentle. She saw the way his focus narrowed, shutting out everything but the small life flickering before them. There was a dedication in him, a quiet intensity that resonated with her own commitment to healing. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, a change began. The terrifying heat, radiating from Nayate's skin, seemed to lessen slightly. His breathing, though still labored, lost some of its desperate, rasping quality. It deepened fractionally, the pauses between breaths growing less alarming. A faint sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, dampening his dark hair. Samuel leaned close again with his stethoscope, listening for a long time. When he straightened up, a small sigh escaped his lips, a release of tension that Ayana felt mirrored in her own chest. He looked at her, and for the first time a hint of cautious optimism softened the lines around his eyes. The fever is starting to break, he said softly. His breathing is a little easier. Just a little, but it's something. Relief washed over Ayana, so potent it left her weak-kneed. Tears pricked the backs of her eyes, blurring the lantern light. She quickly blinked them away, drawing a shaky breath. He will live? The question hung in the air, fragile as a moth's wing. Samuel hesitated, his gaze honest. It's too soon to be certain. He is still very weak. The next few hours are critical, but there is hope now, more than before. He looked down at Nayati, then back at Ayana, his blue eyes holding hers. Your quick thinking, bringing him here, and your help. He gestured towards her hand, still slick with the liniment. You have skill. Ayana lowered her gaze, unused to praise from a white man, especially one who wielded such different medicine. I know plants, she said simply, but this sickness, it was beyond my knowing. Sometimes, Samuel said quietly, his voice laced with weariness, it is beyond any single person's knowing. We do what we can with the knowledge we have. He met her eyes again, and in that shared glance across the small body of the sleeping child, something shifted. A spark of mutual respect, of shared humanity, bridged the chasm between their worlds for a fleeting, charged moment. She saw not just a settler, a representative of the people encroaching on her land, but a man dedicated to easing suffering, a healer like herself, albeit in a vastly different tradition. And perhaps, she thought with a sudden jolt that sent warmth spreading through her chest, he saw something more in her than just another Indian seeking aid. The moment was broken by the sound of raised voices outside the tent, followed by the heavy thud of boots approaching. The canvas flap was thrust open abruptly, letting in a blast of frigid air and the hostile faces of two townsmen. One was burly, red-faced, with suspicious eyes narrowed under a sweat-stained hat. The blacksmith Ayana recognized him. The other was leaner, shrewder-looking, his hand resting pointedly on the butt of the pistol at his hip. "Doc!" the blacksmith called out, his gaze flicking from Samuel to Ayana, lingering on her with undisguised distrust. "Everything all right in here?" Saw her come in. His eyes dropped meaningfully to the child on the cot. Samuel rose slowly to his feet, positioning himself subtly between the men and Ayana. His calm demeanor returned, though Ayana saw a tightening around his jaw. "Everything is under control, Jed," he said, his tone even but firm. "This woman brought her sick child. He needed urgent care." The lean man sneered, spitting a stream of tobacco juice onto the ground just outside the tent flap. "You, kid! What kind of sickness they bringing into town now, Doc? Ain't we got enough troubles?" Ayana felt a cold wave of anger and fear wash over her. She instinctively moved closer to Nayati, shielding him with her body. The fragile truce, the moment of connection she had felt with Samuel shattered, like ice underfoot. Here was the reality, stark and ugly, the prejudice, the suspicion, the ever-present hostility that defined the edge of their two worlds. Samuel's voice cut through the tension, sharp and authoritative. The child has pneumonia, a sickness that knows no boundaries, affects settlers and natives alike. Now, unless you have a medical emergency, I am busy. Close the flap on your way out. You're letting the cold in. The men hesitated, clearly wanting to argue but thrown off balance by the doctor's unexpected firmness. They glanced again at Ayana, their expressions full of resentment, then grudgingly backed out, pulling the flap closed behind them, though their muttered comments were still audible for a moment before the wind snatched them away. Silence descended once more. But it was different now, tainted. The air felt heavy, charged with the hostility that had breached their temporary sanctuary. Samuel turned back, running a weary hand through his hair. He looked at Ayana, his expression a mixture of apology and frustration. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "Not everyone here understands." Ayana simply nodded, her throat too tight to speak. She understood all too well. The gulf between them yawned wide again, perhaps wider than before. She had crossed a line coming here, not just geographically, but culturally. And the consequences of that crossing were only just beginning to make themselves felt. Nayati chose that moment to stir again, his small hand reaching out blindly, fingers brushing against hers. Ayana clasped his hand gently, feeling the faint, returning warmth. He was still here. He was fighting. And for him, she had walked into the heart of potential danger, sought help from an unlikely source, and found something unexpected, a connection as fragile and tentative as Nayati's hold on life, yet undeniably present. She looked up at Samuel, meeting his steady blue gaze across the flickering lantern light. The town, the prejudice, the watchful eyes faded for a moment, leaving only the two of them, the sleeping child, and the heavy weight of the unspoken question hanging in the air. What happened next? The path forward was shrouded in mist, as uncertain as the mountain trails in winter. But looking at the doctor, seeing the quiet strength and compassion in his eyes, Ayana felt a flicker, not of hope, perhaps, but of something akin to it, a stubborn resilience, a refusal to be extinguished by the harsh winds of this divided land. The cost of this tentative alliance was yet unknown, but the first irrevocable step had been taken. Chapter 2. Whispers across the medicine line. The heavy canvas flap fell back into place, muffling the departing men's resentful grumbling, but it couldn't shut out the chill that had invaded the small tent. It wasn't just the icy draft that snaked along the floorboards. It was the residue of their hostility, a palpable stain on the air, clinging like the scent of stale tobacco and suspicion. Ayana drew the blanket tighter around Nayati's small form, her knuckles white, the fragile peace, the tentative understanding she'd felt, coalescing between herself and the doctor, had been crudely ripped apart, exposing the raw, jagged edges of the world outside. Samuel stood for a moment, his back to her, his shoulders tense beneath the worn linen shirt. He ran a hand through his dark honey hair, a gesture of frustration that seemed habitual. When he turned back, the weariness in his eyes was profound, mingled with a deep-seated exasperation. "I apologize," he said again, his voice low, earnest. "Their ignorance is formidable and dangerous." He looked towards the cot, his gaze softening as it rested on Nayati. Fear makes people cruel. Ayana met his gaze, her own expression guarded. She offered a stiff nod, unable to summon words. Apologies felt thin against the weight of ingrained prejudice, the casual dehumanization she'd just witnessed. She knew that fear. She lived alongside it every day, her people's fear of the encroaching settlers, the settlers' fear of the wilderness and its original inhabitants. It was a corrosive force eating away at reason, breeding hatred like weeds in disturbed soil. "It is the way," she said finally, her voice quiet but firm, carrying the resignation of generations. "Some lines are hard to cross." She meant the boundary between their peoples, the invisible but potent barrier marked by mistrust and memory, the medicine line. Samuel looked at her, truly looked at her, and seemed to understand her deeper meaning. He didn't offer platitudes or easy reassurances. Instead, he walked back to the cot, kneeling beside it once more. "Let's check on our patient," he murmured, his focus shifting back to the immediate task, a shared purpose that momentarily pushed the outside world away. He gently felt Nayati's forehead, then took his wrist, counting the pulse against his own pocket watch, its ticking unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. Ayana watched, her earlier apprehension about his methods tempered now by the undeniable results. The child's breathing was still shallow, but the desperate, clawing edge was gone. The flush on his cheeks had subsided slightly, replaced by a dampness that spoke of the fever's retreat, however tentative. "Pulse is a little stronger," Samuel reported, a flicker of professional satisfaction in his tone. "The sweating is good, means the fever is working its way out." He adjusted the cool cloth on Nayati's forehead. "He needs rest and fluids when he can take them." Ayana smoothed the blanket, her touch lingering on Nayati's arm. Relief was a physical sensation, loosening the tight knot of fear in her stomach, but caution kept it tightly leashed. "He is strong," she whispered, more to reassure herself than the doctor. "His spirit fights." "He has good reason to," Samuel said softly, his gaze meeting hers over the small form. "He has you." The simple words landed with unexpected warmth, thawing a fraction of the protective ice around her heart. She quickly looked away, focusing on arranging the folds of the blanket, uncomfortable with the directness of his implied compliment, yet undeniably touched by it. It was rare for a white man to acknowledge the strength or dedication of one of her people, especially a woman. The stove crackled, consuming the wood within its iron belly, radiating a circle of warmth that felt like the only safe place in the world right now. Outside, the wind had picked up, whistling around the corners of the tent, rattling the canvas like ghostly fingers seeking entry. Night was falling rapidly, the weak afternoon light fading beyond the translucent walls, plunging the world into shades of deep indigo and charcoal. Samuel rose and lit another lantern, placing it on a crate near the cot, adding its pool of golden light to the dim interior. The shadows danced, making the familiar shapes of bottles and instruments seem strange and elongated. The silence stretched again, but it was different from the earlier, startled quiet. It was weighted now, filled with unspoken thoughts, with the awareness of their isolation, together against the unwelcoming backdrop of the town. Ayana felt acutely conscious of her position, a Ute woman, far from her village, reliant on the mercy and skill of a white doctor, while enemies potentially gathered just beyond the thin canvas walls. She thought of her father, his worried face, trusting her to make the right choice. She thought of Coda, his proud, stern features, undoubtedly set in disapproval. What would he say if he saw her now, sharing the confines of this small space with this settler, this Naga healer? The shame was a familiar sting, but the overriding concern for Nayati kept it at bay. Samuel seemed to sense her unease. He moved quietly around the small space, tidying his instruments, rinsing vials in a basin of water. His movements were economical, precise. He wasn't crowding her, giving her space, yet his presence was a constant, undeniable fact. "You must be tired," he said, pausing in his work. "And hungry? I don't have much coffee, some dried biscuits?" He gestured vaguely towards a corner where a few supplies were stored. Ayana hesitated. Accepting food or drink felt like another step across a line, an acceptance of hospitality that complicated her position. But the long journey and the emotional strain had taken their toll. Her stomach cramped with emptiness, and the thought of something warm was deeply appealing. "Coffee?" she agreed softly. "Thank you." He prepared it simply, heating water from a kettle on the stove, spooning dark grounds into 2 tin mugs. The rich, bitter aroma filled the tent, overlaying the medicinal scents. He handed her a steaming mug, his fingers brushing hers briefly. A tiny jolt, unexpected and unsettling, shot up her arm. She gripped the hot metal, focusing on the warmth seeping into her chilled hands. They drank in silence for a few moments, the shared ritual creating a fragile domesticity that felt strangely intimate. Ayana studied Samuel over the rim of her mug. In the flickering lantern light, the lines of fatigue around his eyes seemed deeper. Yet there was an alertness about him, a sense of purpose that hadn't dimmed, despite the long day and the earlier confrontation. His hands, she noted again, were clean, the nails neatly trimmed, healer's hands, but strong, capable of both delicate work and firm action, as he'd shown with Jed and the other man. "Why did you come here?" she asked abruptly, the question surprising even herself. It felt too personal, too direct, crossing another boundary. Samuel looked up, startled by her question, then seemed to consider it seriously. He took a slow sip of his coffee before answering, his gaze distant for a moment, as if looking past the canvas walls towards the vast, dark landscape outside. "I suppose I wanted to make a difference," he said eventually, his voice quiet, reflective. "Back east, medicine felt different, serving people who already had so much. Out here," he gestured vaguely, "the need is great. People live hard lives, face dangers every day, illness, accidents. They take a heavy toll when help is far away." He paused, swirling the coffee in his mug. "I thought I could offer something, skills that might ease the suffering, perhaps, bridge some gaps." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Seems I was perhaps naive about the size of those gaps." He glanced towards the tent flap, his jaw tightening slightly, remembering the earlier intrusion. Ayana listened intently. His reasons felt genuine, unadorned. There was an idealism in him, tinged now with the harsh realities of the frontier. It resonated with her own sense of duty towards her people, her desire to use her knowledge of plants to heal and protect. Yet his path was fraught with challenges she could only guess at, not just the physical hardships, but the deep-seated prejudices he clearly faced, even from his own kind, for daring to treat anyone who needed help, regardless of their origin. "Healing is a hard path," she acknowledged softly, whether with roots and leaves, or she glanced at his instruments glinting on the table, or shining metal. A small smile touched Samuel's lips. Indeed, and sometimes perhaps both have their place. He looked at her questioningly, a genuine curiosity in his blue eyes. Your herbs, you said they didn't work for this? Not for this deep sickness, Ayana confirmed. For fevers, yes, for wounds, for easing pain. But the breath, it was trapped. The herbs could not reach it. She hesitated, then added, my grandmother, she was a great healer. She knew plants that could soothe the lung fire, but some knowledge is lost with time, or perhaps this sickness is different. Perhaps, Samuel agreed thoughtfully. There are many things we are still learning. He didn't dismiss her knowledge, didn't treat it as primitive superstition. Instead, he acknowledged its validity, its limits, just as he implicitly acknowledged the limits of his own practice. This quiet respect did more to ease Ayana's reserve than any overt attempt at friendship could have. Nayati coughed again, a wetter sound this time, less dry and hacking. Samuel was instantly alert, leaning over the cot, listening. That's good, he murmured. Something is loosening. He gently helped the child turn onto his side, making sure his airway was clear. Nayati mumbled something incoherent, his eyelids fluttering but not opening. The hours crept by. Ayana dozed fitfully in a simple wooden chair Samuel had offered her, placed near the stove and the cot. She never fully slept, her senses remaining alert to every sound Nayati's breathing. The pop and hiss of the stove, the relentless moan of the wind, the distant, muffled sounds from the town that sometimes drifted on the air, a burst of rough laughter from the saloon, the lonely howl of a dog. Each sound reminded her where she was, reinforcing the precariousness of her situation. Samuel, too, seemed to require little sleep. He checked on Nayati regularly, made notes in a small leather-bound book by lantern light, refilled the stove, and sometimes just stood near the tent flap, looking out into the darkness as if assessing the unseen threats beyond. Ayana watched him through slitted eyes during her waking moments. He seemed contained within himself, a man accustomed to solitude. Yet tonight, their shared vigil created an invisible thread between them. Sometime deep in the night, Nayati's breathing became troubled again, not as severe as before, but shallow, quickening. Samuel was instantly by his side, Ayana close behind him. He listened with his stethoscope, his brow furrowed with a renewed concern. Congestion is still heavy, he muttered. He needs to cough to clear it, but he's too weak. He prepared more of the eucalyptus rub. Warmth helps. As Samuel gently applied the liniment, Ayana instinctively began to softly pat Nayati's back, a rhythmic, gentle percussion she had learned from the elders, meant to loosen phlegm and ease breathing. It was a technique born of intuition and observation, passed down through generations. Samuel paused, watching her hands, then nodded slowly, recognizing the intent behind the action. He didn't tell her to stop. He didn't interfere. He simply continued his own work, allowing her contribution, accepting her knowledge as complementary to his own. They worked together again, wordlessly, their movements synchronized by their shared focus on the child. The boundary between their different healing traditions blurred once more in the dim light, replaced by a quiet collaboration. After a while, Nayati gave a series of stronger coughs, expelling some of the fluid that clogged his small lungs. His breathing eased again, settling into a more regular, though still weary, rhythm. Samuel checked him once more, then stepped back, relief evident in his posture. "That was good," he said, looking at Ayana. "Your patting, I think it helped." Ayana simply nodded, her heart rate slowly returning to normal. The small victory felt immense in the quiet solitude of the tent. As the first hint of gray began to soften the edges of the black sky, visible as a pale wash against the canvas, Samuel finally spoke the question that had been hovering unspoken between them. "What will you do now?" he asked gently. "He's better, stable for the moment, but he's not well enough to travel far, especially not back up the mountain trail in this cold." Ayana looked down at Nayati, sleeping more peacefully now than he had in days. The thought of taking him back out into the biting wind, jolting him over rough terrain, was unthinkable. Yet staying here felt equally perilous. Jed and the other man were surely spreading word through the settlement. Whispers. Hostile glances would turn into open threats, and word might reach her own village. How would her father react? How would Coda? "He cannot travel." She stated the obvious, her voice barely audible. "No," Samuel agreed. "He needs to stay warm, continue the medicine, rest. Another day, perhaps two, before he's strong enough." He hesitated, then met her gaze directly. "You are welcome to stay here, both of you, as long as necessary." He gestured around the tent. "It's not much, but it's warm and safe. Safer than out there, at least." His offer hung in the air. It was generous, compassionate, yet fraught with implications. Accepting meant placing herself entirely under his protection, deepening her connection to this place, this man. It meant defying the unspoken rules that governed interactions between their peoples. It meant facing the potential scorn of the town and the possible disapproval of her own tribe. She looked at Samuel, searching his face. His blue eyes were steady, holding no artifice, only concern. He wasn't offering charity out of pity. He was offering sanctuary out of shared responsibility for the child they had fought for together through the long night. Outside, the wind seemed to carry faint whispers, the nascent sounds of the town waking, perhaps, or maybe just the rustling pines and the river's murmur. Whispers crossing the line, carrying judgment, carrying danger. But inside the tent, Nayati breathed easier, a fragile life pulled back from the brink. Ayana thought of the cold mountain trail, the harsh wind, Nayati's vulnerability. Then she looked at the warmth of the stove, the ordered calm of the clinic, the steady presence of the doctor. It was a choice between two kinds of danger, the known hostility outside, or the unknown path this alliance might lead her down. Taking a slow, deep breath, steeling herself for the consequences, whatever they might be, she finally gave her answer. "We will stay," she said, her voice low but clear, sealing her decision. "For Nayati, we stay." The words felt heavy, momentous, echoing slightly in the pre-dawn stillness of the tent. She had chosen the sanctuary, but she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that the storm outside was only gathering its strength. Chapter 3. Threads of Healing, Seeds of Doubt. Dawn arrived not with a burst of light, but as a slow dilution of the oppressive darkness. The gray light seeped through the canvas walls, revealing the small world within the tent in starker detail than the flickering lanterns had allowed. The air was cold, biting at the edges of the warmth provided by the pot-bellied stove, which Samuel was already tending, adding small logs with quiet efficiency. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the lingering medicinal smells and the faint, clean scent of the ponderosa pines that crowded the nearby slopes. Ayana stirred from her stiff position in the chair, her muscles protesting the cramped night. She hadn't truly slept, merely drifted in a state of heightened awareness, attuned to every breath Nayati took, every shift of movement from the doctor. Seeing Samuel already awake and moving purposefully brought a complex mix of feelings: relief that he was vigilant, mingled with a renewed awareness of her dependence on him, on this alien space. Nayati still slept, his face less flushed, his small chest rising and falling in a rhythm that, while still shallow, lacked the terrifying desperation of the previous day. Ayana went to him immediately, placing her palm gently on his forehead. Cooler, definitely cooler. The dampness of the healing sweat had dried slightly. She smoothed his dark hair back from his brow, her heart aching with a fierce protective love. He looked so small, so fragile against the rough blankets of the cot. "Good morning," Samuel said softly, turning from the stove. He held out the tin mug he'd been drinking from. "More coffee?" She accepted it gratefully, the warmth the welcome balm against the morning chill. "He seems better," she murmured, nodding towards Nayati. Samuel came over, kneeling beside the cot again. He didn't use his stethoscope this time, just watched the boy's breathing, felt his pulse at the delicate wrist. "Yes, considerably. The worst of the fever has passed, I think, but his lungs are still weak. He needs careful watching." He looked up at her, his blue eyes clear in the morning light, holding a trace of the night's shared strain. "And so do you. You look exhausted." Ayana averted her gaze, uncomfortable under his scrutiny. "I am well." It was a reflexive response, the ingrained habit of minimizing her own needs. Samuel didn't press, but his look lingered for a moment, conveying a quiet understanding that unnerved her slightly. He rose and began preparing a thin broth on the stove, using dried meat and some wild onions he produced from his supply chest. The savory aroma soon filled the tent, a comforting, domestic smell that felt strangely out of place, yet welcome. "When he wakes properly, we'll try and get some of this into him," Samuel explained. "He needs nourishment to fight." As the morning wore on, a quiet routine established itself within the confines of the tent. Ayana changed the cloths, cooling Nayati's brow, helped Samuel administer another dose of the fever-reducing medicine, which Nayati swallowed more easily this time, stirring slightly, and watched as the doctor meticulously cleaned his instruments, organizing his supplies with a quiet intensity. They spoke little, but their movements around the small space developed an unspoken rhythm, a careful dance of shared purpose. Ayana found herself observing Samuel more closely in the daylight. He was younger than she had first thought, perhaps not much older than herself, though the weight of his responsibilities seemed to add years to his eyes. There was a seriousness about him, an ingrained sense of duty. Yet she caught glimpses of something else, a hint of loneliness in the way he sometimes stared out through the tent flap, a flicker of wry humor when Nayati briefly mumbled something about chasing rabbits in his sleep. He was methodical, precise in his work, yet his touch, when tending to the child, remained surprisingly gentle. Later that morning, Nayati's eyes fluttered open. They were hazy at first, unfocused, but they found Ayana's face. A small, weak smile touched his lips. "Hey, Anna." His voice was a dry whisper. "I am here, little one," she said softly, her heart swelling. She brushed his cheek. "You were very sick. The doctor. He is helping you get strong again." Nayati's gaze drifted toward Samuel, who stood nearby, watching quietly. There was no fear in the child's eyes, only a sleepy curiosity. Samuel offered a small, reassuring smile. "We need to get some broth into you, young man," Samuel said gently, "to help you fight." With infinite patience, Ayana helped prop Nayati up slightly, supporting his head while Samuel carefully spooned the warm, thin broth into his mouth. He managed only a few sips before exhaustion claimed him again, his eyes drifting shut, but it felt like a significant victory. Color, however faint, seemed to be returning to his small face. Hope, fragile but persistent, began to unfurl within Ayana's chest. Perhaps her desperate gamble in coming here had been the right choice after all. That fragile hope, however, was soon tested. Samuel announced he needed to step out briefly. "I must check on Mrs. Gable's youngest down the lane, another cough, though hopefully not serious, and fetch some fresh water from the river." He hesitated, looking at Ayana with concern. "Will you be all right here, alone for a short while?" Ayana nodded, though a knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach. "We will be fine. Nayati sleeps." "Bolt the flap from the inside," he advised, pointing to a simple wooden latch he'd fashioned. "Don't open it unless you hear my voice, understand?" "I understand," she replied, meeting his gaze. The unspoken danger hung heavy between them. He gave a curt nod, then slipped out, pulling the canvas flap firmly closed behind him. Ayana immediately slid the rough wooden bolt into place, the sound echoing slightly in the sudden silence. The tent felt different now, emptier, more vulnerable. The sounds from outside, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the rumble of a passing wagon, indistinct voices carried on the wind seemed louder, more intrusive. She sat near Nayati, her hand resting protectively on his shoulder, her senses straining, listening. The canvas walls, which had felt like a sanctuary with Samuel present, now seemed terrifyingly thin. She imagined eyes watching the tent, the hostile gazes of Jed and the other man, multiplied by the townsfolk Samuel had said didn't understand. She pictured Coda's face, grim and disapproving, imagining his reaction if he knew she was bolted inside a white man's dwelling. Guilt warred with fear. Had she betrayed her people's ways, their pride, by seeking help here, by staying? A shadow fell across the canvas near the entrance. Ayana froze, her heart leaping into her throat. She heard muffled voices, low and indistinct. Then a sharp rap on the canvas itself, making her jump. "Doc! You in there, Doc?" A man's voice called out, rough and impatient. Ayana held her breath, pressing herself back against the chair, her eyes wide, fixed on the bolted flap. She clutched Nayati's shoulder tighter, willing him to remain quiet. Silence. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Another louder rap. "Hey, Forrester, heard you got company, Ute company." The tone was laced with insinuation, a sneering quality that made Ayana's skin crawl. There was muffled laughter. She remained absolutely still, praying they would think the tent empty, that the doctor was away, praying Samuel would return quickly. The voices conferred again, outside, lower this time. Then heavy footsteps crunched away on the hard-packed earth. Ayana let out her breath in a long, shaky sigh, her body trembling. They were gone for now. But the intrusion, the implied threat, left a residue of fear that coated her tongue like dust. The sanctuary felt breached, violated. When Samuel returned, perhaps 20 minutes later, carrying a bucket of water and a small sack of supplies, he found her pale and tense, her eyes scanning the tent flap with nervous energy. "What happened?" he asked immediately, setting down his load, his gaze sharp. "Men," she said, her voice tight. "They called for you, asked about company." Samuel's jaw clenched, his blue eyes hardening. He ran a hand through his hair, his earlier weariness replaced by a simmering anger. Jedediah Sykes and his cronies, no doubt, spreading poison. He looked at her, his expression grim. "I'm sorry, Ayanna. I shouldn't have left you." "You had to," she said quietly, though the fear still lingered. "We need water." He nodded curtly, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. He checked on Nayati again, his movements brisk, efficient. But Ayanna noticed a new tension in him, a guardedness that hadn't been there before. The incident had affected him too, reinforcing the precariousness of their situation, the hostility surrounding them. It was later that afternoon, while Samuel was occupied grinding some herbs with a mortar and pestle plants he'd gathered himself, explaining briefly they were for a poultice for an injured ranch hand, that the seed of doubt truly took root in Ayanna's mind. She was tidying the blankets on the cot, her gaze sweeping absently across Samuel's few personal belongings, stored neatly in an open wooden crate near his own narrow camp bed. Among the folded clothes, a spare medical text, and some writing implements, lay a small, tarnished silver frame. Curiosity, sharp and unwelcome, pricked at her. She hesitated, feeling like an intruder, but the image within the frame drew her eye. It was a photograph, faded and slightly blurred, of Samuel standing beside a woman. She was fair-haired, dressed in the fine clothing of the East, a delicate lace collar high on her neck, her expression serene, almost ethereal. Samuel looked younger in the picture, his face less lined by worry, his arm resting possessively around the woman's shoulders. They stood before a large, impressive house, vastly different from the rough structures of Durango. A cold fist seemed to close around Ayanna's heart. Who was this woman? His wife? Someone he had left behind? Why had he come here? Truly, was his talk of wanting to make a difference just a story? A justification for escaping something or someone back east? The photograph suggested a life of comfort, of belonging, utterly alien to the harsh frontier he now inhabited, utterly alien to Ayanna's own world. Suddenly, his kindness felt different, potentially layered with meanings she couldn't decipher. Was his concern for her and Nayati genuine compassion? Or was it colored by pity, or perhaps by the memory of this other woman? Did he see her, Ayanna, as just another savage to be saved, a project to ease his own conscience or loneliness? The trust she had begun to feel, nurtured by their shared vigil and his quiet respect, wavered, threatened by the ghost in the silver frame. She quickly looked away, guilt churning with suspicion. She had no right to pry into his past, yet the image lingered, planting insidious questions. He spoke of bridging gaps, but the gap between the man in that photograph and the doctor tending her cousin's son in this dusty tent felt immense, almost insurmountable. What secrets did he carry? What life had he abandoned, and why? Samuel finished grinding the herbs, seemingly unaware of her inner turmoil. He began mixing the powder with hot water, his focus absolute. "This should help draw out the inflammation for Miller," he murmured, more to himself than to her. Ayanna watched him, her gaze narrowed slightly. The easy rhythm they had found earlier felt disrupted, replaced by a subtle dissonance. Every gesture, every word he spoke now seemed potentially suspect, filtered through the lens of her newfound doubt. His steady competence, which had been reassuring, now felt like a mask, perhaps hiding motives she couldn't guess. His quiet nature, previously seen as thoughtful, now seemed secretive. She thought again of Koda, his fierce loyalty, his unwavering belief in their people, his open disdain for the settlers and their ways. His path was clear, his heart known. He would never understand her presence here, her tentative alliance with this man, whose past was a mystery, whose world was built on the displacement of her own. Was Coda right? Was she foolishly trusting someone whose kindness might be a facade, whose presence here was rooted in reasons far removed from simple altruism? Nayati stirred again, whimpering softly. Ayana turned back to him, pushing her confusing thoughts aside, focusing on the immediate need. She bathed his face with a cool cloth, murmuring soothing words in their native tongue. But as she tended to the child, the image of the photograph remained burned into her mind. The threads of healing that had begun to mend the tear between their worlds felt suddenly tangled, interwoven with the insidious, creeping vines of doubt. The sanctuary of the tent no longer felt quite so safe, compromised not just by the threats outside, but by the uncertainty blooming within her own heart. She looked across at Samuel, his profile etched by the lantern light as he carefully prepared his poultice, and wondered with a pang of cold fear who exactly she had placed her trust in. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Pines. The second day dawned much like the first, with pale, reluctant light filtering through the canvas walls. Yet, the atmosphere inside the small tent felt altered, subtly yet significantly. The fragile sense of shared purpose, the tentative bridge built during the long night of Nayati's crisis, seemed eroded, replaced by a quiet tension that hummed beneath the surface of their necessary interactions. Ayana felt it in the careful way she moved around the space, avoiding unnecessary proximity to Samuel, in the way her gaze kept flicking towards the wooden crate containing his belongings, towards the ghost captured in the tarnished silver frame. Samuel, seemingly oblivious to the shift in her perception, maintained his calm professional demeanor. He examined Nayati first thing, pronouncing himself pleased with the child's continued, albeit slow, progress. The breathing was less congested, the fever remained subdued, and Nayati had managed to keep down a little more broth and some water during the night. "He's holding his own," Samuel declared, stowing his stethoscope back in its worn leather case. "The strength of youth is a remarkable thing." He offered Ayana a brief smile, the kind one gives a colleague after a successful collaboration. Ayana forced a nod, murmuring agreement, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Yesterday, his praise might have warmed her. Today it felt distant, calculated almost. Was he merely playing the part of the compassionate doctor? Did he offer such smiles to the woman in the photograph? The thought was a bitter stone in her gut. She turned away, busying herself with adjusting Nayati's blankets, needing a physical action to distract from the turmoil within. The image of the photograph remained stubbornly lodged in her mind. The fair-haired woman, the fine clothes, the grand house, Samuel's possessive arm around her. It spoke of a world so far removed from this dusty, dangerous frontier, so different from the life Ayana knew, rooted in the rhythms of the seasons, the wisdom of the earth, the bonds of her tribe. Why trade that world for this? His explanation wanting to make a difference, to bridge gaps, felt thin now, insufficient to explain such a drastic severing of ties. People didn't abandon lives like that without powerful reasons. Reasons often rooted in pain, regret, or flight. She watched him as he moved about the tent, preparing coffee, checking his dwindling supplies, His focused efficiency, which had seemed admirable before, now felt like a deliberate shield, hiding something deeper. His quietness wasn't thoughtful repose, it was secrecy. Even his kindness towards Nayati, the gentle way he spoke to the boy, or adjusted his position on the cot, now seemed suspect. Was it genuine affection, or a performance for her benefit, or worse, a way to salve his own conscience about whatever or whoever he had left behind? Her thoughts inevitably circled back to Coda. Strong, fierce, unwavering Coda, his face carved with pride and suspicion of all things Naga, rose in her mind's eye. He would see this situation, her presence here bolted inside the White Doctor's tent, as a betrayal, a weakness. He wouldn't understand the desperation that had driven her, the undeniable fact that Samuel's medicine had worked where hers had failed Nayati. Coda saw the world in stark lines of black and white, us and them. There was no room for the gray ambiguity she now found herself navigating, no space for the unsettling mix of gratitude and suspicion she felt toward Samuel Forrester. The weight of Coda's anticipated disapproval pressed down on her, adding another layer to her unease. Later that morning, Samuel announced he needed to venture into the main part of the settlement. "I need more kerosene for the lanterns," he explained, his brow furrowed slightly. "And I should probably check in at the general store, see if any messages have arrived by stagecoach. Maybe find some milk. If Davison's cow is fresh, it would be good for the boy." He looked at Ayanna, his expression serious. "I won't be long. Keep the flap bolted. Don't open it for anyone." The instruction, meant for her safety, scraped against her nerves. It highlighted her vulnerability, her dependence, her confinement. But she nodded. "I will." He hesitated, then picked up his medical bag. And perhaps he paused, glancing towards the shelves where his medicines were stored. "Perhaps you could inventory the poultice herbs, see what we're low on, your knowledge of plants. It might be helpful." Was this a genuine request for help, an acknowledgement of her skills? Or was it a way to keep her occupied, distracted, a way to test her, perhaps? Suspicion warred with a flicker of pride. She knew herbs far better than he ever could. "I can do that," she replied, keeping her tone neutral. He gave a curt nod and slipped out, the canvas flap falling shut behind him. Ayanna immediately shot the bolt, the familiar sound doing little to ease the tension coiling within her. Silence descended, broken only by Nayati's soft breathing and the ever-present sigh of the wind in the pines outside. The tall trees crowded close around this edge of the settlement, their dense branches casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to creep towards the tent as the sun climbed higher. Shadows in the pines, shadows in her heart. She went to the shelves, forcing herself to focus on the task Samuel had given her. She recognized some of the dried plants: yarrow for staunching blood, willow bark for pain, chamomile for soothing nerves. Others were unfamiliar, likely gathered from different regions or bought from suppliers back east. She handled them carefully, noting the quantities, her fingers assessing the dryness, the potency. It was familiar work, grounding work, connecting her back to her own identity as a healer, separate from her role as a patient's guardian in a white man's clinic. Yet even as she worked, her eyes kept straying to the crate containing Samuel's personal effects. The tarnished silver frame was visible, catching a stray beam of light. The urge to pick it up, to examine the photograph more closely, was almost overwhelming. To seek answers in the faded images of the woman's face, in the younger Samuel's expression. It felt like a betrayal of the fragile trust he had shown her. Yet the need to understand, to dispel the gnawing doubt, was a powerful force. She resisted, turning back to the herbs, her knuckles white. Prying would only confirm her own descent into suspicion, make her no better than the hostile townsfolk peering from their doorways. She had to trust her instincts, yes, but also maintain her own integrity. Nayati stirred, his eyes opening. He looked directly at her, a flicker of his usual alertness returning. Water? He rasped. Ayana quickly fetched the tin cup, helping him sip slowly. He managed more this time, his small hand closing weakly around hers. Where? Doctor? He asked, his gaze scanning the tent. He went to the settlement, Ayana explained softly, to get supplies. He will be back soon. Nayati seemed to accept this, his eyes drifting closed again, but the question lingered in the air. Even the child felt Samuel's absence, his presence having become a fixed point in their small, isolated world. Time stretched. The sounds from the town seemed muted today, or perhaps Ayana was simply more attuned to the silence within the tent, the whispering rush of the wind outside. The shadows cast by the pines deepened as the sun passed its zenith, striping the canvas walls like prison bars. She finished inventorying the herbs, making neat piles, her mind drifting despite her best efforts. What was taking Samuel so long? Had he encountered trouble? Jed Sykes and his cronies? Or was his errand simply taking longer than expected? Every passing minute amplified her unease. She found herself pacing the small confines of the tent, unable to settle. She checked the bolt on the flap repeatedly, peered through a tiny gap in the canvas folds, seeing only the swaying pines and the dusty track leading towards the town. No sign of Samuel. No sign of anyone else either, which was perhaps more unnerving. The quiet felt watchful, expectant. Then she heard it, a sound from the dense woods behind the tent, away from the settlement. Not the sound of the wind or the scuttling of a small animal. It was the distinct, sharp snap of a twig underfoot. Ayana froze instantly, every sense on high alert. Her hand instinctively went to the small utility knife she always carried tucked into her waistband beneath her tunic, a tool for gathering herbs, for skinning small game, but potentially a weapon if needed. She moved silently towards the back wall of the tent, straining her ears. Another rustle, closer this time. Definitely someone moving stealthily through the undergrowth. Not townsfolk, they usually announced their presence, with loud voices and heavy boots. This was different, quieter, more deliberate. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was it someone from her tribe? Had word reached them? Had her father sent someone to check on her, or worse, to bring her back? Or was it Coda, his pride stung, come to confront her, to challenge the doctor? The thought sent a wave of conflicting emotions through her fear of confrontation, a desperate hope for familiar faces, dread of their judgment. She held her breath, listening. Silence again. Had she imagined it? Was it just a deer, disturbed by the settlement's proximity? She waited, scarcely daring to breathe, the knife handle cool and solid beneath her fingers. The shadows in the pines seemed deeper now, more menacing, potentially concealing watchers. Just as she began to think she'd imagined it, she heard Samuel's voice outside the front flap, calling her name softly but clearly. Ayana, it's Samuel, I'm back. Relief washed over her, so intense it left her dizzy. She hurried to the front, her hand trembling slightly as she fumbled with the bolt. Pulling the canvas aside, she saw him standing there, holding a larger sack of supplies and a tin pail that presumably held milk. His face was grim, Trouble? She asked immediately, searching his eyes. He stepped inside quickly, letting the flap fall shut behind him, securing it himself this time. No open trouble, he said, setting down his load, but talk. Jed Sykes has been busy, spreading rumors that I'm harboring a Ute spy, that Nayati's sickness is something contagious brought deliberately to harm the town. He sighed, weariness etched onto his face. Ignorance and fear are a potent brew. Ayanna felt a cold dread spread through her. Spy, contagious sickness, lies designed to incite hatred, to turn the uneasy tolerance of the town into open hostility. They believe him? Some do, Samuel admitted grimly. Others are wary. But the fear is there. People I thought were reasonable. They look at me differently now, questioning glances. Sheriff Brady warned me to be careful. Said tensions are high. He ran a hand over his face. Fetching milk felt like walking through enemy territory. The fragile sanctuary of the tent felt completely shattered now. The danger wasn't just potential. It was real, palpable, being actively stoked just beyond the canvas walls. Samuel's efforts to bridge gaps were actively creating a wider, more dangerous chasm. He unpacked the supplies, placing the milk pail carefully near the stove. He'd also brought some flour, salt, more coffee, and crucially, the kerosene. As he filled the lanterns, his movements were precise, but Ayanna noticed his gaze kept flicking towards the tent flap, his ears seemingly attuned to sounds from outside. He was worried. More than worried, he was afraid. Not necessarily for himself, she sensed, but for the situation, for Nayati, perhaps even for her. This shared vulnerability, this acknowledgement of the danger they both faced, should have perhaps drawn them closer, reinforcing the bond forged during Nayati's crisis. Yet for Ayanna, it paradoxically fed her doubt. If he was truly this idealistic healer, why hadn't he anticipated this reaction? Why place himself, and now her and Nayati, in such peril? Was there something reckless in his idealism, something self-serving? Or was he simply trapped, like her, in circumstances spiraling beyond his control? He finished filling the lanterns, then went to the crate containing his belongings. He rummaged briefly, his back to her, then turned around. He was holding a revolver, heavy and dark, in his hand. He checked the cylinder with practiced ease, ensuring it was loaded before tucking it securely into the waistband at the small of his back, hidden beneath his shirt. Ayanna stared, momentarily stunned. She knew most men on the frontier carried weapons, but seeing the gun in Samuel's hand, seeing the proficiency with which he handled it, was jarring. It didn't fit the image of the gentle healer. It spoke of a different kind of knowledge, a different kind of preparedness. Where had he learned to use a gun like that? What other skills, what other facets of his life remained hidden beneath the calm exterior? He saw her watching him, saw the question in her eyes. Precautions, he said quietly, his gaze steady, almost challenging. Sheriff Brady's advice in this town sometimes, reason needs reinforcement. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Was he protecting them or protecting himself? The line blurred, leaving Ayanna feeling more uncertain than ever. The shadows were lengthening outside, stretching long fingers across the land. And inside the tent, the shadows of doubt stretched as well, deepening around the figure of the doctor, the man who held Nayati's life and perhaps her own fate in his capable yet increasingly mysterious hands. The snap of the twig in the woods echoed in her memory, no longer seeming like imagination, but like a premonition. Trouble wasn't just brewing in the town. It felt like it was closing in, lurking just beyond the firelight, hidden among the silent, watchful pines. Chapter 5. The Old Ways and the New Pain. The weight of Samuel's hidden revolver, tucked beneath his shirt at the small of his back, seemed to radiate a cold presence that permeated the small tent. It was a constant, unspoken reminder of the danger pressing in from outside, but also of the layers Ayanna sensed within the man himself. The gentle healer now carried the potential for swift, deadly violence. It was a paradox that sat uneasily within the fragile sanctuary they had created, mirroring the conflicting currents within Ayanna's own heart, gratitude warring with suspicion, the familiar comfort of her own ways, clashing with the alien necessities of this place. Nayati continued his slow climb back towards health. That afternoon, propped up carefully with blankets, he managed to stay awake for longer stretches, his dark eyes clearer, following Ayanna's movements around the tent. He even asked for papa, the soft cornmeal mush that was a staple comfort food in their village. Samuel readily agreed it was a good sign, offering his own limited supplies of cornmeal. Ayanna prepared it carefully on the small stove. The familiar scent, a poignant reminder of home, of the cooking fires in the center of their lodges, of women's laughter and the easy companionship she sorely missed. As she stirred the mush, letting it thicken slowly, she found herself humming an old Ute lullaby, a song her own mother used to sing. Its melody simple, repetitive, evoking images of sheltering mountains and watchful eagles. The notes flowed unconsciously, a balm to her own frayed nerves as much as a comfort to the child. Nayati's eyes drifted towards her, a look of peaceful recognition softening his features. Samuel, who had been quietly reading one of his thick medical texts by the lantern light, though Ayanna suspected his attention often strayed towards the tent flap, looked up at the sound. He didn't interrupt, merely listened, his expression unreadable. When she fell silent, embarrassment warming her cheeks at having revealed such a personal part of her world, he simply nodded slowly. That was peaceful, he said, his voice quiet, a good sound for healing. His acceptance felt genuine, yet Ayanna couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, analyzed. Was he cataloging her traditions, like he cataloged herbs and symptoms, adding the Ute lullaby to his mental notes on the native specimen he was harboring? She pushed the uncharitable thought away, angry at her own growing cynicism. His actions consistently had been kind, protective even. It was the unknowns that gnawed at her, the photograph, the gun, the silences where his past should be. She fed Nayati the warm mush in small, careful spoonfuls. The child ate slowly, but steadily, his appetite visibly returning. It was the most tangible sign yet of his recovery, a victory hard won through sleepless nights and shared anxieties. Watching him swallow, seeing the faint color deepen in his cheeks, Ayanna felt a surge of profound gratitude towards Samuel, towards his strange metal tools and potent liquids that had achieved what her own familiar herbs could not. This gratitude sat awkwardly alongside her suspicion, creating a painful internal dissonance. How could she doubt a man who had, by all appearances, saved this precious life? Yet how could she blindly trust a man who concealed so much, who carried a hidden gun and the ghost of another life in a silver frame? Later, while Nayati slept again, a deeper, more natural sleep this time, Ayanna found herself needing to reconnect with her own source of strength, her own understanding of healing. Samuel was occupied sterilizing some equipment, boiling water vigorously on the stove. Quietly, Ayana retrieved a small buckskin pouch from the bundle of belongings she'd brought from the village. Inside were a few carefully chosen dried herbs, not the potent ones her grandmother knew for lung fire, but simpler remedies for comfort and calm. She selected some dried raspberry leaves and mint, plants known for settling the stomach and soothing the spirit, using a spare tin cup. Samuel had left clean. She steeped the herbs in hot water from the kettle, breathing in the familiar, earthy, sweet aroma. It was a scent of home, of the old ways, a small act of reclaiming her own knowledge within this space dominated by his. She sipped the tea slowly, feeling its gentle warmth spread through her, a quiet counterpoint to the bitter coffee Samuel favored. It wasn't a rejection of his medicine, which she now acknowledged had been essential, but an affirmation of her own traditions, a reminder that healing came in many forms, from many sources. Samuel glanced over, noticing the herbs steeping in her cup. "Something from your own stores?" he asked, his tone neutral, curious. "Raspberry leaf and mint," Ayana replied simply. "For settling." He nodded thoughtfully. "Good combination. We use mint sometimes for digestion. Raspberry leaf less often, though I've read of its uses." He didn't dismiss it, didn't condescend. He merely acknowledged it, filing the information away with the same quiet intensity he applied to everything. Yet his very neutrality felt like a barrier. He observed, he noted, but did he truly understand? Did he grasp that for her, these plants weren't just chemical compounds, but carried stories, connections to the land, echoes of ancestral wisdom? Or did he see them merely as cruder versions of the bottled extracts on his shelves? The afternoon wore on, settling into a tense quietude. The sounds from the town seemed more distant, perhaps muffled by a thickening layer of cloud that had rolled in from the west, promising more snow. The light inside the tent grew dimmer, the shadows deeper. Samuel remained largely silent, engrossed in his book or his tasks, yet Ayana felt his awareness, his coiled readiness. The gun was a hidden weight between them. Suddenly, a sharp rapping sound came, not at the front flap this time, but at the side of the tent, near where Samuel kept his main supplies. Both Ayana and Samuel froze, looking towards the sound. It wasn't the aggressive banging of Jed Sykes's cronies, but something more deliberate. "Doc Forrester?" A low, gravelly voice called out. "It's Miller, Ben Miller. Come about my hand like you said." Samuel visibly relaxed, though only slightly. He glanced at Ayana. "The ranch hand I made the poultice for," he explained quietly. He went to the front flap, unbolted it, and spoke through the opening, not inviting the man inside immediately. "Afternoon, Ben, give me a moment." He turned back, picking up the prepared poultice and some clean bandages. "Stay back with Nayati," he murmured to Ayana. "Keep quiet." He slipped outside, pulling the flap almost closed behind him, leaving only a narrow gap. Ayana instinctively moved closer to the cot, placing a hand on Nayati's sleeping form. She could hear the low murmur of voices just outside Samuel's calm, professional tone, and the rougher voice of the ranch hand, Ben Miller. Curiosity warred with apprehension. She strained to hear, telling herself it was for safety, to understand the mood outside, but knowing deep down she was also listening for any clue about Samuel himself. "Hurts like the devil still, Doc," Miller was saying, "but the redness seems maybe a bit less angry." "That's good," Samuel replied. "The poultice should help draw out more of the infection. Let's get this changed." There were sounds of unwrapping bandages, a low grunt of pain from Miller. "Hold still now. Needs cleaning properly." Ayana could picture Samuel working, his movements efficient, his focus intent. She heard the clink of instruments, the splash of water. "Heard things in town, Doc," Miller said after a moment, his voice lower, more cautious. About, about your guest. There was an unmistakable edge of suspicion in his tone. "Folks are spooked. Jed Sykes is talking loud about disease, other things." Ayana's breath caught. Here it was again. The poison spreading. "Jed Sykes talks loud about many things, Ben, most of them fueled by whiskey and ignorance." Samuel's voice was tight, controlled. "The child had pneumonia. Same sickness little Timmy Gable had last winter, nothing sinister. And the mother," Ayana flinched slightly at the easy possessiveness of the term, even used for anonymity, acted quickly to save him. "She should be commended, not feared." "Maybe so, Doc." Miller sounded unconvinced. "But folks around here well, they ain't exactly trusting of Utes, seeing as how—" He trailed off awkwardly. "Seeing as how settlers keep taking their land and breaking treaties?" Samuel finished the sentence, his voice dangerously quiet. "Fear cuts both ways, Ben. Remember that." There was a sharp intake of breath from Miller, clearly taken aback by the doctor's directness, his defense of her people. "Now, this needs to stay clean. Keep it wrapped. Come back tomorrow." "All right, Doc, thanks." Miller's voice was subdued now, perhaps chastened, perhaps just wanting to leave. There were sounds of him moving away. Samuel remained outside for another minute, the silence stretching. Ayana imagined him standing there, looking out towards the town, towards the encroaching woods, the weight of the situation settling on his shoulders. When he finally came back inside, bolting the flap firmly, his face was set, his eyes hard. He didn't mention the conversation, didn't meet her eye immediately, instead busying himself with washing his hands thoroughly in the basin. But Ayana had heard enough. She'd heard the suspicion in Miller's voice, the fear Samuel himself acknowledged. She'd also heard Samuel's defense, not just of her actions, but challenging the prejudice against her people. It was brave, reckless perhaps, but brave. Yet instead of reassuring her, it somehow complicated things further. Why would he take such risks? Defending her, defending the UTEs would only isolate him further from the community he supposedly came here to serve. Was it purely moral conviction? Or was there something else driving him? Atonement for something in his past, a desire to prove something, perhaps to the memory of the woman in the photograph. His defense felt fierce, almost personal, yet it revealed nothing more about the man himself, only deepening the enigma. The new pain of the chapter title resonated within her. It wasn't just Nayate's physical pain now receding, but the pain of her own fractured certainty, the pain of isolation in this hostile place, the pain of knowing her presence was endangering the man who had helped her, even as she doubted his motives, and the sharp, aching pain of homesickness, of longing for the clarity and belonging of the old ways, a world that felt increasingly distant with every hour she spent behind this canvas wall, balanced precariously between gratitude and fear. As dusk settled, painting the sky outside in shades of bruised lavender and gray, Samuel lit the main lantern. Its yellow glow pushed back the shadows but couldn't dispel the tension. He checked on Nayati one last time, adjusting his blankets. "He's sleeping soundly," he said, his voice softer now, the earlier hardness eased slightly. "That's the best medicine now?" He looked at Ayana, a flicker of the earlier camaraderie returning to his eyes. "You should try and rest, too. It's been a long couple of days." Ayana nodded mutely. Rest felt impossible. Her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts, fragments of conversation, images Nayati's recovering face, Coda's stern disapproval, the hostile eyes of the townsmen, Samuel's hidden gun, the serene smile of the woman in the photograph, the shadows deepening in the pines. She settled into the chair, pulling a spare blanket around her shoulders, pretending she might sleep. But her eyes remained open, staring into the flickering lantern light, listening to the wind rise outside carrying the scent of snow and the faint, unsettling sounds of the settlement beyond the medicine line. The old ways felt very far away, and the pain of uncertainty and inescapable choice, felt sharp and close, like the edge of the knife still tucked securely at her waist. The night stretched before her, long and filled with the rustling whispers of doubt. Chapter 6, A Doctor's Burden, a Woman's Heart. The third night wrapped the small tent in a profound silence, deeper and more isolating than the previous nights. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving behind a heavy stillness under a sky thick with unfallen snow. The air inside was warm, almost stuffy, smelling faintly of residual eucalyptus, wood smoke, cornmeal mush, and the clean, sharp scent of the carbolic Samuel used to sterilize his instruments. Nayati slept peacefully on the cot, his breathing even and quiet, the crisis truly past, leaving only the slow work of regaining strength. Yet the peace was deceptive, for Ayana, awake in the stiff wooden chair, the silence amplified the turmoil within. Every creak of the cooling stove, every soft sigh from the sleeping child seemed to echo in the tense space between her and the doctor, who sat hunched over his small table, ostensibly reading by the low-turned lantern light. But he wasn't reading. Ayana watched him from beneath lowered lashes, feigning sleep herself. His medical text lay open, but his gaze was fixed on something distant, something far beyond the canvas walls. His shoulders were slumped with a weariness that seemed bone deep, heavier than mere lack of sleep. The lines around his eyes, usually softened by concentration or kindness, were stark tonight, carved by an unseen weight. His hand, resting on the table, periodically clenched into a fist, then slowly relaxed. A small, unconscious betrayal of inner tension. This was the doctor's burden, worn not like a badge, but like a shroud. She saw his gaze drift, almost unwillingly, towards the wooden crate, holding his few personal possessions, towards the glint of the tarnished silver frame. He didn't pick it up, didn't allow himself that indulgence while she was present, but the direction of his stare was unmistakable. A flicker of pain, quickly masked, crossed his face before he forced his attention back to the dense text before him. Who was she? The question hammered relentlessly at Ayana. The woman with the serene smile and the fine Eastern clothes. What hold did her memory have on it, strong enough to cast such a shadow across the miles and years? Was his presence here, tending to the sick and injured on this raw frontier, an act of penance, a flight from grief, or something more complicated, more tangled with guilt or failure? The possibilities spun in Ayana's mind, each one casting his kindness, his dedication, even his defense of her, in a different, more ambiguous light. Her own heart felt like a battlefield. Gratitude was a powerful tide, impossible to deny, as she looked at Nayati, breathing easily, his life gifted back by this man's skill. Yet suspicion was a sharp undertow, pulling her towards doubt, whispering warnings fueled by the hidden gun, the photograph, the vast unanswered questions about his past. And beneath it all, treacherous and confusing, stirred something else, a flicker of connection, an unwilling awareness of him not just as a doctor or a representative of the encroaching Nahaga, but as a man carrying his own wounds, his own solitude. This nascent empathy warred fiercely with her ingrained loyalty to her people, with the image of Coda's proud, disapproving face, with the knowledge of the deep chasm of history and mistrust that separated their worlds. She thought of home, the familiar rhythm of village life, the scent of cedar smoke, the murmur of her own language. It felt like a different lifetime. Here she was adrift, suspended between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. Her choices had led her here, to this intimate proximity with a stranger who was both savior and enigma, surrounded by a hostility that threatened them both. The weight of that choice, the responsibility for Neati, the uncertainty of the future, settled heavily in her chest. Samuel finally closed his book with a soft thud, the sound making Ayana start slightly. He rose, stretching stiffly, the movement pulling his shirt taut across his back, momentarily outlining the shape of the revolver tucked into his waistband, a stark reminder. He moved towards the stove, poking absently at the embers, adding a small log. "Can't sleep?" he asked quietly, his back still towards her. Ayana hesitated, then decided against pretense. "Too quiet," she admitted, "and too much thinking." He turned, leaning back against the edge of his table, regarding her thoughtfully in the dim light. "Quiet can be unsettling out here," he acknowledged. "Leaves too much room for the imagination." He paused, then added, "Thinking too much. I know the feeling." It was a small opening, a shared admission of unease. Ayana felt a tentative urge to press further, to ask about the shadows in his eyes, the reason for the gun, the story behind the photograph, but the words wouldn't form. The barriers of culture, caution, and her own confusion stood firmly in the way. Asking felt like trespassing, like demanding a vulnerability he clearly wasn't ready to offer. Instead, she changed the subject, retreating to safer ground. "Nayati, he seems truly better. His spirit feels stronger." Samuel's expression softened immediately as he glanced towards the sleeping child. "Yes, he's recovering well. Children are resilient." He walked over to the cot, his movements quiet, automatic. He felt Nayati's forehead lightly, adjusted the blanket almost unconsciously. "He needs rest, nourishment, time." "Your medicine." "It worked," Ayana stated simply, the admission costing her a measure of pride, yet needing to be said. "My herbs could not reach this sickness." Samuel looked back at her, his blue eyes holding a complex mixture of professional satisfaction and something else, empathy, perhaps. "My medicine helped break the fever, fight the infection in his lungs," he corrected gently. "But your care, your presence, that's powerful medicine too, Ayana. Don't discount your own healing ways. You kept him calm. You coaxed him to take the medicine. You knew how to ease his breathing when my tools couldn't." He gestured towards her steeped herb tea, still sitting on a nearby crate. "Warmth, comfort, familiar traditions. They matter, perhaps more than we sometimes realize." His words surprised her. It wasn't the dismissal or faint praise she might have expected, and it was a genuine acknowledgement, a validation that resonated deeply. He saw the value in her ways, even if he didn't fully understand them. For a moment, the suspicion receded, overshadowed by a renewed sense of connection, a shared understanding between two healers from vastly different worlds. united by the small life they had nurtured back from the brink. Different paths to the same stream, she murmured, quoting an old Ute saying. A faint smile touched Samuel's lips. Perhaps. He seemed about to say more, but a faint sound from outside, the distant howl of a coyote, perhaps, or the crunch of shifting snow underfoot, made him tense almost imperceptibly, his gaze flicking towards the tent flap. The moment of connection passed, replaced once more by the underlying tension of their precarious situation. He moved away from the cot, busying himself with tidying already tidy shelves, his movements restless. We'll need more firewood soon, he said, his tone practical again. And I should check the traps I set down by the river. Maybe snare a rabbit. Broth is good, but he'll need more substance soon. Everyday tasks, frontier necessities, yet overlaid with the constant awareness of danger. Checking traps meant leaving the relative safety of the tent, venturing out where hostile eyes might be watching. Ayanna felt a pang of fear at the thought of him going out alone, followed immediately by irritation at her own concern. Why should she care about his safety? He was a grown man, armed, apparently capable. Yet the thought persisted. His burden was becoming hers, inextricably linked through their shared responsibility for Nayati. He must have sensed her unease. Don't worry, he said, attempting a reassuring tone that didn't quite land. I stay close, keep alert. He tapped the hidden bulge at his back almost unconsciously. Just precautions? The reminder of the gun solidified her resolve to ask, not directly about his past, but about the present danger. The men from the town, Jed Sykes, do you think they will try to cause trouble? More than just words. Samuel's face hardened. He stopped fussing with the shelves and met her gaze directly. It's possible. Fear makes men stupid, and Sykes enjoys stirring the pot, especially when whiskey is involved. He paused, considering. But I think, for now, they'll mostly watch, mutter, try to intimidate. He sighed. Unless something changes, unless they feel more threatened. He looked pointedly at her, then at Nayati. Our presence here is the spark. As long as we remain, the risk remains. The implication was clear. Their departure would ease his burden, reduce his risk. Guilt twisted inside Ayanna. Was she being selfish, staying here for Nayati's recovery, putting Samuel in danger? But the alternative, taking Nayati back up the mountain trail too soon, was unthinkable. They were trapped, caught between the dangers of the settlement and the dangers of the wilderness. We will leave, she said, her voice low but firm, as soon as Nayati is strong enough to travel. A day, 2 at most. Samuel held her gaze, his expression unreadable. Was that relief she saw flicker in his eyes, or something else? Regret? Disappointment? There's no immediate rush, he said, his tone softening slightly. His full recovery is the priority. We'll manage the rest. He turned away, breaking the intensity of the moment, running a hand through his hair in that characteristic gesture of stress. Try to get some sleep, Ayanna. You need your strength too. She nodded, though sleep felt further away than ever. She closed her eyes, listening to the sounds of Samuel settling down on his own narrow cot across the tent. The space felt both too small and too large, too small for the secrets and tensions it held, too large for the fragile connection that occasionally sparked between them. She must have drifted off, exhaustion finally claiming her despite the turmoil in her mind. She awoke sometime later, disoriented, unsure what had disturbed her. The lantern was turned down low, casting long, dancing shadows. Samuel appeared to be asleep, turned away from her on his cot. Nayati breathed peacefully. All was quiet. Except Ayana strained her ears. There it was again, a faint, rustling sound coming from the dense stand of pines just behind the tent. The same direction she thought she'd heard movement the previous day. Not the wind this time. The air was utterly still. Holding her breath, she slid silently from the chair, her moccasined feet making no sound on the packed earth floor. She crept towards the back wall of the tent, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her rib. She pressed her ear against the cold canvas, listening intently. A twig snapped, closer this time. Definitely someone moving with deliberate stealth. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her. Was it Sykes and his men creeping around looking for trouble? Or something else? She risked peering through a tiny existing slit in the canvas seam, her eye pressed close. The moon, though hidden behind the thick clouds, cast a faint, diffused luminescence, enough to make out the dark shapes of the pines against the slightly paler sky. For a moment she saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then a figure detached itself from the deeper darkness beneath a large ponderosa. Tall, clad in familiar buckskins, standing utterly still, watching the tent. The silhouette was unmistakable, even in the gloom. Coda. Ayana's breath hitched in her throat. A wave of dizziness washed over her, a chaotic mix of shock, dread, and a strange, unexpected flicker of relief at seeing a face from her own world, however stern and potentially judgmental. He hadn't come closer, hadn't made a sound to alert Samuel. He was just watching, assessing. What did he want? Had her father sent him? Was he here to demand she return, to confront the doctor? His stillness was unnerving, radiating disapproval across the cold, silent space. He must have tracked her, followed her descent from the mountains, perhaps waited, observing, gathering information. He would have seen Samuel coming and going, seen the hostility from the townsfolk. What conclusions had he drawn? Her mind raced. If Samuel woke, if he saw Coda lurking outside, and now the hidden revolver felt like a burning coal against Ayana's consciousness. Misunderstanding could flare into violence in an instant. Coda was proud, quick to anger when his people or their ways were slighted. Samuel was protective, armed, and under immense stress. A confrontation could be disastrous. She had to prevent it, but how? Could she slip out, speak to Coda, explain? No, leaving the tent was too risky and Samuel might wake. Could she create a distraction? What could she possibly do? Coda shifted slightly, his head turning as if listening intently to sounds from the settlement drifting on the still air. He remained there for another long moment, a statue carved from shadow and disapproval, his gaze fixed on the tent that held her, the child of their people, and the white doctor. Then, as silently as he had appeared, he melted back into the deep shadows beneath the pines, vanishing completely. Ayana stayed pressed against the canvas, her body trembling, her heart pounding long after he was gone. He had been there. He knew she was here. He hadn't intervened, not yet. But his presence was a clear message, a heavy stone dropped into the already turbulent waters of her situation. The old ways had found her, casting a long shadow over the fragile new reality she inhabited. The choice she had made in coming here, in staying, now carried an even heavier weight, caught not just between the hostility of the town and the mysteries of the doctor, but under the watchful, judging eyes of her own people, embodied by the silent warrior in the pines. The doctor's burden felt immense, but suddenly, the complexities of her own heart felt impossibly heavier. Chapter 7. Stolen Moments by the River Bend. The faint gray light of the new day did little to dispel the heavy cloak of unease that had settled over Ayana following the spectral appearance of Coda in the pines. Sleep, when it had finally come, in ragged, shallow bursts, offered no respite, haunted by images of disapproving eyes, glinting steel, and the serene, unknowable smile of the woman in the silver frame. She rose stiffly from the chair, her body aching, her mind feeling bruised and overwrought. Samuel was already moving quietly about the tent, his usual morning routine unfolding with practiced efficiency. He tended the stove, checked on Nayati, who stirred and mumbled something about morning sunlight on snow, a positive sign of returning awareness, and measured out coffee grounds. But Ayana noticed, with her newly heightened sensitivity, the way his gaze lingered a fraction longer than necessary on the tent flap, the way his hand rested perhaps too casually near the small of his back, where the revolver lay hidden. Coda's unseen presence had cast a pall not just over her, but over the fragile equilibrium of their shared confinement. She forced herself to move, to engage in the necessary tasks, checking Nayati's temperature, still normal, offering him sips of water, tidying the small space that felt increasingly like a cage. Her movements were jerky, her responses to Samuel's quiet greetings clipped. She couldn't meet his eyes for long, afraid he would see the fear and confusion churning within her, afraid he might ask questions she wasn't ready or able to answer. Did he know? Had he sensed Coda's presence? Or did he simply attribute her strained silence to the general stress of their situation? The hostility from the town? His expression was, as usual, difficult to read, calm, observant, perhaps a touch more guarded than usual. He didn't pry, allowing her the space her tense posture clearly demanded, yet she felt his awareness like a physical pressure. He needs fresh air, Samuel said later that morning, nodding towards Nayati, who was awake now, propped up against some blankets, listlessly turning the carved wooden figure of a horse Ayana had given him long ago. Not for long, and well wrapped, but the air in here gets stale. A few minutes by the river, perhaps, where the sun hits the water. Ayana looked at Nayati. The suggestion made sense. The boy did look pale, listless from days spent inside the stuffy tent. A breath of clean, cold air, the sight of moving water and open sky might revive his spirits as much as his body. But the thought of stepping outside, beyond the dubious protection of the canvas walls, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through her. Coda could be watching. Jed Sykes or his men could be lurking. Yet refusing felt unreasonable, overly fearful, and perhaps a brief escape from the oppressive intimacy of the tent was what she needed too. Yes, she agreed, her voice tighter than she intended. Wrap warm, just for a short time. Samuel nodded, relief flickering briefly in his eyes. He began gathering extra blankets, ensuring Nayati was bundled securely until only his small face, framed by dark hair, was visible. He lifted the child gently into his arms. Nayati, weak but trusting, settled against the doctor's shoulder without protest. Stay close, Samuel murmured to Ayana as he carefully unbolted the flap, his hand brushing the hidden gun as he did so. He scanned the area outside quickly before stepping out into the cold, bright morning. Ayana took a deep breath, clutching her own blanket tighter around her shoulders, and followed him out. The air was sharp, clean, biting after the closeness of the tent. A fresh layer of snow, fallen silently during the night, dusted the ground and the branches of the pines, sparkling where the strengthening sun broke through the clouds. The world looked deceptively pristine, peaceful. The river was only a short distance away, down a gentle slope behind the tent, its course marked by bare willows and cottonwoods lining the banks. The water ran clear and swift over smooth gray stones, its musical rush a soothing counterpoint to the tense silence that had filled the tent. They found a relatively sheltered spot, a small, sandy bend where the sun fell warmly, melting the surface snow to reveal the damp earth beneath. A large, flat-topped boulder, warmed by the sun, offered a natural seat. Samuel carefully settled Nayati onto the boulder, ensuring the blankets remained tucked securely around him. The child blinked in the brighter light, his gaze wandering towards the flowing water, a flicker of interest animating his pale features. Ayana stood beside them, her eyes scanning the surrounding trees, the dense undergrowth on the opposite bank, the crest of the low ridge behind them. Every shadow seemed suspect, every rustle of wind in the branches a potential threat. She saw no sign of Coda, no sign of anyone, but the feeling of being watched persisted, a prickle of unease between her shoulder blades. Samuel seemed content to simply let Nayati absorb the sights and sounds. He stood near the water's edge, skipping a flat stone across the surface with surprising dexterity, the small plink, plink, plink echoing in the quiet air. He seemed younger for a moment, the heavy burden lifting slightly in the open air under the vast western sky. Ayana forced herself to relax fractionally, kneeling beside Nayati, pointing out a dipper bird bobbing energetically on a rock midstream, its dark shape stark against the sunlit water. Nayati offered a small, weak smile, his attention caught. Seeing that flicker of his old self, that spark of curiosity rekindled, eased a knot of tension in Ayana's chest. This, at least, felt right, this small act of bringing him out into the healing power of the natural world. "He looks better out here," Samuel commented quietly, coming to stand beside her. His gaze rested on the child, then shifted to Ayana. "The mountain air agrees with him." "It is his home," Ayana replied softly, her gaze following the flight of the dipper as it winged its way upstream. "The air carries familiar spirits." Samuel didn't scoff, didn't rationalize. He simply nodded, accepting her words, his expression thoughtful. "There is a different feeling to the air here," he conceded after a moment, "than back east, cleaner, sharper, more alive." He looked out across the river towards the snow-dusted peaks rising in the distance. Demanding, too. It was another small bridge, another shared observation that transcended the barriers between them. Ayana found herself nodding in agreement. "The mountains demand respect, they offer shelter, but also take life. One must learn their ways, listen to their moods." "Like healing, perhaps," Samuel mused, picking up another flat stone, turning it over in his hand. "Demands respect for the body's ways, offers recovery, but sometimes takes life despite our best efforts." His voice held a trace of remembered pain, a shadow crossing his face again. The doctor's burden. They fell silent, watching the river flow, listening to its timeless song. The sun felt warm on Ayana's back, a comforting contrast to the cold knot of fear in her stomach. In this moment, away from the oppressive confines of the tent, surrounded by the familiar beauty of the land, the sharp edges of her suspicion seemed to soften slightly. Samuel seemed less of an enigma, more of a fellow human being, grappling with the harsh realities of this place, carrying his own unspoken sorrows. "Downstream," Ayana said suddenly, pointing towards a cluster of tough, low-growing bushes near the water's edge. their leaves shed but their thorny branches distinct against the snow. Kinnikinnick, the inner bark, dried, good for smoking, eases the lungs sometimes, and the berries. She indicated the few shriveled red berries still clinging stubbornly to the branches. Good medicine for the bladder when steeped. Samuel followed her gesture, his eyes keen, observant. Kinnikinnick, he repeated the Ute word, testing its sound. Bearberry, we sometimes call it Arctostaphylos uva ursi. He recited the Latin name automatically, a habit ingrained from his training. Yes, the berries have astringent properties, useful. He looked back at her, a spark of genuine interest in his eyes. Your people use the bark for breathing? Mixed with other herbs, Ayana clarified. In the sacred pipe sometimes, for ceremonies, clears the mind, opens the pathways. She hesitated, feeling suddenly shy about sharing this piece of knowledge, something deeply ingrained in her culture, potentially misunderstood or dismissed as superstition. But Samuel merely nodded thoughtfully. Opening pathways? Yes, that's often the goal, isn't it? Whether with smoke or steam or medicines. He looked back at the river, a contemplative expression on his face. Different methods aimed at restoring balance. This quiet exchange, this sharing of knowledge across the divide of their traditions, felt significant. It was a stolen moment of connection, fragile and unexpected, blooming briefly in the cold sunlight by the river bend. He wasn't just observing her people's ways, he was engaging with them, finding common ground in the fundamental principles of healing. The suspicion in Ayana's heart didn't vanish, but it loosened its grip slightly, allowing a sliver of cautious trust to find purchase. Nayati stirred restlessly, shivering slightly despite the blankets and the sun. Cold, he murmured, burrowing closer to Ayana. Time to go back, Samuel said immediately, his professional concern returning. He shouldn't get chilled. He bent to lift the child again. As he straightened, his gaze swept the opposite bank, lingering for a moment on a dense thicket of alder. Ayana followed his look, her own senses instantly sharpening. Had he seen something? A flicker of movement? A shape half hidden in the shadows? She scanned the trees intently, her heart beginning to pound again. She saw nothing definitive, only the play of light and shadow on the snow-dusted branches, but Samuel's sudden alertness, the subtle tensing of his shoulders, spoke volumes. He had seen something, or sensed something, that disturbed the fragile peace of their riverside respite. Coda? Or someone else? He said nothing, simply turned and began walking steadily back towards the tent, his strides purposeful, Nayati held securely in his arms. Ayana followed close behind, casting nervous glances back towards the silent, watchful woods. The stolen moments of peace by the river had evaporated, replaced by the cold reality of their vulnerability. The beauty of the place now felt menacing, the sheltering pines like silent sentinels guarding unknown threats. As they neared the tent, Ayana's foot caught on an exposed root, hidden just beneath the fresh layer of snow. She stumbled, letting out a small cry, catching herself just before falling. Samuel turned instantly, his free hand shooting out to steady her arm. Careful, he said, his voice low, his grip firm. For a brief second they stood close, his hand on her arm, his blue eyes searching hers with concern. The contact was unexpected, sparking that same unsettling jolt she'd felt when he'd handed her the coffee mug. She felt the strength in his grip, saw the worry etched around his eyes, worry for her, for Nayati, for the whole impossible situation. The barriers between them felt momentarily thin, almost transparent. She saw not just the doctor, the stranger, the man with secrets, but someone sharing this danger, this isolation, with her. Her heart gave a strange, confusing leap. She pulled her arm away quickly, flustered, her cheeks warming despite the cold air. "I'm all right," she mumbled, avoiding his gaze, stepping back. Samuel released her immediately, though his eyes lingered on her face for a moment longer, a question hovering in their depths. He seemed about to speak, but then simply nodded curtly and turned towards the tent flap, pushing it open. They stepped back inside, into the familiar confines, the scents of medicine and wood smoke enveloping them again. The air felt thick, heavy after the clean sharpness of the outdoors. Samuel bolted the flap securely, the sound echoing the closing of a door, shutting out the deceptive peace of the river bend, locking them back in with the tension and the unspoken questions. He gently laid Nayati back on the cot, unwrapping the outer blankets. The child seemed revived by the brief excursion, his eyes brighter, a faint touch of color in his cheeks. A small victory. But as Ayana watched Samuel move away, checking the stove, his back once again concealing the weight of the gun, the memory of Coda's silhouette in the pines, the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the riverbank, and the confusing warmth of Samuel's steadying hand all collided within her. The stolen moments by the river had offered a glimpse of connection, a possibility of understanding across the divide. But they had also served as a stark reminder of the dangers surrounding them, both seen and unseen, and the complex, treacherous landscape of her own heart. The path forward remained shrouded in mist, and the fragile trust she had begun to feel felt perilously close to shattering once more against the hard realities of their world. Chapter 8. Beneath a Suspicious Sky. The sky, when Ayana dared to glance out through a gap in the canvas flap later that day, had fulfilled its earlier promise. The tentative blue patches and bright sunlight of the morning were gone, swallowed by a heavy, bruised-looking ceiling of cloud that pressed down on the valley, leaching the color from the landscape. The air felt thick, charged with waiting snow, and a deep, unnatural stillness had fallen, silencing even the usual chatter of birds and the whisper of the pines. It was a sky that mirrored the atmosphere within the tent, weighted, pregnant with unspoken tensions, radiating a quiet menace. Inside, the low-turned lantern cast a necessary, though gloomy light, creating deep shadows in the corners that seemed to shift and deepen with Ayana's own troubled thoughts. Nayati, stronger now, was sitting up on the cot, meticulously arranging small, smooth river stones Ayana had gathered for him into patterns on the blanket. His small face was intent, focused, yet Ayana sensed his awareness of the muted strain between the two adults sharing his confinement. Children, even sick ones, absorbed moods like sponges absorbed water. Samuel worked quietly at his table, cleaning and oiling the metal parts of his stethoscope, his movements precise, economical. He hadn't spoken much since their return from the river, his earlier openness seemingly retracted, replaced by a professional reserve. The brief connection they'd shared, the exchange about healing ways, felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the sensed danger on the riverbank and the awkward intimacy of his steadying hand on her arm. Ayana found herself acutely conscious of his presence, of the space he occupied, of the hidden weight of the gun beneath his shirt. The air crackled with unspoken words, with the vastness of what remained unknown between them. She tried to focus on Nayati, engaging him in quiet conversation about the patterns he was making, telling him a simple story about Chipmunk and Coyote, but her attention kept fracturing. Her ears strained, listening for sounds outside the crunch of boots on snow, the snap of a twig, the low murmur of voices. Coda's silent appearance haunted her. Was he still out there, watching from the trees? Had he returned to the village? Or was he waiting, patient and implacable, for the moment to make his presence known, his judgment felt? The uncertainty was a constant, low-grade fever in her blood. Adding to her unease was the memory of Samuel's hand on her arm. The jolt of awareness it had sent through her was confusing, unwelcome. Gratitude, respect for his skill, even a grudging empathy for his apparent solitude, these feelings she could, perhaps, navigate. But this other feeling, this flicker of purely physical awareness, felt like a betrayal. A betrayal of Coda, her intended, however complicated their relationship felt at times. A betrayal of her people, whose suffering was inextricably linked to the arrival of men like Samuel. A betrayal of herself, opening a door to emotions that had no place in this dangerous temporary alliance. She pushed the feeling down, burying it under layers of anxiety and suspicion, but it lingered, a disturbing warmth beneath the surface chill. Ayana, Nayati's small voice broke the heavy silence. He had stopped arranging his stones and was looking up at her, his dark eyes wide and questioning. Yes, little one? Why is the doctor sad? The innocent question struck Ayana like a physical blow. She froze, unsure how to answer. Had Nayati, with a child's simple clarity, seen past Samuel's reserved facade to the burden he carried? The doctor is not sad, Nayati, she began, the denial feeling false even as she spoke it. He is thoughtful, thinking about his work, about helping people. Nayati considered this, his small brow furrowed. He looks like father did, he stated matter-of-factly, after the long hunt when Dakota did not come back. A sharp pang went through Ayana. Dakota, Nayati's uncle, lost to a blizzard in the high peaks 2 winters ago. Nayati was comparing Samuel's quiet intensity, his shadowed eyes, to the profound grief of his own father. The comparison was startlingly astute, cutting through Ayana's complicated suspicions to a simple human truth. Samuel carried grief, the grief of loss, sharp and palpable, enough for even a recovering child to sense. The woman in the photograph, it had to be. He has worries, perhaps, Ayana amended softly, unable to maintain the denial. Like all people do. Samuel looked up from his work at the sound of Nayati's question, his hands stilling. He didn't interrupt Ayana's gentle evasion, but his gaze met hers over the child's head. In his eyes, she saw a flicker of something raw, vulnerable, quickly shuttered. He had heard. He knew Nayati had sensed his sorrow. For a tense moment, their gazes held, a silent acknowledgement, passing between them of the child's perception, of the truth Ayana had skirted around, of the shared space where his private grief had, however, unintentionally, touched their lives. Then he looked away, busying himself once more, the mask of professional calm firmly back in place, but the moment left Ayana shaken, her carefully constructed suspicions momentarily disarmed by that glimpse of unguarded pain. Later, as the light outside began to fade prematurely under the oppressive cloud cover, Samuel announced his intention to check his traps again before full dark and the likely onset of the snowstorm. Shouldn't take long, he said, pulling on a heavier coat, but with this weather coming, if there's anything caught, best to retrieve it now. Ayana nodded, the familiar knot of anxiety tightening. Be careful, she murmured, the words escaping before she could stop them. He gave her a brief, searching look, then nodded curtly. Always. He checked the hidden revolver, bolted the flap from the outside this time, and disappeared into the heavy, gray stillness. The silence he left behind felt immense. Broken only by Nayate's soft breathing, the boy had drifted back to sleep after his earlier conversation and the low crackle of the stove. Ayana felt restless, trapped. The urge to do something, anything, to counteract the feeling of helpless waiting was strong. She tidied the already tidy tent, refolded blankets, checked the dwindling woodpile. Her gaze kept returning to the wooden crate near Samuel's cot. The photograph was hidden now, tucked away perhaps, but the memory of it fueled her disquiet. Nayate's innocent question echoed in her mind. Why is the doctor sad? She thought of the grief she'd seen flicker in Samuel's eyes. Loss was a universal language, one her people knew intimately. But the details of his loss remained shrouded, feeding the uncertainty that gnawed at her. Driven by an impulse she didn't fully understand, part curiosity, part a desperate need for some kind of solid information. In this sea of ambiguity, she found herself kneeling beside the crate. Her heart pounded with guilt. This felt wrong, intrusive. Samuel had offered her sanctuary, shared his skills, protected her. Snooping through his few personal belongings felt like a violation of that fragile trust. Yet, the need to know, to understand the man she was reliant upon, the man whose presence might be drawing danger towards her and Nayati, was overwhelming. Just a quick look, perhaps there was something else, something less personal than the photograph that might offer a clue. Her hands trembled slightly as she carefully lifted the folded linen shirts. Beneath them lay the spare medical text, some neatly bundled letters tied with string. She wouldn't touch those, and that felt like too intimate a violation. Pens, an inkwell, and a small leather-bound journal, much plainer than the one he used for medical notes. It looked like a personal diary. Her breath caught. She stared at it, tempted beyond measure. The answers might lie within those pages, but no. Reading his private thoughts was a line she couldn't cross. It felt fundamentally dishonorable. She pushed the journal aside gently, her fingers brushing against something small and hard tucked beneath it. Drawing it out, she found it wasn't another photograph or letter, but a small, exquisitely carved wooden bird, a wren perhaps, its tiny details rendered with remarkable skill. It was smooth from handling, clearly an object of some significance. It seemed strangely out of place amongst the practical necessities and symbols of his past life. It felt personal, intimate, yet offered no concrete answers. Who had carved it? Who had given it to him? Was it connected to the woman or to someone else entirely? It was another piece of the puzzle, fitting nowhere, only deepening the mystery. Suddenly she heard it, a low, scraping sound against the back wall of the tent. Near where she'd seen Coda, Ayana froze, dropping the wooden bird back into the crate as if burned. Her blood ran cold. She scrambled silently to her feet, backing away, her hand instinctively going to the knife at her waist. Was it Coda, testing the canvas? Or an animal, drawn by the scent of food or warmth? Or, worse? The scraping came again, soft but deliberate, followed by a faint thump as if something small had been dropped or pushed against the tent wall near the ground. Then silence, utter, unnerving silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of her own heart. She stood rigid, scarcely daring to breathe, straining her ears. Nothing, No footsteps moving away, no further sounds, just the oppressive stillness beneath the heavy, suspicious sky. Fear warred with a desperate need to know what had made the sound, what might have been left behind. Minutes crawled by like hours. Nayati slept on, oblivious. Finally, summoning every shred of courage, Ayana crept towards the back of the tent, where she'd heard the noise. Hesitantly, she knelt down, pressing her eye to the same small slit in the canvas she'd used the night before. The light was fading rapidly now, the world outside dissolving into shades of gray and deeper gray. She could see nothing moving, only the dark, silent shapes of the pines and the smooth expanse of newly fallen snow. But directly below her vantage point, nestled against the base of the tent wall, almost hidden in the deepening gloom, lay a small object. It took her eyes a moment to adjust, to make sense of the shape. It was an arrow. Not a settler's metal-tipped hunting arrow, but one fletched in the traditional style of her own tribe. The feathers were hawk, tied with sinew in a pattern she recognized, but the arrowhead itself was missing, deliberately broken off, leaving only the shaft. And tied around the shaft, just below the fletching, was a single dried stalk of sage, a plant used for purification, for warnings, for marking significance. Ayana stared, her mind struggling to interpret the message. An arrow from her people, broken, marked with sage. It wasn't an overt threat, not like a fully armed arrow shot into the tent. It was symbolism, a warning, a sign of disapproval, a reminder of her connection to the sender, and perhaps her transgression in being here. Was it from Coda or someone else sent by the council? The ambiguity was terrifying. It confirmed her fears she was being watched, judged by her own people. Her presence here, her alliance with Samuel, was not going unnoticed or unchallenged. The broken shaft spoke of division, perhaps, or a warning of broken trust. The sage, that was harder to read. Purification, or a sign that this place, this situation was spiritually unclean. She pulled back from the peephole, her hands trembling. She felt trapped, caught in an impossible crossfire. Hostility from the town on one side, condemnation from her own tribe on the other. And in the middle, Samuel Forrester, the man who was both her savior and the source of so much dangerous uncertainty, himself burdened by ghosts she couldn't name. The sound of boots crunching on the snow outside the front flap made her jump violently. Samuel's voice called her name. She scrambled to compose herself, smoothing her tunic, forcing her breathing to steady, pushing the carved bird and the image of the broken arrow deep into the recesses of her mind. She unbolted the flap. Samuel stood there, snowflakes beginning to dust his shoulders and hair. He held 2 rabbits, limp and lifeless, in one hand, and his expression was grim. "Snow's starting," he said, stepping inside quickly, shaking the flakes from his coat, and I wasn't the only one checking traps by the river. He held up something small he'd cupped in his other hand. It was a snare, crudely made from wire, not his own design. Settler trap, empty, but placed right next to mine, too close for coincidence. He met Ayana's eyes, his own reflecting the grim reality. Someone's watching, sending messages. Ayana stared at the crude wire snare, then thought of the broken Ute arrow lying just outside the back wall. Messages, from both sides, closing in. The sky outside had finally opened, releasing its heavy burden, and the snow began to fall in earnest, blanketing the world in white, isolating them further beneath its silent, suspicious weight. Chapter 9. Coda's claim, Samuel's stand. The snow fell relentlessly now, a thick, silent curtain drawn across the world outside, and it muffled the already sparse sounds from the settlement, cocooning the tent in an isolating white shroud. Inside, the air felt heavy, charged with the unspoken tension between the broken Ute arrow Ayanna kept secret and the crude settler's snare Samuel had found. Two warnings, delivered from opposing sides of the chasm that defined their existence here, both landing with the chilling weight of imminent threat. Samuel moved with a restless energy, securing the tent flaps more tightly against the rising wind that had begun to sigh through the pines, whipping snowflakes into swirling eddies. He had skinned the rabbits with swift, practiced movements that spoke of a familiarity with necessity Ayanna wouldn't have initially associated with an Eastern-trained doctor. Now he checked the dwindling woodpile, his brow furrowed. "This won't last the night if the storm settles in," he muttered, more to himself than to her. His hand strayed, almost unconsciously, to the small of his back. He was acutely aware of their vulnerability, of the closing circle. Ayanna sat huddled on the chair near the cot, ostensibly watching Nayati, who was tracing patterns on the frosted canvas wall with a small finger. The child was quiet, subdued, his earlier flicker of energy dampened by the oppressive atmosphere. He sensed the fear, the coiled tension in the adults, as surely as he sensed the cold seeping in around the edges of the tent. Ayanna wrapped a blanket tighter around her own shoulders, feeling chilled despite the warmth radiating from the stove. Coda's face, stern and accusing, swam before her eyes, superimposed over the memory of Samuel's steadying hand on her arm. Gratitude, fear, loyalty, and a bewildering flicker of something warmer tangled within her, creating a painful knot beneath her ribs. Suddenly, cutting through the muffled sigh of the wind and the crackle of the stove, came a sound from directly outside the front flap. Not the furtive scraping of the previous night, nor the aggressive banging of townsfolk. It was a single, sharp rap, firm and commanding. Ayanna's heart leaped into her throat. Samuel froze, his head snapping up, his eyes instantly alert, locking with hers across the small space. The question hung unspoken between them. Who? Before either could move or speak, a voice called out, deep and resonant, speaking not the halting trade tongue, but the clear, strong syllables of her own Ute language. "Ayanna, I know you are in there. Open this." Coda. The blood drained from Ayanna's face. He hadn't remained hidden. He hadn't waited. He was here demanding entry, his voice carrying the unmistakable weight of authority, the authority of her intended, of a respected warrior among their people. Samuel didn't understand the words, but the tone, the direction of the call towards Ayanna was clear enough. His hand moved decisively to the hidden revolver beneath his shirt, his knuckles white where he gripped the handle through the fabric. His eyes, fixed on the tent flap, were narrowed, flinty. He took a half step forward, placing himself subtly between Ayanna and the entrance. "Do not open it," he said, his voice low and tight, speaking the trade tongue. But Ayanna knew she couldn't simply ignore Coda's summons. That would be an insult, a confirmation of the very disrespect he likely suspected. It would escalate things, perhaps dangerously. Torn, trembling slightly, she looked from Samuel's tense, protective stance to the flimsy canvas barrier separating her from the man chosen for her, the man representing the world she belonged to. "I must," she whispered back, her throat dry. "He is Coda. He speaks for my father sometimes. To ignore him is—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Before Samuel could argue further, Coda's patience apparently snapped. The canvas flap was thrust aside violently, letting in a swirl of snow and the imposing figure framed against the gray swirling backdrop. Coda stood there, tall and formidable in his winter buckskins, snow dusting his broad shoulders and thick black braids. His face, usually stern, was thunderous, his dark eyes blazing with a mixture of anger, disappointment, and fierce possessiveness as they swept over the scene, within the white doctor, the child on the cot, and Ayanna huddled near the stranger's stove. His gaze lingered on Samuel, taking in the protective stance, the hand held near the waist, missing nothing. He stepped inside without invitation, bringing the cold and the scent of pine and snow with him. He deliberately let the flap fall shut behind him, enclosing them all in the sudden, suffocating intimacy of the small space. He ignored Samuel completely at first, his burning gaze fixed solely on Ayanna. Micra? He demanded in Ut, the word sharp, accusatory. Why? Why do you hide in this place with him? His gesture toward Samuel was filled with contempt. The child breathes Ute air again. He is strong enough. We leave. Now? Ayanna flinched under the lash of his words, the familiar language cutting deeper than any trade tongue insult could. Shame washed over her, hot and suffocating. Beside her, she felt Samuel tense further, though he remained silent, unable to understand the specifics, but grasping the hostile intent. Nayati is still weak, Coda, Ayanna managed, finding her voice, forcing herself to meet his furious gaze, though she kept her own voice low, pleading. She spoke in Ute, instinctively trying to keep the exchange within their own sphere, excluding Samuel. The journey, this storm, it is too much for him. Too much? Coda scoffed, stepping closer, his presence dominating the small tent. Or is it that the white man's comforts have softened you? Have you forgotten our ways so quickly? Forgotten your duty, this Towa arc? He spat the word, turning his glare on Samuel for the first time. Fills your head with his lies, makes you dependent, weak. That is enough. Samuel's voice cut in, calm but carrying an unmistakable edge of steel. He spoke the trade tongue now, slowly, deliberately, ensuring Coda would understand. He stepped forward slightly, positioning himself more directly between Coda and Ayanna. The child is my patient. He is not fit to travel in this storm. It would risk undoing all the healing, could kill him. Coda's lip curled in a sneer. He switched to the trade tongue himself, his words heavily accented but clear. Your patient? He is Ute. He belongs with his people, not shivering in a Naga tent, breathing air thick with strange medicine and fear. His eyes flicked dismissively over Samuel's equipment. Your metal tools cannot mend a spirit, weakened by separation from its own. His spirit weakens faster if his lungs fill again with fluid. Samuel countered, his voice rising slightly, despite his effort at control. I am a physician. I know the risks. You know nothing of us, Coda shot back, taking another aggressive step forward, crowding Samuel. He was taller, broader, radiating a raw physical power that contrasted sharply with Samuel's leaner build. You settlers come, take our land, poison our rivers, bring sickness, and then you offer your weak medicine and call it help? You understand nothing of strength, of survival. Ayanna watched, trapped between them, her heart pounding against her ribs like a frantic drum. Coda's words resonated with a painful truth about the history between their peoples. Yet his anger felt blinding, unfair in this specific instance. Samuel's defense felt righteous, medically sound, yet it also reinforced her position as a contested object, a dependent needing protection. She felt torn apart, loyalty warring with logic, fear battling a confusing surge of protectiveness towards Samuel, who stood his ground despite the clear physical disadvantage. Coda, please. She tried again, switching back to Ute, desperation making her voice tremble. Dr. Forrester, he saved Nayati's life. My herbs, they failed. The admission, spoken aloud in Coda's presence, felt like a betrayal, a deep shame burning her cheeks. Coda turned his glare back to her, his eyes filled with hurt and disbelief. Saved his life? Or merely delayed the inevitable? You traded your pride, the strength of our ways, for his tricks? His gaze swept over her, lingering on the simple blanket wrapped around her shoulders, the way she stood near the white man's stove. You shame yourself, Ayana. You shame your father's name. You shame me. The accusation struck deep, a visceral blow. Tears pricked Ayana's eyes, hot and angry. Shame warred with defiance. He had no right to judge her choice, made in desperation for a child's life. Before she could retort, Coda reached out, his hand clamping around her upper arm, his grip painfully tight. Come, you and the boy, we leave this place. Ayana cried out, startled and angered by his touch, trying to pull away. Instantly, Samuel moved. He didn't draw the gun, but he stepped directly in front of Coda, blocking his path, his body radiating a sudden, intense energy. Let her go, Samuel ordered, his voice dangerously quiet, his blue eyes blazing with an intensity Ayana hadn't seen before. It wasn't just professional concern now, it was something fiercely personal. Coda tightened his grip on Ayana's arm, his knuckles white. He glared down at Samuel, a low growl rumbling in his chest. This is not your concern, Tawa Oak. She is Ute. She is mine. The possessive claim hung heavy in the air, brutal and absolute. Ayana felt trapped, a pawn in their escalating conflict. Coda's grip hurt, his words wounded. Yet Samuel's intervention, while protective, also felt like another claim being staked, trapping her further. She is under my roof, Samuel stated flatly, his gaze unwavering, locked with Coda's. And the child is under my care. Neither of them leaves this tent until I say it is safe, not while this storm rages, not while the boy is still recovering. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. They stay, under my protection. It was a direct challenge, a white settler, an outsider, defying the claim of a Ute warrior, of her intended husband, asserting his own authority within the contested space of the frontier. The air crackled with imminent violence. Coda's hand tightened further on Ayana's arm, his knuckles white, his body vibrating with suppressed rage. Ayana braced herself. Certain blows would follow. Certain Samuel, despite his hidden weapon, would be overpowered. But Coda, after a long, tense moment, where the only sounds were the howling wind outside and Nayati's soft whimper from the cot, seemed to make a decision. Perhaps he saw the unwavering resolve in Samuel's eyes. Perhaps he sensed the hidden weapon. Perhaps he realized that a violent confrontation here now wouldn't achieve his aims and could endanger Nayati further. His jaw worked, his eyes burning with resentment and thwarted pride. Slowly, deliberately, he released Ayana's arm, shoving her back slightly so she stumbled against the edge of Samuel's table. He spat on the floor near Samuel's feet, a gesture of ultimate contempt. He turned his furious gaze back to Ayana, his voice low and venomous, speaking Ute once more. You choose this path, Ayana. You choose him, his ways, over your people, over the spirits of our ancestors. His eyes were filled with a mixture of fury and a deep, aching hurt that wounded her more than his anger. Remember this choice. The spirits remember. The people will remember. When the snow melts, when the path is clear, there will be a reckoning. Without waiting for a reply, without another glance at Samuel, Coda turned, ripped aside the tent flap, and plunged back out into the blinding, swirling snow. The flap whipped shut behind him, leaving an echoing silence in the tent, thick with the residue of his anger, his claim, his threat. Ayanna stood trembling, rubbing her bruised arm, the imprint of Coda's fingers seeming to burn her skin. Tears streamed unchecked down her face, now tears of fear, of shame, of confusion, of anger. Samuel remained standing near the entrance, his posture still rigid, his breathing harsh in the sudden quiet. He slowly relaxed his hand from his waist, running it shakily through his hair. Neither spoke. The confrontation had been brief, brutal, and had changed everything. Samuel had taken a definitive stand, placing himself directly between her and her own people, claiming a protection that felt both like a shield and a cage. Coda's threat lingered, heavy and ominous. There will be a reckoning. Ayanna looked across the small, suddenly vast space of the tent at Samuel. His face was pale beneath its usual tan, his eyes shadowed with the adrenaline crash and the weight of the stand he had taken. He had protected her. He had protected Nayati. But in doing so, he had drawn a line in the snow, a line that Coda had promised would be crossed when the time came. The fragile sanctuary had become a battleground, and she was trapped in the center, beneath a sky that offered no answers, only the relentless fall of isolating snow. Chapter 10. The Scent of Wood Smoke and Lies. The echo of the violently slammed tent flap seemed to reverberate long after Coda had vanished into the swirling vortex of snow. Silence descended, thick and suffocating, broken only by the hiss and crackle of the stove and the suddenly loud, ragged sound of Ayanna's own breathing. She stood frozen where Coda had thrust her, leaning against the hard edge of Samuel's table, the imprint of his fingers still burning on her arm, his venomous parting words echoing in her ears. There will be a reckoning. Samuel remained by the entrance, his back to her, one hand braced against the sturdy central pole of the tent. His shoulders slumped slightly as the adrenaline drained away, leaving behind a visible tremor. He drew several deep, unsteady breaths before slowly turning. His face was pale, etched with a grimness that went beyond the immediate confrontation. He looked not triumphant, but burdened, the weight of his stand settling heavily upon him. His gaze met Ayanna's. The air between them felt charged, thick with unspoken questions, accusations, and the raw, unsettling intimacy of shared danger and revealed emotions. He saw the tears tracking paths through the grime on her cheeks, the trembling of her hands, the raw imprint on her arm where Coda had gripped her. His expression tightened, a flicker of protective anger hardening his eyes again before being quickly masked by professional concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice rough, strained. He took a step towards her, his hand half reaching as if to offer comfort, then dropping back to his side, uncertain of the boundaries between them now. Ayanna couldn't answer. She simply shook her head, a gesture encompassing the physical hurt, the emotional turmoil, the sheer terrifying complexity of her situation. She wrapped her arms around herself, turning away from his searching gaze, needing to create distance, to process the assault, not just Coda's physical grip, but the laceration of his words, the weight of his claim, the accusation of betrayal. "You shame me." The words stung, igniting a confusing mix of guilt and defiance. Samuel didn't press. He seemed to understand her need for space, or perhaps he was too caught up in his own reactions to bridge the silence. He moved instead to the stove, poking the embers with unnecessary force, adding another log, the mundane action a stark contrast to the violence that had just erupted. The scent of fresh pine resin flared briefly as the log caught, mingling with the constant background aroma of wood smoke, the smell of hearth, of shelter, of survival. Yet tonight, underscored by Coda's rage and Samuel's hidden gun, it smelled less like comfort and more like the scent of a besieged outpost, a fragile bastion against encroaching threats. And lies, the word resonated from the chapter title she couldn't know, but felt instinctively. The air felt thick with them. Coda's perception of her actions as a betrayal, a lie against her people. Samuel's hidden past, the unspoken truths behind his presence here, behind the grief Nayati had sensed. And her own secret, the broken arrow lying just outside the back wall, a tangible symbol of the judgment she now faced from her own tribe, a secret she instinctively kept from the man who had just risked himself to defend her from one of them. Every interaction felt layered with omissions, assumptions, and the dangerous potential for misunderstanding. Nayati whimpered from the cot, disturbed by the shouting, the tension. Ayana went to him immediately, grateful for the distraction, the clear call to duty. She knelt beside him, smoothing his hair, murmuring reassurances in their soft Ute tongue, words meant as much for herself as for him. Shh, little one, it is only the storm outside. You are safe here, warm. Safe? The word felt like another lie. They were trapped, isolated by the blizzard, surrounded by hostility, Coda's simmering rage lurking somewhere out in the white wilderness, Jed Sykes and his cronies festering in the settlement, and the unpredictable currents running between herself and the doctor. Samuel came over, bringing a cup of lukewarm water. "Let him sip this," he said quietly, his professional persona offering a shield for them both. The excitement is not good for him. He avoided looking directly at Ayana's tear-streaked face, focusing instead on the child. Ayana took the cup, helping Nayati drink. Their hands brushed again, briefly, accidentally. This time the jolt was sharper, more unwelcome, colored by the raw emotions of the last hour. She snatched her hand back as if burned, her cheeks flushing. Samuel recoiled slightly too, a flicker of surprise or perhaps confusion in his eyes, before he quickly looked away, turning back towards his table. The space between them felt charged, dangerous, complicated by Coda's possessive claim. "She is mine," which now echoed in the small tent, making even the simplest interaction feel fraught. The long hours of the evening stretched interminably. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the canvas, driving the snow against the walls with a soft, insistent hiss. Inside, the silence deepened, punctuated only by the sounds of the storm, the crackling fire, and Nayati's occasional sleepy murmur. Ayana tried to mend a tear in one of Nayati's spare tunics, her fingers clumsy, her stitches uneven. Samuel sat at his table, ostensibly cleaning his medical instruments, but his movements were repetitive, his gaze often distant, lost in thoughts he didn't share. The confrontation had irrevocably altered the dynamic between them. Samuel's protective stand, his quiet assertion, "They stay." Under my protection had been directed at Coda, but it resonated differently for Ayana. It felt less like sanctuary now, more like a form of benevolent captivity. He had defended her, yes, but he had also deepened her isolation. positioning himself as her shield against her own world. Was she grateful? Yes, profoundly, for shielding her from Koda's immediate wrath, for protecting Nayati. But was she comfortable? No. She felt claimed, defined by the conflict between two men, her own agency overshadowed. And Koda's words, "You choose this path, you choose him," they stung because they held a kernel of truth, distorted though it was by his anger. She had chosen to seek Samuel's help. She had chosen to stay. Choices made for Nayati's survival, yes, but choices nonetheless. Choices that now carried the weight of potential betrayal in the eyes of her people. The reckoning Coda promised felt terrifyingly real. What would it entail? Shunning? Exile? Punishment? Her future, once mapped out by tradition and expectation, now felt like a blank, windswept plain, terrifying in its uncertainty. She stole glances at Samuel across the tent. The lantern light carved shadows on his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, the weariness around his eyes. Nayati's observation echoed again. He looks like father did. The sadness was palpable tonight, a quiet grief that seemed intertwined with his fierce protectiveness. Was he defending her simply out of principle, out of a doctor's duty? Or was it something more personal? Was he projecting his past losses, his past failures perhaps, onto this present crisis? Did he see in her, in Nayati, a chance to redeem something lost? The thought was unsettling, making his protection feel less like selfless aid and more like a complex emotional transaction she didn't understand. He caught her looking at him, his gaze sharp, questioning. Ayana quickly looked down at her mending, her cheeks hot. The silence stretched, amplifying the unspoken thoughts. "He claimed you," Samuel said finally, his voice low, carefully neutral, but the question was implicit. He spoke the trade tongue. "Coda." He said, "She is mine." Ayana's needle stilled. She didn't look up. "He is. My father chose him. Before." She struggled for the right words in the shared language. "Long time. It is the way." It felt like a weak explanation, inadequate to convey the complex web of tradition, duty, and personal feeling involved. "And you?" Samuel pressed gently but insistently. "Is it your way?" The question hung in the air, sharp and direct. Did she accept Coda's claim? Did she want that path? Before this journey, before Nayati's sickness, the answer would have been simpler. Rooted in acceptance of tradition, however chafing Coda's pride might sometimes be. Now everything felt fractured, uncertain. Samuel's question forced her to confront the dissonance within herself, the gap between duty and desire, a gap she hadn't dared to examine too closely. She looked up, meeting his steady blue gaze. What did he want her to say? What answer would satisfy him? The man who carried the picture of another woman, the man whose own past was a locked door. "My path," she said slowly, carefully, "is to see Nayati well, to return him to our people. That is my duty now." It was an evasion, but it was also the truest answer she could give. Samuel held her gaze for a moment longer, his expression unreadable, then gave a slow nod, accepting her deflection, though she sensed he wasn't entirely satisfied. He turned back to his instruments. The subject closed, but the unspoken questions lingered, adding another layer to the complex web of lies and omissions, binding them together. Later, needing to replenish the water bucket for boiling, Samuel prepared to brave the storm again for the short trip to the river. He bundled up more heavily this time, pulling his hat low. Before unbolting the flap, he paused, looking back at Ayana. "Keep this bolted," he said, his tone low and serious. "Don't open it for anyone, not even—" Not even if you think it's one of your own people seeking shelter? Not until I return. Understood? The implication was chilling. He didn't trust Coda or anyone else who might approach. The lines were drawn more sharply now. Ayana nodded mutely, her stomach tightening. He slipped out into the maelstrom, vanishing almost instantly into the thick, driving snow. Ayana slid the bolt home, the sound unnervingly loud. The tent felt intensely silent now, intensely vulnerable. She went to the back wall, pressing her ear against the canvas, listening. Only the roar of the wind, the drumming of snow. She resisted the urge to check for the broken arrow, terrified someone. Samuel, on his return, perhaps might see her. It remained her secret, a dangerous piece of knowledge held close. Samuel returned sooner than expected, covered in snow, breathing hard, carrying not water, but more firewood. He dumped it near the stove with a clatter. "River's rising fast," he reported grimly, shedding his snow-caked coat. "And the woodpile I saw near Miller's cabin this morning? Gone. Someone cleaned it out." He didn't need to elaborate. In a storm like this, firewood was survival. Someone in the settlement was either desperately short or deliberately hoarding, perhaps even denying resources to the distrusted doctor and his guest. Found this stash hidden under some brush further upstream. Enough for tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Another sign of the closing circle, the shrinking resources, the rising hostility masked by the storm. They were truly isolated now, dependent only on what was within the canvas walls and on each other. As Samuel added wood to the stove, Ayana prepared a simple broth from one of the rabbits. The familiar task was grounding, the savory smell filling the tent. She offered some to Samuel, who accepted it gratefully, sipping the hot liquid slowly, his eyes scanning the tent walls as if expecting them to dissolve. They ate in silence, the shared meal, a fragile truce in the midst of the siege. Later, preparing for whatever rest the night might offer, Ayana watched as Samuel checked his revolver again, the lamplight glinting on the dark metal. He tucked it back into his waistband, then retrieved something else from the crate, the small carved wooden wren she had discovered earlier. He held it for a long moment, turning it over and over in his hand, his expression unreadable, lost in memory. Then, seemingly making a decision, he walked over to the cot where Nayati slept peacefully. Very gently, he tucked the small wooden bird into the blankets beside the sleeping child. Its smooth shape nestled near Nayati's hand. Ayana stared, bewildered. Why? Why give this object, clearly precious to him, to Nayati? Was it a charm, a protective talisman, a gesture of connection? Or something else entirely, another layer of his inscrutable past intruding on their present? Samuel turned, catching her questioning gaze. He offered no explanation, his face revealing nothing. He simply moved back towards his own cot, pulled a blanket over himself, and turned towards the wall, signaling an end to the long, fraught day. Ayana remained by the stove, the warmth doing little to combat the chill deep within her. Coda's threat, Samuel's stand, the stolen firewood, the unexplained gift of the carved bird, her own secret of the broken arrow, it all swirled in her mind, a maelstrom mirroring the storm outside. The scent of wood smoke filled the air, the smell of survival, but it was inextricably mingled now with the bitter, pervasive scent of lies spoken, unspoken, suspected, and feared. And somewhere out in the white darkness, a reckoning waited. Chapter 11. A fever breaks, a storm gathers. The world outside remained swallowed by the storm, but the manic intensity of the wind seemed to have lessened overnight, settling into a deep, mournful howl that vibrated through the canvas walls. Snow continued to fall, thick and steady, piling in deep drifts against the tent, further sealing them into their precarious isolation. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke, rabbit broth, and the heavy pall of unspoken emotions left in the wake of Coda's explosive visit. Morning arrived gray and indistinct. Ayana had barely slept, drifting in and out of a restless state, haunted by Coda's furious face and the cold weight of his final threat. She felt bruised, emotionally and physically, the spot on her arm where he'd gripped her aching with a dull throb that served as a constant reminder. She avoided looking toward Samuel's cot, unsure what she would see in his eyes in the dim morning light. Judgment, pity, or merely the continued weary vigilance of a man guarding a position under siege? Samuel, too, seemed subdued. He moved with a quiet economy, tending the stove, melting snow for water, his face set in grim lines. The easy camaraderie they had sometimes shared, the brief moments of connection forged over Nayati's sickbed or by the river, felt utterly extinguished, buried beneath the avalanche of the previous night's confrontation. They moved around each other with careful, deliberate steps, avoiding unnecessary contact, their communication clipped and functional, focused solely on the needs of the child and the demands of survival within their canvas prison. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was brittle, fragile, ready to shatter at the slightest provocation. It was Nayati who broke the tension, not with a cry or a whimper, but with a clear, surprisingly strong voice. "I am hungry, Ayana, for real food, not just broth." Ayana turned, startled, hope flaring bright and sudden in her chest. She went quickly to the cot. Nayati was fully awake, sitting up straighter than he had in days, his dark eyes clear and alert, tracking her movement. The feverish haze was completely gone, replaced by the unmistakable spark of returning health. The deep congestion in his chest seemed to have finally loosened its grip, his breathing quiet and regular. "Hungry?" Ayana repeated, kneeling beside him, feeling his forehead automatically. Cool, perfectly cool. A wide smile broke across her face, chasing away some of the shadows. "Truly hungry?" Nayati nodded emphatically. "Rabbit stew?" he asked hopefully, his gaze flicking towards the remains of the previous night's meal hanging near the stove. Samuel had approached quietly, drawn by the child's stronger voice. He knelt on the other side of the cot, pulling out his stethoscope almost automatically. He listened intently to Nayati's chest, then his back, his expression slowly relaxing, the grim lines softening into something akin to relief, then professional satisfaction. "Clear!" he pronounced, straightening up, meeting Ayana's gaze over the child's head. "Remarkably clear. The lungs sound good. Very good." He looked down at Nayati, a genuine smile touching his lips. "And hungry is the best sign there is, young man." In that shared moment of relief, looking at the undeniable evidence of Nayati's recovery, the tension between them eased fractionally. They were allies again, united by this victory. This small life pulled back definitively from the brink. Ayana felt a wave of pure, unadulterated gratitude wash over her, momentarily silencing the whispers of suspicion and the ache of Coda's accusations. Samuel had done this. His knowledge, his dedication, his unwavering care through those first critical nights they had brought Nayati back. "Thank you," she whispered, the words simple but heartfelt, her eyes meeting Samuel's directly, holding nothing back for that brief instant. Samuel held her gaze, his own expression softening, acknowledging the depth of her gratitude. "We both did," he replied quietly, his glance encompassing her tireless vigil, her soothing presence. "He's a strong boy." The moment hung, fragile and warm, before the complexities of their situation rushed back in. Samuel cleared his throat, his professional demeanor returning. "Rabbit stew might be a bit rich just yet," he advised gently, "but perhaps thickened broth? Some soft meat?" Ayanna nodded, practicality taking over. "I can make a thicker gruel with the cornmeal, add small pieces of the rabbit." As Ayanna busied herself at the stove, carefully preparing the more substantial meal, Nayate's hand, exploring the blankets beside him, closed around the small, carved wooden bird Samuel had placed there the night before. He pulled it out, holding it up, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "A bird?" he asked, looking toward Samuel. "Where did it come from?" Ayanna froze by the stove, stirring the gruel, her attention fixed on Samuel's reaction. Samuel, who had been checking the dwindling wood supply again, turned slowly. He looked at the bird in Nayate's hand, and for a fleeting second that raw grief Ayanna had glimpsed before flickered in his eyes, sharp and profound, before being instantly masked. He walked over to the cot, kneeling beside Nayate. "I put it there," he said, his voice carefully neutral. He gently took the bird from Nayate's hand, turning it over. "It's a wren. Wrens are small but very brave. They build nests in unlikely places. They sing even when storms gather." He paused, then looked directly at Nayate, his gaze softening. "I thought maybe it would bring you strength. Remind you to be brave, even when things seem dark." He placed the bird back gently into Nayate's palm. Nayate looked down at the smooth wood, then back up at Samuel, his expression solemn. "Like me?" he asked. "I was brave?" "Yes, Nayate," Samuel said softly, his voice thick with an emotion he quickly suppressed. "You were very brave." Ayanna watched the exchange, her heart aching with a confusing mix of emotions. Samuel's explanation felt both deeply personal and deliberately evasive. It hinted at loss, at resilience learned through pain, yet revealed nothing concrete. The gift was tender, thoughtful, yet underscored the hidden depths of his own sorrow, the secrets he kept locked away. Giving the bird to Nayati felt like entrusting a piece of his own fractured past to the child's innocent keeping. It was another layer to the enigma, making him seem both more vulnerable and more complex. She served Nayati the thickened gruel, and he ate with surprising enthusiasm, his small body clearly craving nourishment. Watching him, seeing the life returning to his eyes, the strength flowing back into his limbs, Ayanna felt a fierce determination solidify within her. Coda's threats, the town's hostility, Samuel's mysteries, they all faded slightly in importance next to this primary duty, getting Nayati safely home. His fever had broken, but the storm of their circumstances was still gathering force. The rest of the day passed in a state of subdued truce. The shared relief over Nayati created a temporary buffer against the underlying tensions. They spoke more freely, though still cautiously, coordinating Nayati's care, discussing his returning strength, sharing the small tasks of survival within the tent. Ayanna found herself observing Samuel with a less suspicious, more analytical eye. She saw the way he meticulously organized his supplies, the quiet dedication in his work, the genuine gentleness he showed towards Nayati. She also saw the persistent shadows of fatigue and worry, the way his gaze still periodically scanned the tent walls, the unconscious habit of checking the hidden gun. He was a man walking a tightrope, balancing his professional duty, his personal burdens, and the escalating dangers of their situation. The storm outside began almost imperceptibly to change its tune. The relentless roar of the wind eased into long, drawn-out sighs. The snowfall lessened, the thick curtain thinning slightly, allowing a brighter, though still diffuse, light to filter through the canvas. It wasn't clearing yet, but the blizzard's furious grip seemed to be loosening. This subtle shift brought not relief, but a renewed sense of urgency, of impending crisis. The storm had provided a strange kind of protection, enforcing their isolation, holding the external threats at bay. Now, as the weather showed signs of breaking, the fragile walls of their sanctuary felt increasingly permeable. The reckoning Coda promised felt closer, the potential for confrontation with the suspicious townsfolk more immediate. Samuel noticed the change, too. He went to the flap, peering out cautiously into the swirling gray-white world. "It's letting up," he confirmed, turning back, his expression grim. "Visibility is still poor, but the worst may be over." He looked pointedly at the small remaining pile of firewood. "We'll need more wood before nightfall, storm or no storm. And water? The river might be less treacherous now." The thought of venturing out again, even together, sent a chill through Ayana. Coda could be out there, Sykes could be out there, but necessity overruled fear. "Nayati can stay alone for a short time now," Samuel decided. "He's stronger, awake. We'll wrap him warmly." He looked at Ayana. "We should both go. Fetching wood and water in these drifts is faster with two." Ayana hesitated only a moment. He was right, and perhaps facing the outside world, together, even for a practical task, was better than waiting passively inside for the threats to materialize. "Yes," she agreed. They bundled Nayati securely, leaving him with the wooden wren clutched in his hand and strict instructions not to unbolt the flap for any reason. Then, bracing themselves, Samuel armed, Ayana with her knife accessible, they stepped out together into the cold, snow-laden air. The drifts were deep, making walking laborious. The temperature had dropped, the air biting sharp against their exposed faces. The world was a study in white and gray, muffled and still, yet charged with a watchful tension. They moved quickly, efficiently, towards the river first. Samuel scanned the banks constantly, his gaze sharp and assessing, while Ayana filled the bucket, her own senses straining, listening for any sound beyond the river's rush and the sigh of the wind. They saw no fresh tracks besides their own, no sign of Coda or anyone else, but the feeling of being observed lingered, cold and persistent. Then they headed towards the hidden wood cache Samuel had found. It took both of them working together to wrestle the snow-covered logs free and carry them back towards the tent, their breathing pluming in the frigid air. They didn't speak much, their energy focused on the task. Yet Ayana was intensely aware of Samuel's presence beside her, his solidness, the way he automatically took the heavier load, the shared rhythm of their struggle against the elements. It was a simple act of cooperation, born of necessity, yet it felt significant, another thread woven into the complex tapestry of their enforced relationship. As they approached the tent, staggering slightly under their loads, Samuel paused abruptly, holding up a hand for silence. He tilted his head, listening intently. Ayana listened too, her heart pounding. Faintly, carried on the wind from the direction of the settlement, came the sound of raised voices, angry shouting, punctuated by what sounded alarmingly like a gunshot. They exchanged a look of grim understanding. The storm outside might be easing, but the human storm within the settlement seemed to be gathering force. Trouble was brewing close by. Hurrying the last few yards, they bundled the wood inside, Samuel quickly rebolting the flap. The sounds from the town faded, muffled by the canvas, but the implication hung heavy in the air. The fragile peace of the blizzard's isolation was definitively over. Ayanna looked out through the small slit in the canvas again. The snow was falling much more lightly now, visibility slowly improving. The path towards the settlement, though still drifted, looked passable. The path back towards the mountains, towards home, looked equally possible, though daunting. The time for decisions, for movement, was rapidly approaching. Nayate's fever had broken, only for the storm of consequence, fueled by prejudice and pride, to gather menacingly on the horizon. The reckoning was coming. Chapter 12, Between Two Fires. The single gunshot, sharp and ugly against the backdrop of the easing storm, hung in the air long after the sound itself had faded. It left behind a ringing silence in the tent, more profound and menacing than the roar of the blizzard had been. Ayanna and Samuel stood frozen just inside the bolted flap, the freshly gathered firewood lying haphazardly at their feet, their eyes locked in a shared look of grim understanding. Trouble, simmering just beneath the surface of the uneasy settlement, had boiled over. Samuel was the first to move, quickly securing the heavy bolt, his movements economical, but radiating a tense energy. He went straight to Nayate's cot, his hand resting reassuringly on the sleeping child's shoulder, though his gaze swept the canvas walls, his ears clearly still straining for any further sounds from the town. Ayanna remained near the entrance, her heart hammering against her ribs. The gunshot felt like a punctuation mark, underscoring the end of their forced isolation. The clearing sky, the lessening wind, they weren't signs of relief, but signals of exposure, vulnerability, Coda's threat. There will be a reckoning felt suddenly more immediate, no longer a future event held at bay by the weather, but a potential consequence looming just beyond the thinning veil of snow and the sounds from the town. Jed Sykes, his face flushed with liquor and malice, rose vividly in her mind. Had his poisonous talk finally ignited violence? Was it directed at outsiders, at her people, perhaps even at the doctor who dared to shelter one of them? What was that? She asked unnecessarily, her voice a low whisper, barely audible above the wind's mournful sigh. Samuel didn't turn around immediately. He continued to watch Nayate, his profile stark in the gloomy lantern light. Trouble, he stated flatly, confirming what they both knew. Drunkards settling scores? Or... He let the sentence hang, the unspoken possibility, targeted violence thickening the air. Sykes has been agitating, trying to stir fear about your presence here, about Nayate's sickness. Fear, cold and sharp, twisted in Ayanna's gut. Fear for herself, for Nayate, but also unexpectedly for Samuel. He had placed himself squarely in the path of that hostility. Coda's confrontation had been personal, tribal, but the danger from the town felt broader, uglier, rooted in ignorance and ingrained hatred. She thought of the broken arrow, lying hidden outside the back wall, a warning from her own side. Now a gunshot from the other. She felt trapped, caught literally between two fires, each threatening to consume her, consume them all. Will they come here? She asked, the question tasting like ash in her mouth. Samuel finally turned, his face grim. I don't know. Sykes is mostly bluster, but fear makes men unpredictable, especially in groups. He ran a hand through his hair, the gesture weary, stressed. This clearing weather, it changes things. People can move around again. He looked towards the front flap, then back at her, his blue eyes holding a deep conflict. As a doctor, I should find out what happened. If someone is injured, his voice trailed off. The conflict was plain, his ingrained sense of duty pulling him towards the town, towards the source of the violence, while his responsibility for her and Nayati, his awareness of the specific danger their presence attracted, held him back. It was an impossible choice, another facet of the doctor's burden she was only beginning to comprehend. No, Ayana said quickly, surprising herself with the force of her objection. It's too dangerous. They might be waiting for you. The thought of him walking into whatever hornet's nest had been stirred up sent a wave of panic through her. Samuel looked at her, his expression unreadable. Was he surprised by her vehemence? Did he mistake her fear for him as something else? Someone might need help, Ayana, he countered quietly, though without conviction. It's what I do. You cannot help anyone if you walk into an ambush, she argued, stepping closer, forgetting for a moment the awkwardness between them, driven by the urgency of the danger. Sykes, Coda, they both see you as, she faltered, unsure how to phrase it, an obstacle, an enemy. I know what they see me as. Samuel finished grimly. He looked down at his hands, then flexed them, as if testing their strength, or perhaps contemplating the weapon hidden at his back. But sitting here waiting that doesn't feel right either. We're blind to what's happening just beyond these walls. He was right. The not knowing, the waiting, was almost as bad as facing the danger directly. Every creak of the tent pole, every gust of wind, sounded like approaching footsteps. The silence stretched, thick with their shared dilemma. Nayati stirred on the cot, his eyes fluttering open. He looked from Ayana's tense face to Samuel's grim one, his small brow furrowing. Is the storm angry again? He asked sleepily. No, little one, Ayana said, forcing a reassuring smile, going to smooth his hair. The storm is tired now, resting. Are we going home soon? Nayati persisted, his voice clearer, stronger than yesterday. The simple question pierced straight to the heart of their predicament. Home. For Nayati, it meant the familiar lodges, the scent of cedar, the embrace of family. For Ayana, it meant facing Coda's reckoning, the judgment of her people. Yet staying here meant facing the hostility of the town, remaining dependent on Samuel, navigating the confusing tangle of emotions he evoked. Neither path felt safe. Soon, Ayana murmured, the word feeling like another lie. When the paths are clear, when you are stronger still. Samuel turned away, busying himself with sorting the firewood, stacking it neatly near the stove. His movements were deliberate, controlled, but Ayana sensed the internal battle raging within him. Duty versus preservation, action versus waiting. The hours crawled by. The light outside grew stronger, clearer, as the clouds continued to thin, revealing glimpses of a pale, washed-out blue sky. The snow had stopped altogether. The world outside was being reborn, pristine and white, yet holding the promise of renewed movement, renewed conflict. Sounds from the settlement became more distinct, now the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, resuming its rhythm, the occasional shout, The rumble of a wagon, normal sounds that felt anything but normal after the gunshot and the preceding silence. They ate a midday meal, more rabbit and cornmeal gruel in near silence. The unspoken tension was a palpable presence at the small table. Ayanna felt Samuel's gaze on her occasionally, thoughtful, searching, but she avoided meeting it, focusing on Nayati, on the mechanics of eating, on listening to the sounds outside. She felt coiled tight, like a spring wound almost to its breaking point. The need to do something, to make a choice, however perilous, warred with the paralyzing fear of making the wrong one. Should they risk leaving now? Try to head back up the mountain trail towards her village? The journey would be arduous, dangerous with the deep snow, and Nayati, though recovering, was still weak. And what awaited them at the end? Koda's anger, the council's judgment, or should they wait? Hope the trouble in town blows over. Hope Koda simply leaves. It felt like passive folly, ignoring the clear warnings from both sides. Her secret weighed heavily on her. The broken arrow. If she told Samuel, would it change anything? Would it make him more determined to protect her, deepening his entanglement? Or would it confirm his fears, make him push her away, urge her to face her own people's judgment alone? Keeping it secret felt like a betrayal of the man who had stood up for her, yet revealing it felt like handing him another weapon that could be turned against her, or perhaps placing him in even greater danger by confirming the specific nature of the threat from her tribe. Suddenly, sharp and clear, came the sound of footsteps approaching the tent, crunching determinedly through the deep snow. Not the stealthy tread of Koda, nor the shuffling uncertainty of a drunkard. These were purposeful steps, heavy and official sounding. Ayanna and Samuel exchanged a startled, apprehensive glance. Samuel instinctively moved towards the front flap, his hand hovering near his back. Ayanna pulled Nayati closer protectively. A sharp rap sounded on the canvas, followed by a gruff, familiar voice. "Doc Forrester, you in there? It's Sheriff Brady." Relief warred with renewed anxiety. The sheriff. What news did he bring? Was it about the gunshot, a warning, an ultimatum? Samuel hesitated for only a second, then drew a deep breath and unbolted the flap, pulling it aside just enough to see out, keeping his body positioned defensively in the opening. Sheriff Brady stood there, a stout, weather-beaten man with weary eyes under the brim of his snow-dusted hat. His usual stolid demeanor looked strained, his face grim. He glanced past Samuel, his gaze flicking briefly towards Ayanna and Nayati before returning to the doctor. "Doc," he said, his voice low, pitched so only Samuel could easily hear, though Ayanna strained to catch the words. "Got trouble?" "I heard," Samuel replied tersely. "Gunshot?" Brady nodded grimly. "Jed Sykes, drunker than usual, started spouting off about engines and disease down at the saloon. Young Billy Hatcher, fool kid, took exception, or maybe just wanted to show off. Words were exchanged. Billy drew first, missed wide. Sykes didn't." A cold fist closed around Ayanna's heart. Billy Hatcher? She didn't know the name, but the cause. Sykes's venomous talk about her, about Nayati. It had led to bloodshed. "Is the boy?" Samuel began, the doctor in him instantly surfacing. "Dead," Brady stated flatly. "Shot clean through. Sykes is locked up, sobering up, claiming self-defense, but..." He shook his head, spitting into the snow. "Whole town's riled. Some blaming Sykes, sure, but a lot more blaming the reason Sykes was spouting off in the first place." His gaze flickered towards the interior of the tent again. heavy with unspoken meaning. Samuel's face hardened. So Sykes murders a boy, and somehow we're to blame. Ain't saying it's right, Doc. Brady sighed, rubbing his neck wearily. Just saying how it is. Folks are scared, angry, looking for someone to point fingers at. Sykes's cronies are muttering about running undesirables out of town. Talking about contamination? He looked Samuel straight in the eye. Came to warn you. You, the woman, the child, you ain't safe here, not anymore. The mood's turned ugly. The warning, delivered bluntly by the lawman himself, felt like a final closing of the door. Their fragile sanctuary was no longer tenable. "What are you suggesting, Sheriff?" Samuel asked, his voice tight. Brady shifted uncomfortably, "Suggesting you move on, Doc. Soon as this snow allows, head back where you came from, maybe, or take the woman and child back to their people. Staying here is asking for more trouble. Trouble I might not be able to contain." He paused, then added, his voice lower. "Heard talk about that Ute buck, too. Coda, they call him. Seen skulking around. Folks are spooked by him, too. Think he's looking for trouble with you? Or maybe worse." So Coda's presence was known in the town as well. They were caught, well and truly, between the two fires the settlers' fear and anger, fueled by Sykes and culminating in death, and the UT's disapproval and Coda's simmering rage. "Thank you for the warning, Sheriff," Samuel said stiffly after a moment. Brady nodded, his expression conveying a mixture of duty and deep unease. "Just watch yourself, Doc, watch yourself." He gave a final troubled look towards Ayanna, then turned and trudged back through the snow towards the settlement, leaving behind a silence thick with dread. Samuel slowly bolted the flap, his movements heavy. He turned, leaning back against the canvas, the full weight of the situation pressing down on him. He looked utterly exhausted, cornered. He met Ayanna's wide, fearful eyes. The time for waiting, for indecision, was over. The fires were closing in. A choice had to be made. Now. Chapter 13. The Language of Scars. Sheriff Brady's blunt warning echoed in the oppressive silence long after his heavy footsteps had faded into the muffled sounds of the clearing storm. Not safe here. Not anymore. The words were a death knell for the fragile sanctuary the tent had represented, confirming the reality Ayanna had already sensed. The walls were closing in, the fires drawing nearer. Young Billy Hatcher was dead, a direct casualty of the fear and hatred Jed Sykes had stoked. Hatred directed squarely at her and Nayati, and by extension, at Samuel for harboring them. The town's mood had turned ugly, Brady had said. Reckoning, Coda had promised. They were caught in the crosshairs, exposed and vulnerable. Samuel stood leaning against the bolted flap, his profile etched with weariness and a grim resolve. The sheriff's words had stripped away any remaining ambiguity about their situation. Staying was no longer an option. It was an invitation to further violence, potentially disastrous for all three of them. He pushed himself away from the canvas, running a hand distractedly through his already rumpled hair. "He's right," Samuel said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, stating the inevitable. "We can't stay. It's untenable." He looked towards Nayati, who watched them both with wide, anxious eyes, clearly sensing the gravity of the moment even if he didn't understand the specifics. "Nayati is stronger, much stronger. The journey back up the mountain, it would be hard, but staying here might be fatal." Ayanna nodded slowly, her throat tight. Logically, she knew he was right. Emotionally, the prospect of that journey facing the deep snow Nayate's residual weakness and the certainty of Koda's judgment at the end felt overwhelming. But the alternative, remaining here to face the town's volatile anger, was unthinkable. Billy Hatcher's death was a stark testament to that. When? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Samuel considered, his gaze moving from the child to the small pile of firewood, calculating necessities, risks. Tomorrow, at first light, the snow should have stopped completely by then, maybe even settled a little. We'll need the full day's light for the climb. He began to move, his energy focused now, practical. We need to prepare, pack lightly, food, blankets, essential medicines. He glanced at her. Your own herbs. Anything you need. The mention of her herbs, the quiet acknowledgement of their value even now is a small thing, yet it resonated. He wasn't dismissing her ways, even as they prepared to flee the consequences of relying on his. As Samuel began methodically sorting through his medical supplies, selecting only the most vital items to pack into his worn leather bag, Ayana turned her attention to their own meager belongings. She gathered the spare blankets, Nayate's small tunic, the carved wooden horse, the smooth river stones he'd played with. Her fingers brushed against the small buckskin pouch containing her own essential herbs yarrow, willow bark, sage, the memory of the broken arrow, marked with sage, lying just outside the back wall, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through her. Should she retrieve it, destroy it, leave it as a final, defiant message? No, better to leave it untouched, unseen by Samuel. It was part of the reckoning Coda promised, a reckoning she would have to face on her own terms, back in her own world. Her hand paused as she touched the small, carved wooden wren nestled beside Nayate. The child had fallen asleep again, exhausted perhaps by the undercurrents of fear. She picked up the wren, its smooth wood warm from Nayate's grasp. Samuel's words echoed. Wrens are small, but very brave. They sing even when storms gather, a symbol of resilience offered by a man wrestling with his own hidden griefs. She hesitated, then gently tucked the bird securely into Nayate's small travel bundle. Whatever its origins, whatever secrets it held for Samuel, it felt right that Nayate should keep it, a reminder of the unlikely sanctuary where his life was saved, and perhaps of the complex man who had gifted it. Samuel, watching her, seemed to understand her unspoken decision about the bird. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, then turned back to his own packing, a flicker of that familiar, quickly masked pain crossing his features. As they worked, a different kind of silence settled between them. Not the brittle, tense silence of the previous day, but a quieter, more somber atmosphere, imbued with the gravity of their impending departure and the shared understanding of the dangers they still faced. The barriers of suspicion and misunderstanding seemed less important now, overshadowed by the immediate need for cooperation, for survival. Ayana, Samuel said suddenly, pausing in his task. He straightened up, turning to face her fully. His expression was serious, his blue eyes holding an unusual directness. Before we leave, there are things, perhaps things you should know. Ayana looked up, surprised. Her heart gave a sudden lurch. Was he finally going to breach the wall of his reserve, explain the shadows in his eyes, the source of his grief? He hesitated, searching for words, running a hand over his jawline. This place, why I came here, it wasn't just idealism, not just wanting to make a difference. He looked away briefly, towards the unseen world beyond the canvas, then met her gaze again. his eyes clouded with remembered pain. There was a reason I left the East, a failure. Ayana waited, holding her breath, sensing the difficulty this confession cost him. I was practicing in Philadelphia. He began, his voice low, measured. Busy practice, respected, moderately successful. I was, engaged. He didn't need to elaborate. Ayana knew he meant the woman in the photograph. Her name was Clara. He spoke the name softly. Reverence and deep sorrow mingled in the single word. She was everything. He paused, gathering himself. There was an outbreak. Typhoid swept through the city like a fire. Hospitals were overwhelmed. Doctors worked day and night. I threw myself into it, trying to stem the tide. His gaze became distant, haunted. Clara? She volunteered at one of the makeshift wards. Against my strenuous objection, she was determined, compassionate, stubborn. A faint, sad smile touched his lips. She wanted to help. Like me. He drew a ragged breath. She contracted the fever. Swiftly, violently. I brought her home, cared for her myself, used every skill I possessed, every remedy I knew. His voice thickened, roughened by emotion. Poultices, quinine, cold baths. Nothing worked. The fever consumed her. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. She died in my arms, delirious, calling my name. The raw grief in his voice was palpable, filling the small tent, silencing even the moan of the wind outside. Ayana felt a profound ache in her own chest, an empathy that transcended cultural divides, suspicion, and personal fear. Loss was a universal language, and the devastation in his eyes needed no translation. Nayati's innocent observation echoed with chilling accuracy. He looks like father did. I blamed myself, Samuel continued, his voice barely a whisper now. Felt I had failed her, as her physician, as her protector. If I hadn't been so consumed by my work, perhaps, if I had forbidden her from volunteering, if my skills had been greater. The self-recrimination was a heavy weight in his voice. After she was gone, Philadelphia felt like a ghost town haunted by her memory, by my failure. My practice meant nothing. My reputation felt like a sham. He looked directly at Ayana, his eyes bleak. So I left, ran away perhaps, came out here to the frontier, partly seeking atonement maybe, partly seeking oblivion, a place where the need was so great, the challenges so immediate, that I wouldn't have time to think, to remember, a place where perhaps I could make a difference that actually mattered, unlike with Clara. The confession hung in the air, raw and painful. It explained so much the sadness Nayati had sensed, the fierce dedication to his patients, the underlying melancholy, perhaps even the hidden gun. Had he felt helpless then, vowed never to be so again? It didn't excuse the danger. His presence, intertwined with theirs, had attracted, but it reframed his motives, replacing suspicion with a profound, aching understanding. He wasn't hiding a sinister past. He was haunted by a tragic one. Ayana didn't know what to say. Words felt inadequate in the face of such raw grief. She thought of her own people's rituals for mourning, the shared wailing that allowed sorrow to be released, the ceremonies that honored the departed spirit and guided the living back towards balance. Samuel seemed to carry his grief alone, a solitary burden festering within him. Instinctively, wanting to offer some form of comfort that transcended words, she reached out. Not to touch him, the boundaries still felt too fraught for that, but towards his work table. She picked up the small pouch containing her own sacred herbs. From it, she carefully selected a tightly bound bundle of dried sage, the same plant used on the broken arrow, but here intended for a different purpose. She held it out to him. Samuel looked at the sage bundle, then at her, confusion warring with his grief. "For cleansing," Ayana said softly, speaking the trade tongue, though the concept felt deeper in her own language. "The smoke helps carry away sorrow, eases the spirit's path, honors the memory, but releases the living." It was a simple explanation of a complex spiritual practice, but she hoped he would understand the intent. Samuel stared at the sage bundle, then slowly, hesitantly, reached out and took it from her. His fingers brushed hers, and this time the jolt felt different, not unsettling awareness, but a spark of shared humanity, of understanding passing between two souls marked by loss. He looked down at the sage, turning it over in his hand, then met her eyes again. A flicker of profound gratitude, mingled with his enduring sorrow, shone in their depths. "Thank you, Ayana," he whispered, his voice thick. He didn't light it, perhaps unsure of the ritual, or perhaps the gesture itself was enough for now. He carefully placed the sage bundle among the few essential items he was packing in his medical bag, a tangible symbol of her offered solace amidst his tools of science. That shared moment of vulnerability, that exchange across the divide of their cultures, facilitated by the universal language of grief and the tentative offering of comfort, shifted the atmosphere in the tent once more. The suspicion that had poisoned the air seemed to dissipate, replaced by a fragile, somber understanding. They were still trapped, still facing immense danger, but they were no longer just a doctor and his patient's guardian, or a settler and a native woman. They were two people, scarred by their pasts, facing an uncertain future, bound by circumstance and a shared responsibility for the child sleeping peacefully nearby. Samuel took a deep breath, visibly pulling himself together, his professional demeanor reasserting itself, though softened now by the vulnerability he had shown. "All right," he said, his voice steadier. "Let's finish preparing. We leave at first light." They worked together then, a quiet efficiency replacing the earlier tension. They packed food, dried meat, cornmeal, Samuel's remaining biscuits. They rolled blankets tightly. Samuel ensured his essential medical supplies were secure. Ayana added a small pouch of Nayati's favorite berry pemmican she had hoarded, a taste of home for the difficult journey. As they worked side by side, Ayana found herself noticing things she hadn't allowed herself to see before, filtered as her perception had been by suspicion. She saw the fine lines of strain around Samuel's mouth, the dusting of gray beginning to appear at his temples despite his relative youth, the inherent kindness in the way he moved, even when preoccupied. She also saw, exposed by his confession, the deep well of sadness he carried, the scar left by Clara's death. Scars. Everyone carried them. She thought of the faint white line on her own hand, from a childhood fall onto sharp rocks. She thought of the deeper, invisible scars carried by her people, scars of loss, displacement, broken treaties. Coda carried scars of pride, perhaps, and the warrior's burden. And Samuel carried the raw scar of love lost to duty and disease. Scars were the body's language, the spirit's map, telling stories of survival, of pain endured. Perhaps understanding Samuel's scars, acknowledging her own, was the only way to navigate the treacherous path ahead. They finished their preparations as dusk began to settle, the light fading rapidly outside. The tent felt stripped bare now, ready for departure. Only the stove, the cots, and the few remaining logs remained. Samuel checked the ammunition in his revolver one last time, the click of the cylinder unnervingly loud in the quiet space. He tucked it securely away. Try and get some sleep, he advised, his voice quiet. Both of you. Tomorrow will be demanding. Ayana nodded, settling Nayati more comfortably, pulling the blankets high around him. She herself felt too wired, too apprehensive to sleep. She sat in the chair, wrapped in her own blanket, watching the flames dance in the stove, listening to the wind, preparing herself for the dawn, for the journey into the unknown, for the reckoning that awaited under the vast, indifferent sky. The language of scars had been spoken. Fragile bridges built over chasms of grief, but the fires on either side still burned bright. Chapter 14, Accusations in the Dust. Dawn broke cold and brittle over a landscape transformed. The storm had passed completely, leaving behind a world sculpted in blinding white snow under a sky of pale, washed-out blue. The air was sharp, crystalline, carrying sound with startling clarity. The distant ring of the blacksmith's hammer from the settlement, the sharp crack of a frozen tree branch somewhere in the pines, the crunch of Samuel's boots on the crusty snow just outside the tent flap where he stood, surveying the path ahead. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the tension of imminent departure. The fire in the stove had been allowed to die down to conserve the last precious logs, leaving a biting chill in the air that mirrored the anxiety gripping Ayana's heart. Nayati, bundled in layers of blankets until he resembled a small, sleepy bear, sat propped on his cot, clutching the carved wooden wren, his dark eyes wide as he watched the final preparations. Samuel's confession the previous evening, the shared vulnerability over Clara's memory, had forged a fragile understanding between them. But the harsh reality of their situation, the dangers pressing in from all sides, overshadowed any nascent trust. Samuel came back inside, stamping snow from his boots, his breath pluming in the cold air. "The drifts are deep, but the surface is frozen hard overnight," he reported, his tone practical, focused. "Travel will be slow, tiring but possible. We need to leave now, make the most of the light." He looked at Ayana, then at Nayati. "Ready?" Ayana took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Ready? No, resigned?" Yes, she nodded, forcing a confidence she didn't feel. She lifted Nayati, who felt heavier now, more substantial, a tangible sign of his recovery, yet still achingly small against the magnitude of the journey ahead. Samuel shouldered his medical bag and the larger bundle of blankets and supplies, his expression set, determined. Before unbolting the flap, Samuel paused, his gaze sweeping the small, now nearly empty tent, the scene of crisis, connection, confrontation, and confession. A complex mix of emotions flickered across his face, regret, perhaps, for the haven it had briefly been, resolve for the necessary escape. He met Ayana's eyes, a silent acknowledgement passing between them of all that had transpired within these thin canvas walls. Then he turned, slid back the heavy bolt, and pushed the flap aside, revealing the stark, sun-drenched, snow-covered world beyond. Stepping out felt like crossing a definitive threshold. The brightness was almost painful after the dimness of the tent, the cold biting deep. Ayana squinted against glare, pulling Nayati closer, shielding his face. Samuel took the lead, breaking trail through the deep drifts that lay between the tent and the faint track leading upwards, away from the settlement, towards the vast, imposing wall of the mountains. Their progress was agonizingly slow. Each step required effort, plunging through the deep snow, finding purchase on the frozen crust beneath. Samuel moved with grim determination, his shoulders set, his gaze constantly scanning the surrounding trees, the ridges above. Ayana followed in his tracks, her own muscles quickly beginning to burn with the exertion, Nayate's weight a growing burden in her arms. The child was quiet, watchful, his small hand clutching the wooden wren inside his blankets. They deliberately skirted the main paths leading directly into the settlement, aiming for a less used game trail that angled up the slope, hoping to avoid immediate detection. Yet the sounds of the waking town carried clearly on the cold air, a constant reminder of the hostility simmering just below them. A dog barked incessantly, a door slammed. Distant voices drifted, indistinct but unnerving. Ayana felt exposed, vulnerable, every shadow seeming to hold a potential threat. Coda, Sykes's men, or just the indifferent dangers of the wilderness. After nearly an hour of strenuous climbing, they paused for breath on a small, windswept rise that offered a vantage point, overlooking the raw gash of the settlement below and the winding river valley. Durango looked deceptively peaceful from this distance, and smoke curling lazily from chimneys, tiny figures moving along the main track, but Ayana knew the currents of fear and anger swirling beneath that calm facade. Sheriff Brady's warning echoed, "Not safe here, not anymore." Samuel scanned the valley below, his expression tense. He offered Ayana a small canteen. "Drink, and give some to Nayati. We need to keep our strength up." As Ayana helped Nayati sip the icy water, her gaze swept the path they had just climbed, and then she saw them. Figures emerging from the edge of the settlement, moving purposefully towards the base of the slope they were on. 5 men. Even from this distance, the bulk of one figure, the purposeful stride, looked chillingly familiar. Jed Sykes and his cronies. They weren't armed with rifles for hunting. They carried shotguns, pistols held loosely but ready. They weren't heading out for supplies. They were coming after them. "Samuel," Ayana breathed, her voice tight with panic, nodding subtly down the slope. Samuel followed her gaze, his body instantly tensing. He swore softly under his breath, a harsh, bitter sound. Damn them. Brady's warning wasn't enough. He quickly scanned their surroundings. The sparse pines on this exposed rise offered little cover. The game trail ahead climbed steeply, offering no easy escape. They were caught, exposed on the mountainside. "Can we outrun them?" Ayana asked, clutching Nayati tighter, her heart pounding. Samuel shook his head grimly, his eyes assessing the distance, the terrain, the speed of the approaching men. "Not carrying Nayati, not in this snow. They're moving faster on the lower slopes." He looked around again, desperation hardening his features. "There's a cluster of rocks, an outcrop, just ahead, maybe 50 yards. It's not much, but it's cover. We have to reach it." There was no time for discussion. Samuel grabbed the main supply bundle again, his medical bag bumping against his hip. "Go," he urged Ayana. "Move as fast as you can." Fear lent Ayana strength. Stumbling, sliding, her lungs burning in the thin, cold air, she plunged through the snow towards the dark cluster of granite boulders jutting from the white slope. Nayati clung to her, whimpering softly, sensing the terror. Samuel was right behind her, his longer legs churning through the drifts, his gaze flicking back towards their pursuers. Shouts erupted from below. "There they are, up there, the doc and the squaw." It was Sykes's unmistakable bellow, fueled by hate. A gunshot cracked, echoing sharply in the clear air. Snow kicked up harmlessly several yards to their left. They weren't aiming to hit, not yet, just to intimidate, to hurry them, perhaps to make them panic, fall. Ayana scrambled the last few yards, collapsing behind the largest boulder, gasping for breath, shielding Nayati with her body. Samuel threw himself down beside her, pulling the supply bundle close, his breathing harsh. He immediately drew his revolver, the dark metal stark against the white snow, checking the cylinder with swift, practiced movements. They peered cautiously around the edge of the rock. Sykes and his men were closer now, perhaps 200 yards away, beginning the steeper climb, slowed but not deterred by the deeper snow. They spread out slightly, moving from tree to tree where possible, using the terrain. "What do they want?" Ayana whispered, trembling. "To kill us?" Samuel's face was grim. His eyes narrowed slits as he watched their approach. "Maybe. Or maybe just drive us off, scare us away, or worse, try to take Nayad for the town's safety." The thought was chilling. Sykes is drunk on righteousness and whiskey. There's no telling what idiocy he's capable of. He raised the revolver slightly, resting his forearm on the rock for stability, sighting down the barrel towards the approaching men. Ayana stared at the gun, at the focused intensity in Samuel's face. This wasn't the gentle healer, the man haunted by grief. This was someone else, someone capable, dangerous, pushed into a corner. "Don't!" Ayana pleaded instinctively, grabbing his arm. "Samuel, no. Killing, it won't solve anything. It will only make it worse." He looked at her, his eyes hard, flinty. "Staying alive solves something, Ayana. If they get up here..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. He gently but firmly removed her hand from his arm. "I won't fire unless I absolutely have to. But I will defend us, defend him." His gaze flickered towards Nayati, his resolve absolute. Another shout from below. Sykes waved his arm, urging his men forward. They were closer now, within shouting distance, though their progress was slower on the steep, drifted slope. "Forrester!" Sykes bellowed, his voice raw with anger. "Give up the squaw and the brat! We know they brought disease, killed young Billy." The accusation, raw and ugly, hung in the cold air. Ayana flinched as if struck. They truly believed it, believed she was responsible for the boy's death. "He's lying, Sykes!" Samuel shouted back, his voice carrying clearly down the slope. "Billy Hatcher died because you shot him in a drunken rage. Leave us alone. We're leaving your town peacefully." "Peacefully?" Sykes laughed, a harsh barking sound. "After bringing your pestilence? After hiding spies?" He gestured vaguely towards the mountains behind them. "We know about the Ute buck skulking around too. You're in league with them." The accusation broadened, twisting Samuel's protection into conspiracy. Ayana felt despair wash over her. There was no reasoning with this kind of blind hatred. Sykes raised his shotgun, not aiming directly at them, but firing into the air. The blast roared, echoing off the mountainside. "Last chance for us to send him out, or we come get him, and it won't be pleasant." Samuel didn't reply. He remained steady behind the rock, his revolver held ready, his gaze fixed on the approaching men. They were closer now, maybe 100 yards, struggling upwards, their faces contorted with effort and malice. Ayana looked desperately around their small rocky sanctuary. It offered concealment, but little real protection against determined attackers. The slope behind them offered no easy escape route. They were pinned down. She thought of Coda. Where was he? Watching from the trees? Would he intervene? Or would he let the Naga destroy each other, seeing it as a fitting end? Her own knife felt pitifully inadequate against shotguns and pistols. One of Sykes's men, younger, bolder, scrambled ahead of the others. Finding a slightly clearer path, he raised his pistol, firing wildly towards their position. The bullet whined past, ricocheting off a rock face further up the slope with a sharp crack. Samuel didn't flinch. His own gun remained steady. "Stay down," he commanded Ayana, his voice low and tight. Ayana pulled Nayati closer, burying his face against her shoulder, murmuring frantic prayers to the spirits of the mountains, the spirits of her ancestors. "Protect us, guide us, show us a path." Then from higher up the slope, behind them came a sound that froze everyone in place, the unmistakable, piercing cry of a hawk, sharp and commanding. It wasn't a real hawk. It was a signal. Sykes and his men faltered, looking nervously up the mountain, their ascent momentarily forgotten. Samuel frowned, lowering his revolver slightly, glancing upwards as well, confused. Ayana's heart leaped. She knew that signal. It was sometimes used by youth hunting parties or warriors. Figures emerged from the screen of pines higher up the trail, moving with astonishing speed and silence, despite the deep snow. Not one, but 3 Ute warriors, armed with bows and rifles. Leading them, his face grim and set as stone, was Coda. He wasn't challenging Samuel now. His focus and the focus of the warriors with him was entirely on Sykes and his men struggling up the slope below. They fanned out slightly, taking positions behind trees and rocks, their weapons held ready, presenting a sudden, unexpected, and deadly threat to the townsmen. Sykes stared, his jaw dropping, his drunken bluster evaporating in the face of this new, terrifying reality. His men froze, uncertainty and fear clear on their faces. They were caught between the doctor's revolver below and the silent, menacing Utah warriors above. Coda stepped forward slightly, into clearer view, his rifle held loosely but purposefully across his chest. He didn't shout, didn't make threats. He simply stood there, a figure of implacable strength and authority. His presence a clear statement, this far and no further. The standoff stretched, tense and silent, broken only by the wind whistling over the ridge and the panicked breathing of Sykes's men. They looked at each other, then back at Sykes, their resolve crumbling. This wasn't the easy intimidation they had planned. This was something far more dangerous. One of the men started backing away slowly, lowering his pistol. Then another. Their nerve was broken. Sykes looked wildly from Coda above to Samuel below, his face a mask of impotent fury and dawning fear. He muttered a curse, then reluctantly, awkwardly, began to retreat down the slope, his men scrambling after him, eager to put distance between themselves and the silent warriors. They didn't look back. Within minutes, they were disappearing back towards the settlement, their chaotic retreat leaving trampled snow and the lingering scent of fear in the cold air. Silence returned to the mountainside, heavy and charged. Coda and his warriors remained in place, watchful, ensuring the threat was truly gone. Samuel slowly lowered his revolver, though he didn't holster it, his gaze fixed on Coda with a mixture of wary gratitude and deep uncertainty. Ayana let out a long, shuddering breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. They were safe, for now, saved, ironically, by the very man whose judgment she dreaded, the man who had threatened his own reckoning. Coda finally turned his gaze towards their rocky outcrop. He looked first at Nayati, held tight in Ayana's arms, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. Then his eyes met Ayana's. There was no anger in them now, only a deep, weary sadness and perhaps a question. Then his gaze, shifted to Samuel. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, not of friendship, not of alliance, but perhaps of grudging acknowledgement, a recognition, maybe, of Samuel's stand, of their shared opposition to the immediate threat posed by Sykes. Without a word, Coda turned and gestured to his men. As silently as they had appeared, they melted back into the pines, heading further up the mountain trail, leaving Ayanna and Samuel alone once more on the windswept slope, the dust of the confrontation settling around them, leaving behind only the stark reality of their perilous journey and the complex shifting allegiances of the frontier. Coda had issued his claim. Samuel had made his stand, and now fate, in the form of Uta warriors appearing at the critical moment, had intervened. But the respite felt temporary, the accusations hurled by Sykes still echoing, the future still shrouded in dangerous uncertainty. Chapter 15. An Uneasy Alliance. The silence that descended after Coda and his warriors vanished back into the high pines was profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind across the snow-laden slope and Nayate's soft, questioning murmur against Ayanna's shoulder. The immediate threat from Sykes and his men had evaporated, leaving behind a residue of fear and the sharp metallic tang of adrenaline. Ayanna remained crouched behind the boulder, her body trembling, her mind struggling to process the rapid shift in fortunes, the bewildering intervention. Coda, the embodiment of her people's judgment, the source of the promised reckoning, had just saved them. Samuel slowly lowered himself to sit on the snow-dusted rock beside her, the revolver still held loosely in his hand, his gaze fixed on the spot where Coda had disappeared. His face was a mask of conflicting emotions, relief, confusion, perhaps a grudging respect, all overlaid with the deep weariness of sustained tension. He finally holstered the weapon, the click of the safety seeming unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Well," he said after a long moment, his voice dry, understated. "That was unexpected." Unexpected was an understatement. It was baffling, contradictory. Why had Coda intervened? Was it purely to protect Nayati, a child of their tribe, regardless of the company he was in? Was it a strategic move, preventing bloodshed that might bring further repercussions down on their people from the settlement? Or was it something more personal, a complex interplay of pride, duty, and perhaps even a residual protectiveness towards Ayanna herself, despite his anger and possessive claims? His motives remained as opaque as the dense forest he had melted back into. Ayanna struggled to her feet, her legs shaky. Nayati stirred in her arms, looking around with wide, frightened eyes. "Are the angry men gone?" he whispered. "Yes, little one," Ayanna soothed, stroking his hair. "They are gone. Coda made them leave." Saying the name aloud felt strange, complicated. Samuel pushed himself up wearily, retrieving the supply bundles. "Whoever made them leave, they're gone for now, but this changes things." He scanned the slope below, then looked back up the steep trail ahead. "We can't stay here. Sykes might regroup, come back with more men, drunker, angrier. And Coda, his appearing like that, it confirms the town's suspicions about us being in league." He shook his head grimly. "We're caught even tighter between them now." He was right. Coda's intervention, while life-saving, had inadvertently deepened their peril with the settlers, confirming their fears of collusion. And it did nothing to resolve the underlying tension with Coda himself. His silent departure felt like a temporary reprieve, not a resolution. The reckoning still loomed. "We need to keep moving," Samuel decided, his voice firming with resolve. Higher. Put distance between us and the town. We need to reach the timberline before dusk if possible. Find shelter. He looked at Ayana, his gaze assessing her strength, Nayate's condition. Can you manage? Ayana nodded, though the thought of continuing the strenuous climb felt daunting. Adrenaline had carried her this far, but exhaustion was setting in. A deep ache in her muscles, a weariness in her spirit. Yet the image of Sykes's hate-filled face, the memory of the gunshot, propelled her forward. Staying here was not an option. Yes, we must. The climb resumed, harder now, the brief respite having allowed fatigue to take root. Samuel took the lead again, breaking trail with relentless determination, pausing frequently to allow Ayana to catch up, his concern for her and Nayati evident in his watchful eyes. He didn't speak much, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, grappling perhaps with the implications of Coda's appearance, the shifting dynamics of their situation. Ayana followed, mechanically, putting one foot in front of the other, her world narrowed to the struggle against the snow, the weight of the child in her arms, the burning in her lungs. Nayati, perhaps sensing the grim necessity, remained quiet, his small face pressed against her shoulder, occasionally tightening his grip on the carved wooden wren hidden within his blankets. As they climbed higher, the character of the landscape began to change. The scattered ponderosas gave way to denser stands of spruce and fir, their branches heavy with snow, creating a shadowed, hushed world. The wind was less biting here, buffered by the trees, but the silence felt deeper, more watchful. Ayana found her senses straining, listening for any sound beyond their own labored breathing, and the crunch of their steps, the snap of a twig, the distant call of a bird, any sign that they were not alone. Was Coda shadowing them? Or were other dangers lurking in these high, silent woods? They stopped again in a small clearing, sunlight filtering weakly through the dense canopy. Samuel shared out some dried meat and crumbled biscuit, insisting Ayana eat. As they rested, Samuel checked Nayati carefully, feeling his forehead, listening briefly to his breathing. He's holding up well, Samuel pronounced, relief evident in his voice. Tired, cold, but no fever, breathing is still clear. He looked at Ayana, his gaze softening with a shared sense of accomplishment amidst the peril. You're doing well too, but let me take him for a while. Give your arms a rest. Ayana hesitated. The thought of relinquishing Nayati, even for a short time, felt instinctively wrong, possessive. Yet her arms ached fiercely, and she knew Samuel was right. She needed to conserve her strength. And after his confession, after his stand against both Sykes and Coda, the suspicion that had previously made her reluctant to trust him with Nayati felt diminished. Not gone entirely, but overshadowed by a fragile, pragmatic trust born of shared adversity. Wordlessly, she nodded, carefully transferring the bundled child into Samuel's waiting arms. Nayati looked surprised for a moment, then settled against Samuel's chest without protest, burrowing into the unfamiliar warmth of the doctor's coat. Samuel adjusted the child's weight, his movements gentle, practiced. Seeing them together, the white doctor, haunted by his own losses, carefully carrying the Ute child he had saved, struck Ayana with a pang of complex emotion. It was a picture of the very thing that was causing so much danger, yet it also felt right in a fundamental, human way that defied the rigid boundaries of tribe and prejudice. Freed from Nayati's weight, Ayana felt momentarily lighter, though the relief was tempered by a strange sense of emptiness. She took the lead now, following the faint game trail, Samuel close behind her carrying Nayati and the heavier supply bundle. Her focus shifted from the physical burden to scanning the path ahead, reading the signs in the snow, listening to the forest's subtle language. They walked in silence for a long time, the only sounds their breathing and the rhythmic crunch of snow. The shared task, the reversed roles, created a different kind of intimacy, a quiet partnership dictated by the demands of the trail. Ayana pointed out a set of deer tracks, fresh since the storm, indicating a possible water source nearby. Samuel, in turn, noticed a patch of snow showing signs of recent disturbance, suggesting someone else might have passed this way not long ago, Coda perhaps, or someone else entirely. They communicated with nods, gestures, brief, essential words, an understanding developing between them based on shared observation and immediate need. This enforced proximity, this reliance on each other for survival, began to subtly erode the remaining barriers between them. Ayana found herself thinking less about Samuel's hidden past, less about the ghost of Clara, and more about the man beside her. His resilience, his quiet competence, his moments of vulnerability. She remembered his gentle handling of Nayati, his fierce defense against Sykes, his quiet acceptance of her sage bundle. These were not the actions of a man driven solely by guilt or atonement, she realized. There was a core of genuine decency, of inherent strength, beneath the layers of grief and reserve. Likewise, she sensed a shift in Samuel's perception of her. He watched her navigate the trail, her movements sure despite her fatigue, her knowledge of the terrain instinctive. He listened when she pointed out potential hazards or signs of animal activity. He no longer saw her merely as a patient's guardian or a representative of a distrusted people, or even perhaps as a reminder of the compassion that had cost Clara her life. He saw her, she felt, as an individual, capable, resilient, navigating her own complex loyalties and fears, an equal partner in this desperate journey. An uneasy alliance born of fire and ice was being forged between them on the silent, snowy trail. As the afternoon light began to wane, the temperature dropping rapidly, they finally reached a denser section of forest near the timberline. Samuel called a halt near a rocky overhang that offered some natural shelter from the wind and accumulating snow. "We'll make camp here for the night," he declared, easing Nayati gently down onto a spread blanket. "It's not ideal, but pushing further in the dark is too risky." While Samuel gathered dry wood from beneath low-hanging spruce branches, a skill Ayana noted with silent approval, she cleared a space near the rock face, scraping away the snow down to the frozen earth. Working together, they soon had a small, cautiously shielded fire crackling, its warmth and light pushing back the encroaching gloom and the biting cold. The scent of burning spruce filled the small shelter, mingling with the aroma of the simple broth Samuel heated over the flames. They huddled close to the fire, sharing the meager meal, Nayati nestled warmly between them. The child, exhausted but seemingly unharmed by the day's ordeal, pointed towards the flames, like home fire. He murmured sleepily, "Yes, little one." Ayana agreed softly, "Like home." The word hung in the air, poignant and double-edged. Samuel looked from Nayati to Ayana, his expression thoughtful in the flickering firelight. He seemed about to speak, perhaps to revisit the difficult conversation about their diverging paths, but he hesitated. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and drew out the small bundle of sage Ayana had given him. He held it for a moment, then leaned towards the fire. Carefully, deliberately, he touched the tip of the sage bundle to a glowing ember. It began to smolder, releasing a thin tendril of pungent, silvery smoke that curled upwards into the cold night air. The scent, sharp and clean, cut through the smell of wood smoke, carrying with it centuries of ritual, of purification, of connection to the spirit world. Samuel didn't attempt any specific ritual. He simply held a smoldering sage, allowing the smoke to drift around their small campsite, cleansing the air, perhaps cleansing the space between them. He held it towards Nayati, letting the smoke waft gently over the sleeping child, then towards Ayana, a silent offering. Ayana closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the sacred scent, feeling a measure of peace settle over her troubled spirit. Finally, Samuel held the sage towards himself, letting the smoke wash over him before carefully extinguishing the bundle against a rock, preserving it for potential future use. It was a profound gesture, an acknowledgement of her ways, an acceptance of her offering, performed with quiet respect. It was his way, perhaps, of acknowledging the complexity of their situation, the merging of their worlds in this small circle of firelight, the uneasy alliance forged between healer and herbalist, settler and native, man and woman, under the vast, indifferent gaze of the mountains. They sat in silence for a long time after that, watching the fire dance, listening to the wind sighing through the high branches. The dangers hadn't vanished. Coda's reckoning still awaited. The threat from the town still lingered below. Their paths would inevitably diverge. But in this moment, huddled together against the cold and the darkness, sharing the warmth of the fire and the lingering scent of sage, a fragile truce held, an understanding, deeper than words, passed between them, an acknowledgement of shared humanity, shared vulnerability, and the complex, unpredictable currents that had drawn their disparate lives together in this crucible of the frontier. The alliance was uneasy, fraught with peril and uncertainty, but for tonight, under the silent stars beginning to prick the clearing sky, it felt real. Chapter 16, Where Loyalties Lie Buried. The fire, carefully banked by Samuel to conserve precious fuel, cast flickering, unreliable shadows across the rock face of their makeshift shelter. Outside, the wind had dropped to an intermittent whisper through the high spruce branches, and the sky, glimpsed through gaps in the dense canopy, blazed with the cold, distant intensity of countless stars. The profound silence of the high mountains pressed in, broken only by the occasional pop and hiss from the embers and the soft, rhythmic breathing of Nayati, asleep between them, cocooned in blankets and clutching the small wooden wren. Ayana sat huddled close to the dying fire, pulling her own blanket tighter against the penetrating cold. Sleep felt impossibly distant. Her body ached with the unaccustomed exertion of the climb, but her mind was relentlessly active, replaying the events of the past few days, the desperate flight from the village, the terrifying vigil in Samuel's tent, Coda's furious confrontation, Sykes's murderous rage, the tense standoff on the mountainside, Coda's baffling intervention. It felt like a lifetime compressed into mere days, each moment fraught with impossible choices and shifting dangers. Beside her, Samuel sat leaning back against the cold rock, his eyes closed, though Ayana doubted he was truly asleep. The firelight played across his face, softening the lines of exhaustion and stress, revealing again the underlying structure of grief he carried. His confession about Clara, His quiet use of the sage bundle she had given him, these moments of shared vulnerability, had irrevocably altered her perception of him. The stark lines of suspicion had blurred, replaced by a complex tapestry of empathy, gratitude, lingering caution, and an unsettling awareness she still struggled to name. Where did her loyalties lie now? The question echoed with the force of Coda's accusations. Duty dictated loyalty to her tribe, to her father, to the ways of her ancestors. Tradition dictated loyalty, or at least acceptance of Coda as her intended. Survival, Nayati's survival, had demanded seeking help from Samuel, accepting his protection. Gratitude demanded she acknowledge the debt she owed him, not just for his medical skill, but for his courage in defending them. But where did her heart lie? That was the most treacherous question of all, one she had never dared to ask herself before this tumultuous journey forced her hand. She thought of Coda, strong, proud, fiercely devoted to their people, yet rigid in his thinking, possessive in his claim on her, blinded by his hatred of the Naga. His appearance on the ridge had been life-saving, yet deeply confusing. Had he acted out of concern for Nayati, out of a sense of tribal responsibility, or out of a warrior's instinct to counter the aggression of the settlers, regardless of who else was involved? His silent departure offered no answers, leaving only the weight of his earlier threat, the promise of a reckoning. Facing him again, back in the familiar context of their village, felt like facing an insurmountable wall of judgment. Could she ever make him understand her choices? Did she even want to? Then she thought of Samuel, the outsider, the Tawa'ak, the man whose people represented the forces disrupting her entire world. Yet he had shown kindness when she was desperate, skill when her own knowledge failed, courage when confronted, vulnerability when she least expected it. He carried his own deep scars, his own burdens. He respected her ways, even incorporating her offering of sage into their fragile sanctuary. He looked at her, she sensed now, not just as a squaw or a patient's guardian, but as Ayana. This growing connection, this fragile tendril of understanding across the vast cultural divide, felt both profoundly comforting and deeply dangerous. It threatened the foundations of her identity, the loyalties she had always taken for granted. Nayati stirred beside her, murmuring something in his sleep, his small hand tightening its grip on the carved wren. Ayana gently tucked the blanket more securely around him. He was the reason she was here, caught in this impossible position. Her primary loyalty, overriding all else, was to him, to his safety, his future. But what did that future look like now? Returning to the village meant returning Nayati to his family, his culture. But it also meant facing the consequences of her actions, Coda's wrath, the potential disruption her association with Samuel might cause within the tribe. Staying wasn't an option, not truly. Their paths, Samuel's and hers, inevitably diverged. He had his own life to rebuild, his own ghosts to appease. She belonged with her people, in the mountains that held her ancestors' spirits. Can't sleep either? Samuel's voice, low and quiet, startled her out of her reverie. He had opened his eyes, watching her in the dim firelight, his expression thoughtful. Ayana shook her head. Too much noise. Inside. She gestured vaguely towards her head. He nodded slowly, understanding unspoken. The quiet lets the thoughts grow loud. He shifted slightly, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, staring into the glowing embers, thinking about tomorrow, about going back. Yes, she admitted. And about Coda. Samuel was silent for a moment, his gaze distant. His appearance today, it saved us. I don't understand why. He acted to protect Nayati, Ayana said, choosing the simplest, most defensible explanation. The child is of our tribe. It is a warrior's duty. Perhaps, Samuel conceded, though his tone suggested he suspected more complex motives. But his quarrel seemed as much with me and with you as with Sykes. He looked at her directly then, his blue eyes searching hers in the flickering light. His claim, she is mine. It wasn't just words, was it? He meant it. Ayana felt her cheeks flush. She looked away towards the fire. It is arranged by our families long ago. But not by you, Samuel pressed gently, echoing his question from the night before, a question made more potent now by Coda's violent assertion. This time Ayana couldn't evade. The vulnerability they had shared, the stark realities they faced, seemed to demand honesty, however difficult. It is tradition, she said slowly, choosing her words carefully in the trade tongue. Respect for elders, for family ties. It is important. Coda, he is a strong warrior. Respected, he follows the traditions. She paused, searching for the right way to express the conflict within her. But his heart, sometimes it is closed, hard, like stone. She thought of his rigid hatred, his possessiveness. He sees only Ute ways as right. All others are wrong, weak. And you? Samuel asked softly. Do you see the world that way? Ayana met his gaze again, holding it steadily this time. I see that healing comes in many forms, she said, thinking of his medicine, her herbs. I see that courage can live in unexpected hearts. Her gaze lingered on his face, acknowledging his bravery. I see that grief touches everyone. She paused, drawing a deep breath. Coda's path, it feels narrow now. Too narrow for? She hesitated, unable to fully articulate the expansion. She felt within herself the questioning of old certainties sparked by this journey. For all that I have seen. Samuel held her gaze, a profound stillness settling over him. He seemed to understand the depth of her admission, the quiet rebellion against tradition expressed in her words, the shift in her own perspective. He didn't offer opinions, didn't try to influence her further. He simply listened, his eyes reflecting a deep, compassionate understanding that felt more validating than any explicit agreement could have. Loyalties can be complicated, he said after a long silence, his voice barely above a whisper. Sometimes the lines we think are clear blur. Sometimes the hardest path is choosing which loyalty truly matters most. He spoke as if from deep personal experience, the ghost of Clara hovering unspoken between them. Had he faced similar choices, torn between duty and love, tradition and personal conviction? Ayana nodded, feeling a strange sense of kinship with this man from a different world, united by the shared human experience of wrestling with difficult choices, conflicting duties. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the air, briefly illuminating their faces, highlighting the weariness, the uncertainty, but also the fragile thread of connection woven between them in the darkness. Where did her loyalties lie buried? Perhaps they weren't buried at all, but actively being unearthed, re-examined, redefined by the crucible of this experience. Loyalty to Nayati was paramount. Loyalty to her people, to their survival and well-being remained essential. But loyalty to tradition simply for tradition's sake, loyalty to Coda's possessive claim, those felt different now, less absolute, more open to question. And what of loyalty to herself, to the truths she was discovering about the world, about her own heart? That was the most terrifying loyalty of all, demanding a courage she wasn't sure she possessed. As if sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the weight of their unspoken thoughts, Samuel gently stirred the embers, bringing a brief flare of warmth and light. "We should try to rest," he said softly. "Tomorrow requires all our strength." He settled back against the rock, closing his eyes again. Ayana pulled her blanket tighter, watching the dying flames. The conversation had offered no easy answers, solved none of their immediate problems, yet something had shifted. A layer of pretense had been stripped away, revealing the complex human hearts beneath the labels of settler and native. An understanding had been reached, not necessarily of agreement, but of shared complexity, shared struggle. She didn't know what the dawn would bring, what waited for them further up the mountain trail, or back in the village where Coda's reckoning awaited. She didn't know how her path and Samuel's would ultimately diverge, but as she finally drifted towards an uneasy sleep, lulled by the rhythmic breathing of the child beside her and the dying sighs of the fire, she felt a flicker of something new amidst the fear and uncertainty. A sense of clarity, perhaps, a quiet determination to face the future, not bound solely by the loyalties dictated by the past, but guided by the truths, however difficult, unearthed in the heart of the storm. The uneasy alliance forged in firelight felt less like a temporary truce now, and more like a necessary companionship. Two scarred souls navigating the treacherous terrain where old loyalties lay buried and new paths remained terrifyingly unmapped. Chapter 17. The Price of Defiance. The pre-dawn air held a crystalline stillness, so cold it seemed to crackle. Stars still glittered with fierce intensity overhead, but a faint pearlescent glow was beginning to bloom along the eastern horizon, promising a clear, frigid day. The small fire had died down to a bed of dull red embers, offering little warmth against the penetrating chill of the high altitude. Ayana shivered beneath her blankets, awake long before the first true light, her mind already racing ahead to the dangers and uncertainties of the day's journey. Beside her, Samuel stirred, pushing himself stiffly upright. He moved quietly, efficiently, coaxing the embers back to life with small twigs and precious shavings of dry bark, adding a few of the remaining logs carefully. Soon, a small fire flickered again, casting dancing shadows on the rock overhang and their weary faces. He offered Ayana a tin mug of melted snow water, warmed slightly over the flames. She accepted it gratefully, the warmth seeping slowly into her chilled hands. Nayati woke soon after, blinking sleepily in the firelight. He seemed stronger this morning, less listless, the resilience of childhood asserting itself. He accepted the offered water and a small piece of dried meat without complaint, his dark eyes watchful, absorbing the quiet tension that still simmered beneath the surface despite the previous night's fragile truce. He clutched the carved wooden wren tightly, as if sensing its significance as a talisman against the unknown. They broke camp quickly, efficiently, spurred by the need to move before the sun rose fully, before potential watchers, Coda's warriors, or vengeful townsfolk might spot their small fire or their tracks. Blankets were rolled, the few remaining supplies secured, the fire carefully doused with snow until only a dark patch of steaming earth remained. Samuel took Nayati first, settling the child securely against his chest, freeing Ayana to navigate the potentially treacherous terrain ahead. The climb upwards from their makeshift camp was steep and difficult. The snow, though settled slightly, remained deep, demanding strenuous effort with each step. They moved through the hushed twilight of the dense spruce forest, the air thin and biting. Ayana led the way, her knowledge of the mountains guiding her along the faint game trail, her senses hyper-alert, scanning the trees, listening for any sound that seemed out of place. Samuel followed steadily, his breathing controlled despite the altitude and his burden, his gaze constantly moving, assessing potential threats. They spoke little, conserving their breath, communicating mostly through gestures and brief, essential observations about the trail conditions. Yet the silence felt different from previous days. The shared vulnerability of the night before, Samuel's confession, her own tentative articulation of her shifting loyalties, had created a subtle change. The space between them felt less charged with suspicion, more imbued with a quiet shared understanding of their mutual reliance, their intertwined fate, at least for the duration of this perilous journey. Ayana found herself acutely aware of his presence behind her, a steady rhythm of crunching snow, a solidness that felt reassuring, despite the inherent complexities. As the sun finally crested the eastern peaks, flooding the high slopes with brilliant blinding light, they emerged from the dense timber onto a more open, windswept ridge. The view was breathtaking, range upon range of snow-covered peaks stretching to the horizon, bathed in the clear morning light. But the beauty was stark, unforgiving. They were exposed here, visible for miles. And they were not alone. Standing silhouetted against the bright eastern sky, perhaps 100 yards further along the ridge they needed to cross, was a solitary figure, tall, imposing, instantly recognizable, even at this distance. Coda. He wasn't armed with a rifle this time, at least not visibly. He stood motionless, his arms crossed over his chest, simply watching their approach. He wasn't blocking their path directly, but his presence was an unavoidable, ominous challenge. He hadn't left. He hadn't abandoned his promised reckoning. He was waiting. Ayana's heart sank. She stopped, instinctively pulling back slightly. Samuel came up beside her, his hand automatically going to the revolver hidden beneath his coat. He swore softly, his breath misting in the cold air. Damn him! Persistent. What does he want? Ayana whispered, her voice trembling slightly despite herself. To talk, maybe? Samuel guessed grimly. Or to finish what he started yesterday. Make his claim stick. He looked at Ayana, his expression hardening with protective resolve. We don't have to engage him. We can try to go around, drop down into the next valley. Ayana considered. Trying to evade Coda felt cowardly, delaying the inevitable, and dropping down into unknown terrain might be even more dangerous, slower. More importantly, she realized with a sudden surge of clarity she didn't want to evade him. Not anymore. Samuel's questions, her own internal wrestling had brought her to a point. She needed to face Coda not just as the woman tradition dictated he claim, but as Ayana, the individual who had made her own choices, however difficult. The reckoning was here, and she had to meet it. No, she said, her voice surprisingly firm. I need to speak with him, alone. Samuel looked at her sharply, surprise and concern warring in his eyes. Ayana, that's not wise. He's angry, possessive. Look what he did yesterday. Yesterday he was confronted by you, by the Naga ways he despises, Ayana countered, meeting his gaze steadily. This is between him and me now, between Yudas. It is our way to settle this. She took a deep breath. Please, Samuel, stay here. Keep Nayati safe. Let me face him. Samuel hesitated, clearly torn. His instinct was to protect, to intervene, as he had done before. But he saw the resolve in her eyes, the quiet determination. Perhaps he remembered her words from the night before, about Coda's path feeling too narrow. Perhaps he recognized her need to claim her own agency in this conflict that had, until now, been largely defined by the men around her. All right, he said finally, reluctantly. But Ayana, be careful. If he tries anything. He left the threat unspoken, his hand resting significantly near his weapon. Shout, I'll be right here. Ayana nodded her gratitude. She gently took Nayati from Samuel's arms, hugging the child close for a moment, whispering reassurance before handing him back. Nayati clung to Samuel, his small face buried in the doctor's coat, sensing the tension. Taking another steadying breath, Ayana turned and began walking slowly, deliberately, across the windswept ridge towards the solitary, waiting figure of Coda. Each step felt heavy, momentous. The snow crunched loudly under her moccasins in the vast silence. The wind whipped strands of her dark hair across her face, stinging her eyes, but she kept her gaze fixed on Coda, her chin held high. This was her choice, her defiance, and she would meet its price. As she drew closer, she could see his face more clearly. The thunderous rage of yesterday was gone, replaced by a cold, hard mask of judgment. His eyes were narrowed, watching her approach, betraying nothing. He didn't move, didn't speak, simply waited, forcing her to come to him, to acknowledge his silent authority. She stopped a few paces away, maintaining a small distance. The wind tugged at her tunic, emphasizing her isolation against the vast, indifferent backdrop of the mountains. Coda, she said, her voice quiet but clear, carrying easily in the still air. She spoke in Ute. He remained silent for a long moment, his gaze sweeping over her, taking in her appearance, her weariness, perhaps, but also the undeniable resolve in her stance. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, devoid of warmth, sharp as obsidian. You walk with him still, he stated, nodding almost imperceptibly back toward Samuel and Nayati, who waited like statues further down the ridge, after my warning, after the blood spilled in the white man's town because of your presence. Billy Hatcher's death was Sykes's doing, not mine, Ayana countered, keeping her voice steady, refusing to be cowed by his accusatory tone. And I walked this path because Nayati needed healing the white doctor could provide, a healing our own ways this time could not. Coda's lip curled slightly. So, you say? You chose his weak magic over the strength of our people. You chose his company over the honor of your tribe. He stepped closer, his voice dropping, becoming more intense. You shame your father. You shame the memory of your mother. And you shame the bond that ties you to me. The bond our fathers made, Ayana corrected quietly but firmly. A bond I never chose. The words hung in the air, stark and defiant. It was the first time she had ever voiced such dissent aloud, questioning the bedrock of tradition that governed their lives. Coda stared at her, momentarily stunned, speechless, his eyes widening fractionally in disbelief, then narrowing again with a dangerous glint. You dare? He whispered, his voice vibrating with controlled fury. You dare question the wisdom of the elders, the path laid out for you? He took another step, closing the distance between them, invading her space. Has the white man poisoned your mind as well as your loyalty? The white man showed me kindness when I was desperate, Ayana retorted, standing her ground, refusing to back away. He showed skill that saved Nayati. He showed courage facing Sykes and facing you. What he has shown me is that strength and weakness, wisdom and folly are not divided simply by the color of skin or the ways we practice. He is Naga, Coda spat the word. His people take our land, kill our game, break their promises. They bring sickness and sorrow. How can you defend him? How can you stand beside him? I do not defend his people's actions, Ayana said, her voice ringing with conviction. Those are truths that burn us all. But Samuel Forrester, he is one man, a man who carries his own grief, a man who acted with honor towards me, towards the child. She met Coda's furious gaze without flinching. Perhaps it is you, Coda, whose hatred blinds you to the truth of the individual heart. Her defiance, her refusal to bow to his anger, to simply accept his judgment, seemed to infuriate him beyond measure. His hand shot out, clamping onto her arm again, his fingers digging into the bruise he'd left the day before. Ayana cried out, stumbling back. You will learn respect, Ayana, Coda snarled, his face contorted with rage and wounded pride. You are Ute. You belong with your people. You belong with me. You will come back, and you will be cleansed of this filth, this weakness. Before Ayana could react, before Samuel could even shout a warning from down the ridge, another figure burst from the screening trees just behind Coda. It was one of the warriors who had been with Coda the day before, younger, his face grim. He spoke rapidly to Coda in urgent Ute. Coda! Riders! Below on the main valley trail! Naga rider's arm looks like a posse from the town. Coda instantly released Ayana, whirling around, his personal fury forgotten in the face of this new, larger threat. He peered intently down into the valley. Ayana followed his gaze. Far below, tiny figures on horseback were indeed moving along the snow-covered track leading up from Durango, heading into the mountains. A posse, likely searching for Sykes's missing adversaries, inflamed by the killing, seeking rough justice. The situation had shifted again, instantly, dangerously. Their personal confrontation was dwarfed by the reality of the armed settlers pushing into Ute territory, potentially triggering a wider conflict. Coda made a swift decision. He barked orders to the warrior, who nodded and disappeared back into the trees, likely to alert others, prepare an ambush, or simply fade away to avoid confrontation. Coda turned back, his gaze sweeping over Ayana, then lingering on Samuel and Nayati down the ridge. His expression was unreadable now, caught between his personal grievance and the larger threat to his people. He looked back at Ayana, his eyes hard. This changes nothing between us, he stated coldly. The reckoning is only delayed. But these fools, he spat contemptuously towards the valley, they bring death to these mountains. Go! Take the child, get him to safety, warn the village. He pointed towards a barely visible trail leading higher into the rugged peaks. That path is quickest. Avoid the main valleys. Go now before they cut you off. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't understanding. It was a pragmatic command, driven by the immediate overriding danger posed by the posse. He was choosing the safety of the tribe, the avoidance of wider conflict, over his personal desire for retribution, at least for now. Without another word, without a backward glance, Coda turned and plunged into the trees, disappearing as swiftly as his warrior had done, leaving Ayana standing alone on the windswept ridge, trembling, her arm throbbing, her mind reeling. She had defied him. She had questioned tradition. She had spoken her truth, and the price for now seemed to be a temporary, pragmatic reprieve, overshadowed by a larger threat. She looked down the ridge toward Samuel, who was already moving towards her, his face etched with concern. Nayati held tightly in his arms. The posse was coming. The reckoning was delayed, not averted. Her defiance had bought them time, perhaps, but the path ahead remained fraught with peril, caught between the smoldering fires of two hostile worlds. Chapter 18. Whispers of a Forgotten Grave. Coda's abrupt departure, driven by the looming threat of the approaching posse, left Ayana trembling on the exposed ridge, the icy wind whipping around her, mirroring the turbulent storm within. The confrontation had been shorter, more fraught with external danger than she'd anticipated. Yet the core of it remained lodged in her heart like a shard of obsidian. Her defiance, his barely contained fury, the chilling promise of a delayed reckoning. She had spoken truths she hadn't known she possessed the courage to voice, challenging not just Coda, but the foundations of tradition that had always defined her world. The cost of that defiance was yet to be fully paid, she knew, but in the immediate aftermath, a strange sense of lightness mingled with the fear, the lightness of having finally stood her ground. Samuel reached her side quickly, his eyes scanning her face, then dropping to the fresh marks Coda's fingers had left on her arm. A muscle twitched in his jaw, but he suppressed whatever angry comment rose to his lips, his immediate focus shifting to the urgent danger Coda had warned of. "He's right," Samuel said tersely, his gaze sweeping the valley below where the distant figures of the posse continued their slow advance. "We need to move. Now. Which way?" He looked at her, implicitly trusting her knowledge of these high trails, acknowledging her lead in this terrain. Ayana pointed towards the faint track Coda had indicated, leading higher into the rugged, snow-choked peaks, away from the more traveled valleys. "That way. It's harder, steeper, but less likely they will follow far. It leads towards the hidden passes near." She hesitated, reluctant to name specific landmarks sacred to her people, even to Samuel now. "Towards safer ground." "Lead on," Samuel said simply, adjusting Nayati's weight in his arms. The child was awake again, watching everything with wide, solemn eyes, seemingly understanding the need for quiet haste. They plunged off the exposed ridge, following Ayana into the relative shelter of the high-altitude forest. The trail Coda had indicated was barely discernible, little more than a game track winding steeply upwards through deep drifts and dense thickets of wind-stunted pine and tangled aspen. The going was brutal, far harder than the path they had taken earlier. Each step was a struggle, sinking deep into powdery snow, scrambling over hidden rocks and fallen logs concealed beneath the white blanket. The air grew thinner, colder, biting at their lungs. Ayana moved with instinctive certainty, her fatigue momentarily forgotten, driven by the urgency of escape and her innate knowledge of the mountain's secret ways. She scanned the snow for tracks, listened to the subtle sounds of the forest, chose the path of least resistance, however steep. Samuel followed doggedly, his strength taxed by the altitude, the difficult terrain, and the burden of the child. Yet his determination never wavered. He placed his trust in her completely now, his survival, and Nayati's dependent on her guidance. This shared struggle, this absolute reliance on each other stripped down to its most basic elements, forged a deeper connection than words or confessions ever could. They moved as a unit, anticipating each other's needs, Ayana pausing to allow Samuel to catch his breath, Samuel offering a steadying hand on treacherous icy patches, their movements synchronized by the rhythm of survival. The earlier complexities Coda's claim, Clara's ghost, cultural divides seemed to recede, dwarfed by the immediate, overwhelming imperative to keep moving, to stay ahead of the unseen pursuit. Hours passed in a grueling blur of climbing, scrambling, pushing through deep snow. The sun climbed high overhead, its warmth negligible at this altitude. They stopped only for brief, essential rests, sips of icy water, mouthfuls of dried meat chewed quickly, hurried checks on Nayati, who remained remarkably stoic, huddled silently in Samuel's arms, or, when Samuel's arms gave out, transferred carefully to Ayana's back, secured in a makeshift sling fashioned from a blanket. The child's resilience was a quiet inspiration, a testament to the strength returning to his small body. Late in the afternoon, as shadows began to lengthen again, stretching long and blue across the snow, Ayana led them into a narrow, hidden canyon, its sheer rock walls providing shelter from the wind and, hopefully, concealment from searching eyes. A small, partially frozen stream trickled through the canyon floor, banked by snow-heavy firs. It felt secluded, remote, a place few would know or venture into. "We rest here," Ayana declared, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. "Longer this time, and we need water. Nayati needs warmth." Samuel nodded his agreement, carefully easing Nayati down onto a spread blanket near the base of a protective rock face. He immediately set about gathering dry twigs from beneath the low-hanging branches, his movement stiff but efficient. Ayana, meanwhile, knelt by the stream, breaking through a thin layer of ice to fill their canteen with numbingly cold water. As Samuel coaxed a small, smokeless fire to life using skills honed by necessity, Ayana checked Nayati thoroughly. He was cold, tired, but his breathing remained clear, his eyes alert, no sign of returning fever. Relief washed over her again, potent and fierce, whatever awaited them. She had fulfilled her primary duty. Nayati was alive, recovering. They huddled around the small fire, sharing the last of their dried meat and the remaining cornmeal, cooked into a thin, hot mush. The warmth seeped into their chilled bodies, easing the deep ache of fatigue. Nayati, revived by the food and warmth, looked around the narrow canyon with curiosity. "Where are we, Ayana?" he asked. Ayana hesitated. This place held significance for her people, though not in a way usually shared with children or outsiders. It was known as the Canyon of Whispering Stones, a place sometimes used for solitary vision quests, a place rumored to hold echoes of the past. Near its head, deeper into the mountains, lay a place seldom visited, a cluster of old, unmarked burial cairns, remnants of an earlier people or perhaps forgotten ancestors lost long ago. It wasn't considered haunted in a frightening way, more resonant with memory. "It is a quiet place, sir," Ayana answered evasively. "A hidden place, safe for now." Samuel, listening intently as he sipped the hot mush, caught the slight hesitation in her voice, the careful choice of words. He looked around the narrow canyon, his gaze sharp, analytical, despite his exhaustion. He noted the stillness, the sense of profound isolation, the way the rocks seemed to absorb sound. "Feels old," he commented quietly, more to himself than to her, "like it holds stories." Ayana glanced at him, surprised by his perception. He had a sensitivity to place that she hadn't fully recognized before. perhaps honed by his own introspective nature, his own grappling with the past. As darkness began to settle into the canyon, deepening the shadows, painting the snow-laden rock walls in shades of purple and indigo, a profound silence fell. The fire crackled softly. The stream murmured nearby. Nayati finally drifted off to sleep, lulled by warmth and exhaustion, the carved wren still clutched loosely in his hand. Samuel added a few more precious twigs to the fire, then settled back against the rock face beside Ayana. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the shared ordeal of the day creating a bond that needed no words. The physical proximity, necessary for warmth, felt less awkward now, more natural, a simple sharing of space against the vast indifference of the wilderness. Ayana, Samuel said finally, his voice low, reflective. What Coda said about the reckoning, what does that mean? For you? The question was direct, yet asked not with accusation but with genuine concern, perhaps mingled with a sense of responsibility for the danger she now faced, partly because of him. Ayana stared into the fire, the flames dancing in her eyes. How could she explain the complex web of tribal justice, family honor, personal shame, and Coda's wounded pride? It means, she began slowly, searching for words, that my choices will be judged by the council of elders, by my father, by Coda. She traced a pattern on the frozen ground with a twig, defying tradition, seeking help from outside, standing against my intended. These are serious things. The consequences. She shook her head, unable to articulate the potential severity, shunning, displacement, a forced union with Coda to restore honor, perhaps. They could be heavy. Because you chose to save a child's life? Samuel asked, a note of incredulity, of anger entering his voice. Because you sought help where it could be found? Because you defended yourself against his claim? It is not so simple, Ayana sighed, weariness settling deep into her bones. To Coda, to some others, my actions look like weakness, betrayal, a turning away from our ways. Fear of the Naga runs deep, Samuel, fed by years of broken promises, stolen land, lost lives, trusting one of you, especially for one of us. She looked at him pointedly. It breaks a powerful taboo. Samuel absorbed her words, his expression somber. He reached out almost unconsciously and gently touched the bruise Coda's fingers had left on her arm. Ayana flinched slightly at the contact but didn't pull away. His touch was light, careful, conveying not possession but empathy, anger on her behalf. No tradition, he said quietly, fiercely, his eyes meeting hers, gives a man the right to harm you, Ayana. No loyalty demands you accept such brutality. His gaze held hers, intense, unwavering. What you did, seeking help, defending Nayati, standing up for yourself, that wasn't weakness, that was courage. Extraordinary courage. His words, spoken with such quiet conviction, landed like balm on her bruised spirit. He saw her defiance not as betrayal, but as strength. He understood, or was trying to understand, the impossible position she was in, the price she might have to pay. Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time they weren't tears of fear or shame, but of a profound, unexpected gratitude for his understanding, his validation. He released her arm, his hand dropping away, leaving a lingering warmth. The air between them felt charged again, but differently now. The fragile alliance, forged in danger, deepened by shared vulnerability, seemed to solidify into something more personal, more resonant. A connection forged not just by circumstance, but by mutual respect, by a recognition of the scars they both carried. As the fire died down further, casting the canyon into deeper shadow, Ayana found her thoughts drifting back to the stories associated with this place: the whispering stones, the forgotten graves said to lie further up the canyon. She hadn't intended to come this way specifically, only seeking the quickest, most hidden route. Yet here they were. Was it coincidence, or the pull of fate, drawing them towards a place resonant with memory, with endings and beginnings? She shivered, pulling her blanket closer, suddenly unnerved by the profound silence, the weight of unseen history pressing in. She glanced towards the head of the canyon, shrouded in darkness. Did faint whispers echo from the stones? Were the spirits of those long forgotten watching their small fire, recognizing kindred souls scarred by loss and struggle? This place, she murmured, almost to herself. They say the old ones are buried near here. Ones who came before my people, perhaps. Lost travelers. No one knows for sure. Their stories are whispers now. Samuel looked towards the darkness where she jesseled, his expression thoughtful, intrigued rather than spooked. Forgotten graves, he mused. Every land holds them, unmarked sorrows, unfinished stories. He looked back at her, his eyes holding a deep sadness, likely thinking of Clara's grave, far away, a place he couldn't visit. Perhaps, perhaps they don't mind company. Perhaps they understand. Perhaps they did. The thought was strangely comforting. Huddled in this hidden canyon, surrounded by the whispers of forgotten lives, their own struggles felt less isolated, part of a larger, timeless human story of loss, survival, and the search for connection across divides. The uneasy alliance felt grounded here, rooted in something deeper than mere circumstance. As Ayana finally succumbed to exhaustion, drifting toward sleep beside the dying embers, she felt a fragile sense of peace settle over her. The path ahead remained dangerous. The reckoning still waited, but tonight, in the canyon of whispering stones, beneath the silent watch of forgotten graves, she didn't feel quite so alone. Chapter 19, A Choice Carved in Stone. The thin light of another dawn filtered into the canyon of whispering stones, revealing a world hushed and still, locked in the grip of intense cold. The air was utterly clear, the sky overhead a pale, flawless turquoise. Their small fire was long dead, leaving only a circle of blackened earth and gray ash, a stark reminder of their brief occupation. Ayana awoke stiff and shivering, the memory of the previous day's grueling climb and the unnerving whispers of the canyon settling heavily upon her. Beside her, Samuel was already awake, quietly repacking their meager supplies, his movements economical in the pre-dawn chill. He offered her a piece of the remaining dried meat, their breakfast meager but necessary fuel for the journey ahead. Nayati, bundled deep in his blankets, stirred and murmured, his small hand reaching out, finding and closing around the carved wooden wren Samuel had given him. Seeing the child's instinctive attachment to the small object sent another complex pang through Ayana, a reminder of Samuel's hidden grief. Nayati's saved life and the intricate, unexpected ties binding the three of them together. We should move, Samuel said quietly, his breath pluming in the frigid air. The posse, they may have turned back, but we can't be certain. And Coda, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Coda's presence, his delayed reckoning, loomed over their path like the towering peaks surrounding them. Ayana nodded, forcing her stiff muscles into action. She helped Nayati drink some icy water from the canteen, then bundled him securely onto her own back this time, using the blanket sling. Samuel, though clearly exhausted himself, didn't protest, recognizing perhaps her need to carry the child, to physically reassert her maternal role as they neared their destination, their inevitable parting. He simply shouldered the heavier supply pack and his medical bag without comment. They left the small campsite, their tracks stark in the undisturbed snow of the canyon floor, following the frozen trickle of the stream upwards, deeper into the mountain's embrace. The canyon narrowed further, the rock walls pressing closer, etched with the patterns of wind and time. The silence was profound, amplifying the crunch of their footsteps, their own ragged breathing in the thin air. Ayana felt the weight of the place settling upon her again, the sense of ancient presence, of stories held within the very stones. The whispers seemed louder in the clear morning light, though she knew it was only the wind sighing through unseen crevices, or perhaps the echo of her own turbulent thoughts. Her mind kept replaying the conversation with Samuel from the night before, his quiet validation of her courage, his understanding of complicated loyalties. His words had been a balm, yet they also sharpened the horns of her dilemma. He saw her defiance as strength, but would her people see it the same way? Would her father, Chief Ore, known for his wisdom and attempts at peace with the whites, understand her desperate choice? Or would he bow to tradition, to the pressure from warriors like Koda, demanding she adhere to the path laid out for her? And Koda himself, his pragmatic command to flee the posse had saved them. But it hadn't erased his anger, his possessive claim, his promise of a reckoning. Facing him, facing the judgment of the council, felt like walking towards a cliff edge in blinding fog. What would be the price of her defiance? Shunning? A forced marriage to appease Koda's wounded pride? Or something worse? The uncertainty was a cold knot of fear in her stomach, heavier even than the physical exhaustion. Yet, interwoven with the fear was that strange, persistent thread of lightness, of clarity. Standing up to Koda, speaking her truth, had felt right, necessary, as if a part of her, long dormant under the weight of expectation, had finally awakened. Could she truly go back now, submit meekly to tradition, pretend the revelations and shifts within herself hadn't happened? The thought felt suffocating, like being buried alive. As they rounded a sharp bend in the narrow canyon, the terrain opened slightly, and there, nestled against the base of a towering cliff face, partially shrouded in snowdrifts, were the burial cairns. A cluster of low, unassuming piles of rock, clearly ancient, weathered by countless seasons, distinct from the natural scree slopes around them, the forgotten graves Samuel had spoken of. Ayana paused instinctively, a sense of reverence, of awe, settling over her. This was sacred ground, however forgotten. Samuel stopped beside her, his gaze taking in the silent mounds, his expression respectful, somber. Even Nayati, peering over Ayana's shoulder, seemed to sense the solemnity of the place, his usual chatter stilled. "The old ones?" Ayana murmured, her voice hushed. Samuel nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "Who were they, do you think?" "No one remembers now," Ayana said. "Some legends say they were the Star People, who came and went before the Utes arrived in these mountains. Others say they were ancestors lost in a great winter long ago, their names swallowed by the snows." She looked at the silent stones, feeling a connection across the vast expanse of time. Their lives were hard too. They faced dangers, made choices, loved, lost. They stood in silence for a long moment, paying quiet tribute to the unknown lives memorialized by the simple stones. The place felt intensely peaceful, yet profoundly resonant with the echoes of human struggle, endurance, and the finality of choices made. It was Nayati who broke the spell. He pointed towards the largest cairn, near the cliff base. "Look, Ayana! Markings!" Ayana followed his small finger. He was right, partially obscured by snow, but visible on a smoother, protected slab of rock forming part of the cairn, were faint carvings. Not the familiar symbols of her own people, but something older, different. Geometric patterns, spirals, stick-like figures reaching towards a stylized sun or star. They were incredibly ancient, worn almost smooth by time and weather. Intrigued, Samuel stepped closer, crouching down, carefully brushing away some of the snow with his gloved hand to reveal more of the carvings. Ayana joined him, lowering Nayati gently to the ground beside her. Her own curiosity piqued. The carvings seemed to depict a journey. Stick figures moved across a landscape marked by mountains, represented by triangles, and rivers, wavy lines. There were symbols that might represent animals, deer or elk, and then a recurring motif. Two figures standing apart, then closer, then side by side, reaching towards each other across a dividing line or symbol, perhaps a river, perhaps a boundary. Below this image of connection, starkly, was a depiction of conflict figures with spears or bows clashing. And finally, near the bottom, a single figure stood alone, gazing up at the star symbol, while another figure walked away towards a representation of lodges or a settlement. It was crude, archaic, its precise meaning lost to time. Yet the emotional narrative felt startlingly immediate, resonant, a story of connection across divides, followed by conflict, ending in separation, solitude, perhaps a choice made. Ayana stared at the carvings, her breath catching in her throat. It felt like an echo of her own story, her own dilemma carved into stone centuries ago. The two figures reaching across a divide, Samuel and her, the conflict, Coda, Sykes, the clash of their world, the final image, separation. One figure returning to the settlement, the other remaining alone under the stars. Was it a prophecy, a warning, or simply a timeless human story repeating itself? Samuel remained crouched, tracing the faint lines with a gloved finger, his expression rapt, absorbed. "Incredible," he murmured, "prehistoric. The story they're telling, connection, conflict, separation." He looked up at Ayana, his eyes wide with a shared sense of discovery, of uncanny resonance. "It's familiar, isn't it?" Ayana could only nod, chills running down her spine despite the cold. Seeing her own inner conflict mirrored in these ancient carvings felt profound, unsettling yet strangely clarifying. It placed her struggle within a larger context, suggesting that the choices she faced, the conflicting loyalties she wrestled with, were not unique to her time or situation, but part of an enduring human pattern. And the final image, the separation. It felt like an answer, etched in stone. Her path and Samuel's, however deeply intertwined they had become through this ordeal, were ultimately separate. He belonged to his world, haunted by Clara, seeking his own form of redemption. She belonged to hers, facing her own reckoning, needing to find her own way forward within the traditions and challenges of her people. The connection they had forged was real, powerful, transformative even. But perhaps, like the figures in the carving, it couldn't bridge the fundamental divide, the ingrained histories, the differing destinies. The realization settled within her, not with sadness exactly, but with a sense of quiet, somber certainty, a clarity hard won through fear and confusion. Her loyalty lay ultimately with her people, with Nayate's future among them, and with the integrity of her own spirit, which demanded she face the consequences of her choices honestly, courageously, without leaning on Samuel's protection any further than necessity dictated. She owed him Nayate's life, a debt beyond measure. She felt a connection to him, an empathy, even a confusing warmth. But their paths diverged here, in this canyon, resonant with ancient choices and separations. She looked at Samuel, still absorbed in the carvings. He had shared his deepest scar with her. Now she needed to make her own choice clear, carve her own path forward, however difficult. Samuel, she said softly, waiting until he looked up. His eyes, when they met hers, were clear, questioning, perhaps sensing the shift within her. We are close now, she continued, her voice steady, to the passes that lead towards my village. From here, I must take Nayati the rest of the way, alone. Surprise flickered across his face, quickly followed by concern, protest. Alone? Ayana, no, it's still dangerous. Koda? Koda is my reckoning to face, she interrupted gently but firmly. Within my own tribe. Your presence, it would only complicate things further. For me, for you, for Nayati. She drew a deep breath, meeting his gaze unwavering. You brought us this far. You saved his life. You risked everything. Her voice trembled slightly with the depth of her gratitude. My debt to you? It is immense. But this last part of the journey, it must be mine alone. It is the Ute way. And, she added softly, finding the final piece of her conviction, it is my way now. Samuel stared at her, absorbing her words, searching her face. He saw the resolve there, the quiet certainty that replaced the fear and confusion of previous days. He saw her claiming her agency, making her own difficult choice, choosing her own path despite the undeniable connection that had grown between them. Perhaps he saw the echo of Clara's stubborn compassion, her insistence on her own path, however dangerous. The protest died on his lips. A profound sadness entered his eyes, a grief perhaps not just for Clara, but for this connection, this potential, that circumstance and history dictated could not be. He looked down at the ancient carvings again, at the two figures reaching across the divide at the final image of separation. He seemed to understand. The choice was carved in stone, both literally and figuratively. Slowly he rose to his feet, brushing the snow from his knees. He looked at her for a long moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between them of the bond forged, the dangers shared, the separate paths now required. All right, Ayana, he said finally, his voice rough with suppressed emotion, if that is your choice, your way. He stepped back, creating a physical space between them, respecting her decision. He held out the remaining supplies, the small amount of food, a spare blanket, his essential medical kit. Take these, you'll need them. Ayana hesitated, reluctant to take more from him, yet knowing the practical necessity. She accepted the bundle, avoiding his eyes, the finality of the separation settling heavily between them. She turned to Nayati, lifting the child into her arms, settling him securely on her back. We go now, little one, she murmured in Ute, towards home. She looked back at Samuel one last time. He stood beside the ancient burial cairn, a solitary figure against the vast, indifferent mountains, his face etched with weariness, sorrow, and a profound, quiet respect. Their eyes met, holding a universe of unspoken words: gratitude, regret, understanding, farewell. Then, turning her back on the canyon of whispering stones, on the forgotten graves, on the man who had saved her life and touched her heart in ways she was only beginning to understand, Ayana started up the steep, narrow trail leading towards the high passes, towards her people, towards her uncertain future. Each step felt like carving her own story into the snow. A choice made, the price yet to be paid. The reckoning awaited. Chapter 20. Gathering clouds before the dawn. The climb away from the canyon of whispering stones was arduous, each step a conscious act of will against the pull of exhaustion and the emotional weight of the parting. Ayana moved with a deliberate, focused intensity. Nayati a warm, trusting weight upon her back. The image of Samuel standing solitary beside the ancient cairns, his figure receding against the vast mountain backdrop, remained seared into her mind. Gratitude warred with a poignant ache, a sense of loss for a connection she hadn't fully acknowledged until the moment of its severing. But overriding both was the quiet, steely resolve that had settled within her, the certainty that this final leg of the journey, facing whatever awaited her in the village, had to be undertaken alone. The trail Coda had indicated was indeed quicker, though brutally steep, weaving through treacherous rock falls and dense thickets where the snow lay deep and undisturbed. It was a path few would choose unless necessity dictated, known only to Ute hunters who frequented these high, lonely ridges. Ayana recognized landmarks now a distinctively shaped pinnacle of rock, like a watching sentinel, a gnarled ancient pine clinging stubbornly to a cliff face, a frozen waterfall cascading down a sheer drop like jagged teeth of ice. These were the markers of home territory, familiar yet imbued with a new sense of foreboding. Nayati, perhaps sensing the shift, the nearness of familiar ground, stirred on her back. "Are we close, Ayana?" he murmured against her neck, his voice muffled by the blankets. "Yes, little one," Ayana replied, her voice tight with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Soon, soon we will see the smoke from our lodges." The thought of the village, usually a source of deep comfort and belonging, now filled her with a complex dread. What awaited her there? Her father's measured wisdom or his pained disappointment? The council's stern judgment? Coda's simmering fury? His demand for retribution or forced acceptance? And the wider tribe, would they see her as a traitor who consorted with the Naga, or as a desperate kinswoman who had done what was necessary to save a child? The whispers, the averted gazes, the potential shunning these felt almost as daunting as any formal punishment. She forced the anxieties down, focusing on the immediate task, navigating the treacherous terrain, conserving her strength, keeping Nayati safe and warm. She moved steadily, relentlessly, fueled by a primal instinct to reach shelter, to face the reckoning head-on rather than prolong the agonizing uncertainty. The sun climbed towards its zenith, casting sharp shadows across the snow, but offering little warmth at this altitude. The clear skies of dawn were beginning to haze over, thin tendrils of gray cloud creeping in from the west, hinting at another change in the weather, mirroring the gathering storm within her own spirit. By mid-afternoon, utterly spent, aching in every muscle, Ayana crested the final ridge. Below her, nestled in a wide, sheltered valley carved by an ancient glacier, lay her village. Smoke curled from the smoke holes of the familiar conical lodges, dark against the snow-covered valley floor. Tiny figures moved among the structures. The sight, usually one that filled her with profound peace, now made her heart clench with apprehension. Home and judgment. She paused on the ridge, hidden among the wind-stunted pines, gathering her strength, preparing herself. Nayati wriggled on her back, sensing their arrival. "Home!" he cried out, his voice filled with childish excitement, oblivious to the complexities awaiting his rescuer. Ayana took several deep, steadying breaths, tasting the familiar scent of pine resin and wood smoke on the cold air. She smoothed her tunic, straightened her shoulders, drew on an inner reserve of pride and dignity inherited from generations of strong Ute women. She had faced death, defied tradition, navigated treacherous terrain, both physical and emotional. She would face this too. Whatever the price, she would pay it with her head held high. With Nayati now squirming with eagerness, Ayana began the final descent into the valley, her steps slow, deliberate, measured. As she emerged from the trees onto the open slope leading down to the village outskirts, she knew she was seen. Figures paused in their tasks, heads turned. A ripple of awareness spread through the small community. Silence fell, watchful, expectant. No one rushed forward to greet her. No cries of welcome, no joyous reunion, just watching, waiting. The air felt thick with unspoken questions, with judgment held in suspension. Ayana felt hundreds of eyes on her, stripping away her defenses, assessing her, remembering Coda's likely narrative of her transgression. The lightness of her earlier resolve faltered, threatened by the sheer weight of communal scrutiny. She walked steadily towards the center of the village, towards the largest lodge, her father's lodge, the place where the council often met. Nayati, sensing the strange, tense atmosphere, had fallen silent again, clinging tightly to her back. Ayana kept her gaze fixed forward, her expression carefully neutral, betraying none of the turmoil raging within. As she neared the central clearing, figures began to emerge from the lodges, drawn by the silent summons of her arrival. Elders, their faces etched with wisdom and concern. Warriors, their expression stern, guarded. Women, their eyes holding a mixture of curiosity, sympathy, and perhaps disapproval. And then, stepping from the shadows near her father's lodge, Coda. He stood apart from the others, his arms crossed, his face an unreadable mask. The fury of their encounter on the ridge seemed banked, replaced by a cold, watchful intensity. He didn't approach her, didn't speak. He simply observed, his presence a powerful, silent accusation, letting the weight of communal expectation press down on her. Finally, the flap of the main lodge opened, and her father, Chief Ure, stepped out. He was a man whose presence commanded respect, his face lined with the wisdom of years and the burdens of leadership, his eyes holding both strength and a deep, weary sadness from navigating the difficult path between his people's traditions and the encroaching white world. He looked older, Ayana thought with a pang, more careworn than when she had left. His gaze found her immediately, sweeping over her, taking in her exhaustion, her travel-stained clothes, the child clinging to her back. His expression was complex, unreadable relief, worry, sorrow, perhaps disappointment. He didn't smile, didn't rush forward. He simply stood waiting, the leader assessing the situation before revealing his own heart. Ayana walked the final few steps, stopping before him in the center of the silent, watching circle of her people. Carefully, gently, she eased Nayati from her back, setting him down on his own feet. The child, shaky but upright, immediately ran towards the familiar figure of his own mother, who rushed forward from the crowd, tears streaming down her face, enveloping him in a fierce hug, murmuring frantic endearments. The raw emotion of that reunion, the pure joy and relief, stood in stark contrast to the tense formality surrounding Ayana. Having delivered Nayati safely, Ayana turned back to face her father. Meeting his steady, searching gaze, she sank slowly to her knees in the snow, bowing her head in a gesture of respect, of submission to his authority, to the judgment of her tribe. It wasn't an admission of guilt, but an acknowledgement of the breach, of the questions she knew she must answer. "Father," she said, her voice low but clear, carrying in the profound silence, "I have returned. Nayati lives." Chief Ore looked down at her, his expression still unreadable. He glanced towards Nayati, now chattering excitedly to his weeping mother, confirming the truth of her words. He looked at Koda, standing stone-faced nearby. He looked around at the expectant faces of his people. Then his gaze returned to his daughter, kneeling before him in the snow. "Rise, Ayana," he commanded, his voice quiet but firm, carrying the weight of authority. Ayana slowly stood, meeting his eyes again, bracing herself. "You have been gone many days," Ore stated, his tone neutral. "You took the child to the white man's settlement, to the Toa Oak. Koda tells us you remained there, under the white man's roof, defying his counsel to return." His gaze sharpened. "He tells us the white man stood against him, claiming you." The accusations, laid bare before the entire village, hung heavy in the frigid air. Ayana felt the weight of hundreds of judgmental eyes. She saw Koda's slight, satisfied smirk. This was his narrative, painting her as defiant, disloyal, perhaps even willingly claimed by the outsider. Ayana drew a deep breath, gathering her courage. This was the moment. The price of her defiance was being called due. She could remain silent, accept Koda's version, plead for mercy, or she could speak her own truth, however dangerous, however unwelcome. The memory of Samuel's quiet validation, the echo of the ancient carvings in the canyon, strengthened her resolve. "Father," she began, her voice gaining strength, ringing clear across the silent clearing. "Nayati was dying. The fever burned like the hottest sun. His breath was trapped like a bird in a cage. My herbs, the knowledge passed down by grandmother, could not reach this sickness." She paused, letting the weight of that failure sink in. "Desperate, I sought the only other hope, the white doctor." She recounted the events, simply, factually, the long night of vigil beside Samuel, their combined efforts, his skill with unfamiliar medicines breaking the fever when hers had failed. She described the hostility of the town, the threats from Sykes, Samuel's protection not just with medicine, but with courage. She didn't embellish, didn't excuse, merely stated the facts as she had experienced them. When she came to Koda's appearance at the tent, she met his stony gaze directly. "Koda came," she said, her voice level. "He demanded we leave, though Nayati was still weak. The storm raged. He accused me of weakness, of betrayal. He laid hands on me in anger." A murmur rippled through the crowd at this admission. Physical aggression, especially fueled by possessiveness before the final marriage rites, trod a fine line according to their customs. "The doctor," she continued, choosing her words carefully, "defended me, defended the child's need for shelter and care. He stood against Koda's anger, yes, but he did not claim me, Father. He offered sanctuary when we were vulnerable. He respected my choices." She deliberately omitted Samuel's confession about Clara, feeling it was too personal, irrelevant to this tribal judgment. She then described the standoff on the mountainside, Sykes's accusations, Coda's intervention. Coda saved us from the settlers' bullets, she acknowledged, giving credit where it was due, though her gaze remained challenging as she looked at him. He acted as a warrior, protecting our own. She finished speaking, her voice echoing slightly in the profound silence. She had told her story, omitting only her deepest internal conflicts and the secret of the broken arrow. She stood tall, vulnerable, yet defiant, awaiting judgment. Chief Ore listened intently, his expression unchanging, weighing her words against Coda's earlier account. He looked again at Nayati, now laughing weakly as his mother fussed over him undeniable proof of the doctor's success. He looked at the faces of his council members, gathered nearby. He looked at Coda, whose face remained a thunderous mask, clearly angered by her version of events, particularly her mention of his aggression. Finally, Ure spoke, his voice carrying across the clearing. You defied tradition, daughter. You sought help from the Nahaga, whose people bring us much sorrow. You lingered in their world, inviting danger and suspicion upon yourself, upon the child, and potentially upon us all. His words were stern, acknowledging the breach. Ayana bowed her head slightly, accepting the truth of his words. Yet, Ore continued, his voice softening fractionally, you acted out of desperation, for the life of a child of our tribe. You faced danger from the settlers with courage. You have returned Nayati to his mother's arms, alive and healing. He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd. Life is precious. Sometimes the spirits guide us down unexpected paths to preserve it. Sometimes old ways must be considered alongside new dangers. His words were carefully chosen, balanced, acknowledging both the transgression and the extenuating circumstances. It wasn't exoneration, but it wasn't outright condemnation either. It was the judgment of a wise leader trying to navigate treacherous waters. He turned his gaze towards Coda. Coda, he said, his voice regaining its firmness. Ayana has spoken of your anger, your force. A warrior protects, but possessiveness before the rights can curdle into dishonor. Your claim must wait. The council will consider Ayana's actions, and yours further. Coda's eyes flashed with fury at the public rebuke, however mild. He opened his mouth as if to argue, then seemed to think better of it, clamping his jaw shut, giving only a curt, resentful nod. The reckoning was indeed delayed, but his anger remained, a potent, simmering threat. Ure looked back at Ayana. Go now, daughter, rest, recover. Your journey has been hard. His eyes held a flicker of fatherly concern beneath the leader's reserve. We will speak more later. The council will convene when the time is right. It was a dismissal, a reprieve, not forgiveness, not acceptance, but a chance. Ayana bowed her head again, murmuring her thanks, relief washing over her, so potent it left her weak-kneed. She turned, avoiding Coda's burning glare, and walked slowly towards her family's lodge, the crowd parting silently to let her pass. She had faced the first wave of the reckoning. She had spoken her truth, paid a price in public scrutiny and Coda's simmering rage. But she had not been broken, not been immediately condemned. The clouds of judgment still gathered, the final storm yet to break. But for now, under the familiar sky of her home valley, a fragile, uncertain dawn was breaking. The path ahead remained unclear, the cost of her defiance still unfolding. But she had taken the first steps back into her world, carrying the scars and the unexpected strengths forged in the crucible of her journey. Chapter 21. Where the Rivers Meet and Rage. Returning to the familiar rhythms of village life felt like stepping into a stream whose currents ran both warm and icily cold. The physical embrace of her family's lodge offered a comfort Ayana hadn't realized she craved so deeply, the scent of wood smoke, untainted by carbolic, the soft feel of familiar furs beneath her fingers, the gentle murmur of her own language spoken without caution. Nayati, fully restored to the heart of his family, thrived, his laughter echoing once more, though sometimes he would fall quiet, his small hand seeking the smooth wood of the carved wren Samuel had given him, a silent testament to the journey that had changed them all. Yet beneath the surface of normalcy, tensions flowed swift and dangerous. Ayana felt the weight of unspoken judgment in the averted gazes of some, the overly solicitous sympathy of others, the hushed conversations that ceased abruptly when she approached. Coda remained a thundercloud on the horizon, his interactions with her brief, brutally cold, charged with resentment and the promise of that delayed reckoning. He moved through the village with his customary warrior's pride, but there was a brittleness to him now, a simmering fury kept barely in check, and Ayana knew his influence among the younger, more impetuous warriors remained strong. He was gathering his own storm. She threw herself into the familiar tasks, tending the cook fire, mending hides, gathering early spring herbs from the lower slopes where the snow had begun to recede. The work was grounding, connecting her back to the rhythms she had always known. Yet her mind often drifted. She found herself listening for a footstep that wasn't Coda's, her ears straining for a voice with a different cadence, her eyes searching the distant peaks, as if expecting to see a solitary figure emerge from the pines. Thoughts of Samuel intruded, unwelcome yet persistent. His quiet strength, his unexpected vulnerability, the intensity in his blue eyes, the surprising gentleness of his hands. Memories surfaced unbidden, stirring a confusing warmth within her chest that warred with her ingrained loyalties and the undeniable dangers their connection represented. Where was he now? Had he made it safely away from Durango? Or had the posse or some other frontier violence found him? The not knowing was an ache, a dull counterpoint to the sharp anxiety surrounding her own uncertain future. Her father, Chief Ure, watched her, his gaze wise and searching. He allowed her time to settle, to reconnect, before summoning her one evening to sit with him beside the central fire in the main lodge after the other family members had retired. The air was thick with the scent of burning cedar and the weight of unspoken words. "Your heart is troubled, daughter," Ure stated quietly, not as a question, but as an observation. He stared into the flames, his face lined with care, more than just the fear of the council's judgment or Coda's anger. Ayana remained silent for a moment, tracing patterns in the ash with a stick. It was difficult to speak of the complexities swirling within her, even to her father, whose wisdom she revered. The journey, it changed things, father, inside. Change is the river's nature, Ore mused. It carves new paths through stone, sometimes gently, sometimes with floods and rage. He looked at her then, his eyes holding a deep understanding that went beyond her immediate predicament. "This white doctor, he showed you kindness, respect?" "Yes, father," Ayana admitted softly. "He saved Nayati when my own skills failed. He risked himself against the town's anger. He listened." "And Coda?" Ore prompted gently. "Does he listen, or does he only demand?" The question cut straight to the heart of her conflict. "Coda," follows the old paths, Ayana said carefully. He believes they are the only paths. His heart holds much anger towards the Nahaga, anger born of loss, of broken trust. Sometimes that anger blinds him. She met her father's gaze. He demands loyalty to tradition, but sometimes tradition feels like a cage, Father. When the world outside the cage is changing so fast, threatening to tear the cage apart. Ore sighed, a sound heavy with the burdens of leadership in such tumultuous times. I know this feeling, daughter. Balancing the old ways with the new dangers. It is like walking a narrow ridge in a high wind. He leaned forward, his expression earnest. Our traditions give us strength. Roots, they remind us who we are. But wisdom also lies in adaptation, in recognizing when a new path, however frightening, must be taken for survival. Seeking healing where it can be found, that is not weakness. Protecting a child's life, that is a sacred duty. He paused, letting his words sink in. Koda's pride is strong. His anger is a dangerous fire. The council respects his warrior spirit, but they also value wisdom, balance, your testimony, Nayati's life. These carry weight. He didn't offer easy assurances, didn't promise a specific outcome, but his words offered a measure of hope, a suggestion that her defiance might be understood, at least by some, including the most important voice on the council, his own. And the doctor? Ure asked after a moment, his gaze keen. You left him at the canyon of the old ones? Ayana nodded. His path lies elsewhere. Our time together. It was necessary, but finished. She didn't speak of the connection forged, the shared grief, the confusing warmth. Those remained buried deep within her own heart. It is perhaps best, Ure said slowly, though his eyes held a flicker of something unreadable curiosity, regret. The rivers between our peoples run deep and often turbulent. Sometimes they meet briefly, share the same course for a time, but their ultimate destinations often remain separate. He looked into the fire again. Yet even brief meetings can change the course of the waters forever. His words resonated deeply with Ayana, capturing the profound, unsettling truth of her experience. Her encounter with Samuel, however brief, however fraught, had irrevocably altered the course of her own inner river. The fragile peace, the period of waiting, was shattered a few days later. The unusually rapid thaw following the heavy snows, coupled with unseasonable rains in the lower valleys, caused the river, bordering their main settlement valley, to swell dramatically. What was usually a swift but manageable flow transformed overnight into a muddy, raging torrent, tearing at its banks, carrying debris branches, logs, even the carcass of a deer downstream at terrifying speed. The rising water threatened the lower-lying lodges, forcing families to move quickly to higher ground. More critically, it threatened the sacred grove of the ancestors, a stand of ancient cottonwoods on the low peninsula, where generations of Utis had gone for prayer, for communion with the spirits, where offerings were left, where naming ceremonies sometimes took place. The river, gnawing at the peninsula's base, threatened to undercut the bank, to wash away the sacred trees, to desecrate the holy ground. Panic rippled through the village. This wasn't just a physical threat, it was a spiritual crisis. If the grove was lost, it would be seen as a terrible omen, a sign of the spirit's displeasure, perhaps linked by some to Ayana's recent transgressions, her involvement with the outside world. Chief Ore immediately took charge, directing warriors and villagers in frantic efforts to reinforce the threatened bank with rocks and logs. The work was perilous, the current immensely powerful, the ground near the edge unstable. Shouts and commands echoed through the valley, replacing the earlier tense quiet with urgent clamor. Coda was at the forefront of the effort, working with fierce, almost reckless energy, hurling rocks, directing the younger men, his warrior spirit thriving on the direct physical challenge. He seemed to relish the crisis, perhaps seeing it as an opportunity to reassert his leadership, his strength, his adherence to protecting the sacred ways, implicitly contrasting his decisive action with Ayana's perceived dalliance with foreign influences. He occasionally shot dark, triumphant glances towards Ayana, who worked alongside the other women, hauling smaller stones, preparing bindings, her heart heavy with a new kind of dread. Despite their best efforts, the river continued to rise, its muddy brown water swirling higher, greedily eating away at the earth around the roots of the ancient cottonwoods. A section of the bank, near the oldest tree, a massive giant, believed to hold powerful medicine, began to crumble visibly. A collective gasp went through the watchers. Losing that tree would be unthinkable. More logs! We need heavier logs to brace it, Coda bellowed, frustration and desperation roughening his voice, but the readily available logs had been used. Heavier ones lay further away, difficult to transport quickly over the muddy, chaotic ground. Time was running out. It was then that Ayana noticed something else, something the swirling current was pushing towards the threatened bank, caught temporarily against a snag of debris just upstream. It wasn't a natural log. It was long, squared off, clearly shaped by tools of heavy timber, likely washed down from some settler's abandoned bridge or structure further upriver. It was larger, heavier than any of the logs they had managed to move. If they could somehow dislodge it, guide it into place against the crumbling bank, it might just provide the anchor they needed. But it was dangerous. Dislodging it meant wading into the treacherous current near the snag. Guiding it required coordination, strength, and immense risk. Coda, seeing it too, dismissed it immediately. Naga wood, he spat contemptuously. Filth carried on the flood. It has no place protecting sacred ground. We will use our own strength, our own logs. He turned back to rallying his men for another, likely futile attempt with smaller timbers. Ayana looked at the heavy settler timber, then at the crumbling bank, the ancient, threatened cottonwood. She looked at Coda's rigid pride, his refusal to use a tool simply because of its origin, even in the face of sacred destruction. And she thought of Samuel, of his pragmatism, his focus on the goal healing, survival using whatever tools were necessary, whether herbs or metal instruments. She thought of her father's words about adaptation, about new dangers sometimes requiring new ways. A choice, stark and immediate, faced her again. Bow to Coda's traditionalist pride and watch the sacred grove potentially be lost? Or defy him again, embrace pragmatism, and risk using the unclean Naga timber to save something precious? Her decision came swiftly, fueled by a desperate urgency and the quiet conviction that had been solidifying within her. The spirits of the ancestors, she felt suddenly certain, cared more for the preservation of their sacred space than for the origin of the tools used to protect it. "We need that timber," Ayana shouted, her voice cutting through the noise, startling those nearby. She pointed towards the snagged beam. "It's heavy enough, it can brace the bank." Coda whirled around, his face contorted with fury. "Silence, woman! I lead here. We will not defile the grove with their leaving." "And letting the grove wash away is better?" Ayana shot back, her own anger flaring, meeting his glare without flinching. Is your pride worth more than the ancestors' resting place? Her direct challenge, her public defiance on such a critical matter, stunned the onlookers into silence. Even Coda seemed momentarily taken aback by her ferocity. Several warriors hesitated, looking uncertainly between Coda's rigid stance and Ayana's desperate plea. Chief Ore, overseeing the efforts from slightly higher ground, had watched the exchange, his expression unreadable. Now he stepped forward, his voice calm but carrying undeniable authority. The river asks for strength, not argument, he declared. He looked at the timber, then at the crumbling bank. Ayana's eyes see clearly. The need is great. The tool is strong. Use it. His command broke the deadlock. It was a clear, pragmatic decision, implicitly siding with Ayana's logic over Coda's prideful adherence to tradition. Coda's face flushed dark with resentment, but he couldn't openly defy the chief. Not now. Not here. He remained stubbornly back, refusing to participate, his arms crossed, radiating disapproval. But others, spurred by Ure's command and Ayana's urgency, moved towards the riverbank. Ayana herself, without hesitation, gathered strong ropes and plunged into the thigh-deep, churning water near the snag, ignoring the icy cold, the dangerous pull of the current. Two younger warriors, emboldened by her example and the chief's decree, followed her in. Working together, fighting the powerful current, they managed to loop ropes around the heavy timber. Others on the bank hauled, straining, shouting encouragement. Slowly, agonizingly, they dislodged the beam from the snag, guiding its immense weight through the raging water towards the crumbling bank beneath the ancient cottonwood. It took all their combined strength, coordination, and Ayana's knowledge of the currents to maneuver it into place, wedging it firmly against the bank, just as another section threatened to give way. It held. The massive timber, heavy and solid, deflected the main force of the current, providing the crucial reinforcement needed. The immediate danger to the sacred tree, to the grove, had passed. A collective sigh of relief went through the villagers on the bank. Ayana, waist deep in the frigid, muddy water, leaned against the timber, gasping for breath, trembling with cold and exertion, yet filled with a fierce sense of accomplishment. She had defied Coda again, chosen pragmatism over pride, and helped save something sacred. She looked towards the bank. Her father met her gaze, a rare look of open approval, of pride, warming his eyes. But then her gaze found Coda. He stood apart, his face a mask of thunderous fury and humiliation. His authority had been challenged, his traditionalist stance overruled, and Ayana herself had been the catalyst. The fragile truce between them was shattered. The delayed reckoning felt closer than ever, the rage in his eyes promising a storm far more dangerous than the floodwaters beginning, ever so slowly, to recede. The rivers had met, and the rage was now undeniable, personal, and directed squarely at her. Chapter 22. Reckoning Under the Mountain Shadow. The weeks following the flood unfolded under a sky washed clean, the sun gaining strength daily, coaxing life back into the valley. Snowmelt swelled the river again, but this time it stayed within its banks. The heavy settler timber, Ayana had risked Coda's wrath to secure holding firm against the current, a silent testament to her pragmatic defiance. Life in the village settled back into its familiar patterns. Lodges were repaired, hunting parties went out, women tanned hides and gathered the first tender shoots of spring greens emerging from the damp earth. Nayati, fully recovered, was a whirlwind of childish energy, the shadow of his illness seemingly forgotten. though he still kept the small carved wren tucked carefully among his few possessions. Yet, beneath the surface of returning normalcy, the currents of unease ran deep and cold. Ayana moved through her days with a quiet diligence, resuming her role as a healer, tending to the community's needs with herbs and poultices, her touch gentle, her knowledge respected. But she felt the subtle shift in how she was perceived. Some villagers sought her out, their eyes holding a new respect, acknowledging the courage she had shown, the life she had saved. Others remained distant, their gazes guarded, influenced perhaps by the whispers that inevitably followed Coda's simmering resentment. She was marked, set apart by her journey, by the choices she had made, by the lines she had crossed. Coda himself was a constant brooding presence. He rarely spoke to her directly, but his eyes followed her, filled with a cold fury that had only festered with time and the public overruling by Chief O'Ray during the flood crisis. He had lost face, his traditionalist authority challenged by her actions and her words, and his pride demanded restoration, demanded the reckoning he had promised. Ayana felt his resentment like a physical weight, a storm gathering just beyond the circle of the cooking fires, waiting for the moment to break. She knew the council meeting, the formal judgment of her actions, couldn't be delayed indefinitely. It came on a cool evening when the first stars were beginning to prick the twilight sky. The summons was delivered quietly, respectfully, but it sent a tremor of anxiety through Ayana. She smoothed her best doe-skin tunic, braided her dark hair carefully, took a deep, steadying breath, and walked towards the main council lodge, the heart of the village, the place where fates were decided. Inside, the lodge was warm, filled with the scent of burning cedar and the somber presence of the elders. Her father, Chief O'Ray, sat at the head, his face impassive, revealing nothing. The council members, respected leaders and experienced warriors, sat in a semicircle, their expressions equally guarded. Coda stood near the entrance, his arms crossed, his face set like granite, radiating hostility. Ayana took her place in the center, before the council fire, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, the heavy burden of expectation and judgment. The proceedings began formally, solemnly. Uray recounted the events as they were known: Nayati's grave illness, Ayana's journey to the settlement, her seeking aid from the white doctor, Coda's intervention attempts, the confrontation with the settlers, her return with the healed child, her actions during the flood. He spoke evenly, presenting the facts without initial bias, setting the stage for the deliberation. Then Coda was invited to speak. He stepped forward, his voice tight with suppressed rage, yet carefully controlled now, addressing the council. Not Ayana directly. He spoke of tradition, of the dangers of the Na'aga, of Ayana's defiance, her willingness to trust an outsider over her own people, her own intended. He painted her actions as reckless, disrespectful, a dangerous breach that had invited scrutiny and violence from the settlers, culminating in the death of the Hatcher boy, conveniently omitting Sykes's direct role. He spoke of her lingering under the doctor's roof, implying impropriety, weakness. He framed his own actions as attempts to uphold tradition, to protect tribal honor, to bring a wayward woman back to the correct path. His words were potent, playing on deep-seated fears and ingrained prejudices, designed to sway the council through appeals to tradition and masculine authority. He concluded by formally restating his claim to Ayana as arranged by their families. implying that marriage to him was the necessary means to restore order, contain her perceived waywardness, and reaffirm tradition. When he finished, a heavy silence filled the lodge. Several council members nodded gravely, clearly swayed by his appeal to the old ways, troubled by Ayana's association with the white doctor. Others looked thoughtful, perhaps recalling Urey's earlier words about adaptation or Nayate's undeniable recovery. Then Urey turned his gaze to Ayana. "Daughter," he said, his voice neutral, "you have heard Koda's words. You have heard the concerns raised. Speak now. Tell the council your heart, your reasons." Ayana rose slowly to her feet. She felt the eyes of the elders upon her, felt Koda's burning glare. Her knees trembled slightly, but she planted her feet firmly on the earthen floor, drawing strength from the ground beneath her, from the memory of her own resilience, from Samuel's quiet validation in the canyon. She would not be cowed. She began softly, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. She acknowledged the traditions, the respect due to elders and established ways. But she spoke again of Nayate's desperate plight, the failure of familiar remedies, the agonizing choice she faced. Was it defiance of tradition to seek healing wherever it could be found, when a child's life hung by a thread? She asked, her gaze sweeping the council members. Is it weakness to accept help offered with respect, even from an unexpected hand? Is our strength only in rejecting all that is different? Or does true strength sometimes lie in adapting and finding new ways to survive the storms that gather around us? She addressed Koda's accusations directly. I stayed with the doctor because Nayate was too weak to travel, because a blizzard raged, because hostile men threatened us outside his door. The doctor offered sanctuary, not improper claims. He acted with honor. She met Koda's furious gaze. It was you, Koda, who laid hands on me in anger, whose possessiveness spoke louder than concern. A murmur went through the council again. She was treading dangerous ground, directly accusing a respected warrior before the elders. And during the flood, she continued, her voice ringing with conviction, when the grove of our ancestors was threatened, it was Koda's pride, his refusal to use a tool simply because it came from the Naga, that nearly cost us that sacred place. Was that adherence to tradition, or was it blindness? Does protecting our sacred ways not sometimes demand we use whatever strength, whatever tools the spirits provide, regardless of their origin? Her words resonated in the lodge, challenging the very definition of tradition, contrasting rigid adherence with pragmatic wisdom aimed at preservation. She saw doubt flicker in the eyes of some elders who had initially seemed swayed by Koda. Finally, she addressed Koda's claim, the heart of the matter. She turned fully towards him, forcing him to meet her gaze. Koda, she said, her voice clear and unwavering now, imbued with the certainty forged in the canyon. Our fathers made an arrangement long ago. I respected that arrangement as was expected, but the path I walked to save Nayate, the things I have seen, the choices I was forced to make, they have carved a new trail within me, a trail that does not lead to your side. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in, feeling the collective intake of breath in the lodge. This was the ultimate defiance. I honor our people, she continued, turning back to the council. I honor the spirits of our ancestors. I will serve this tribe with my healing skills, with all the strength I possess, but I will not be bound by a claim I did not choose, offered by a man whose heart holds more anger than understanding, whose pride overshadows wisdom. I cannot walk Koda's narrow path. I must choose my own. she finished, her voice echoing in the stunned silence. She had laid her heart bare, defied tradition, rejected her intended before the council. She stood tall, awaiting the consequences, the price of her choice. Coda's face was suffused with a dark, mottled rage. He took a step forward, his hand clenching, violence simmering just beneath the surface. "You dare!" he began, his voice a low growl. "Enough, Coda." Chief Oray's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and commanding. He rose to his feet, his presence filling the lodge, silencing Coda instantly. Oray looked not at Coda, but at Ayana, his expression stern, yet holding a flicker of something else understanding. Respect? Pride? He turned to the council. "We have heard both sides. We have seen the child alive and well. We have seen the sacred grove, saved by pragmatic action, not blind pride." His gaze rested briefly, dismissively on Coda. "Tradition guides us, gives us strength, but tradition that refuses to bend to the demands of life, tradition that serves pride more than the people, that tradition becomes a shroud, not a shield." He looked back at Ayana. "Ayana, daughter, you have walked a difficult path. You have made choices that challenged our ways. There will be whispers. There will be those who judge you harshly." His voice softened almost imperceptibly. "But you acted for life. You acted with courage. You have spoken your truth with honor, even when it was dangerous." He made his judgment. "The arrangement between your family and Coda's is set aside. A path chosen cannot be forced where the heart does not consent. Ayana walks her own trail now." He turned his stern gaze back to Coda. "Coda, your claim is ended. Your anger towards Ayana, your actions driven by pride, these have been noted. You will meditate on humility. You will undertake a solitary hunt, seeking wisdom from the mountain spirits, returning only when your heart is cleansed of this bitterness. That is the council's decision." Coda stood rigid, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. Humiliation washed over him, visible even under his dark skin. To be publicly rebuked, his claim denied, sent away like a chastened boy. It was an unbearable blow to his pride. For a moment, Ayana thought he might explode, challenge the chief himself. But the weight of the council's unified decision, the power of Oray's authority, held him in check. With a guttural sound of pure rage, he turned abruptly and stalked out of the lodge, disappearing into the night, his defeat absolute, his simmering hatred now a venomous poison, directed solely at the woman who had defied him and the father who had upheld her right to choose. A collective sigh seemed to go through the lodge as he departed. The tension eased, though a sense of unease remained. Ayana felt weak-kneed, trembling with the aftermath of the confrontation, the enormity of the judgment. She had won. She was free, but victory felt complex, tinged with the sadness of broken ties, the uncertainty of her redefined place, the lingering threat of Coda's unquenched hatred. Her father approached her, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "It is done, daughter," he said quietly. "The path ahead will not be easy. You have chosen defiance, and some will not forgive that easily. But you have also chosen truth. Find your strength in that." Ayana looked up at him, tears finally escaping, tears of relief, exhaustion, gratitude. "Thank you, Father. Go," he said gently. "Rest, heal, find your place among us again. Your skills are needed." Ayana walked out of the council lodge into the cool night air, leaving the judgment behind her. The stars blazed overhead, cold and clear. The village was quiet, settling into sleep. She felt lighter, stripped bare perhaps, vulnerable, but also strangely free. The reckoning had come not as the devastating storm she had feared, but as a painful yet liberating clarification. She had faced the shadows, Coda's rage, tradition's weight, her own fear, and found her own voice, her own strength. She walked towards her family lodge, stopping for a moment to look up towards the towering, silent peaks that ringed the valley, their summits silvered by the starlight. Somewhere out there under that same vast sky was Samuel Forrester, walking his own path, wrestling his own ghosts. Their rivers had met, merged briefly in turbulence and rage, and now flowed separately again. She sent a silent thought towards him of gratitude, of understanding, of farewell. Her future lay here, in the heart of her people, carving her own path under the mountain shadow, embracing the price and the unexpected freedom of her defiance. The clouds had broken, and though the dawn might still reveal challenges, it promised, finally, the chance to choose her own direction. Epilogue. Echoes in the valley. Spring melted into a summer of deep greens and long sun-drenched days in the high mountain valley. The river, once a raging torrent threatening sacred ground, now murmured peacefully within its banks. The heavy settler timber still firmly lodged, a curious landmark, whispering of crisis averted, of choices made under duress. Life settled into its familiar cadence, the scent of drying herbs mingled with wood smoke, the rhythmic thud of women pounding corn, the distant calls of hunters returning from the high peaks, the laughter of children playing near the lodges. Ayana moved through these rhythms with a quiet grace that felt both familiar and subtly altered. She was still the village healer, sought out for her knowledge of plants, her gentle touch, her growing wisdom. The respect she commanded felt deeper now, earned not just through inherited skill, but through the crucible of her recent experiences. The whispers had largely faded, replaced by acceptance, sometimes admiration, sometimes a lingering caution from the most traditionalist elders. Her defiance, her public challenge to coda and rigid tradition, had sent ripples through the community, sparking quiet conversations around lodge fires about the changing world, the demands of survival, the meaning of strength. She had become, unintentionally, a catalyst for introspection within the tribe. Her place was secure, yet different. She was no longer defined solely by the expectation of becoming Coda's wife. She walked her own path, as her father had decreed and her own heart demanded. There was a solitude to it, a certain distance maintained by some, but also a profound freedom she hadn't known she craved until it was thrust upon her. She spent long hours gathering herbs in the high meadows, finding solace and clarity in the silence of the peaks, listening to the language of the wind and the plants, deepening her connection to the sources of her own strength. Nayati thrived. He was a bright, energetic boy, his laughter echoing freely, the shadow of his near-fatal illness completely banished. He often followed Ayana on her herb-gathering excursions, his small legs sturdy now, his curiosity boundless. He still kept the small carved wooden wren Samuel had given him, sometimes holding it quietly, turning it over in his small hands, a tangible link to the stranger who had helped save his life in the white man's tent far below. He rarely spoke of that time, but Ayana knew the memory resided within him, a quiet knowledge of a world beyond their valley, of kindness found in an unexpected place. Sometimes when Nayati held the wren, Ayana felt an echo of Samuel's presence, a fleeting image of his haunted blue eyes, the weight of his unspoken grief. It was a bittersweet pang, a reminder of a connection forged in crisis, profound yet necessarily transient. Of Coda there was little word. He had undertaken the solitary hunt, decreed by the council, disappearing into the vast wilderness beyond the familiar territories. Some hunters reported finding faint signs of his passage high in the most rugged peaks, but he made no contact, sent no messages. Weeks turned into months. Some whispered he had lost his way, taken by the mountain spirits whose wisdom he had perhaps failed to heed. Others believed he had chosen exile, unable to face the humiliation of his public rebuke, his pride irrevocably wounded. A few feared he was merely biding his time, nursing his bitterness, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim his honor or exact his revenge. His absence left a void, an unanswered question hanging over the village. But for Ayana, it was a quiet reprieve, allowing her the space to heal, to solidify her own place without his immediate, hostile presence looming over her. The reckoning remained a possibility, a distant cloud, but the immediate storm had passed. News from the world outside the valley filtered in sporadically, carried by returning hunting parties or traders who ventured cautiously near the settlement of Durango far below. They spoke of lingering tensions in the town following the killing of Billy Hatcher, of Jed Sykes eventually being released due to lack of witnesses willing to fully contradict his self-defense claim, though his reputation remained tarnished. They spoke of the posse that had ridden out in anger returning empty-handed, frustrated, their bluster fading in the face of the vast impenetrable wilderness and the silent, watchful presence of the Ute warriors who had melted away before any confrontation could occur. And sometimes, rarely, there were whispers about the white doctor Forrester. He had apparently stayed only a short time longer in Durango after Ayana's departure, packing his meager belongings, abandoning the canvas clinic. Some said he had simply vanished, heading back east perhaps, returning to the world glimpsed in the faded photograph. But other rumors, carried by trappers who ranged far and wide, suggested he had moved further west, deeper into the frontier territories. One tale, recounted around a late-night fire, spoke of a lone white healer living among the Paiutes several valleys over, learning their ways, offering his own medicine alongside theirs, seeking something, peace, atonement, a different way to bridge the gaps. Ayana listened to these rumors with a carefully guarded heart. She hoped he had found some measure of solace, some path towards healing his own deep scars. His fate, like hers, seemed to involve navigating the treacherous space between worlds, seeking a balance between past grief and future purpose. She sent him silent wishes for safety, for peace, across the vast distances separating them. The connection, she knew, remained an echo in her memory, a shared experience that had fundamentally altered them both. But their paths, as the ancient carvings foretold, lay apart. One warm evening, as the summer sun dipped below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, Ayana sat alone on the ridge overlooking the valley, the same ridge where she had first paused upon her return. The village below was peaceful, smoke rising straight into the still air. She held a small bundle of freshly gathered sage in her lap, its pungent scent familiar, grounding. She thought back over the tumultuous journey, the desperation, the fear, the unexpected kindness, the clash of loyalties, the terrifying choices. She thought of Samuel, his quiet strength, his hidden sorrow, the man who had saved Nayati, and, in doing so, irrevocably changed the course of her own life. She thought of Coda, his pride, his anger, the embodiment of a rigid tradition she could no longer blindly follow. She thought of her father, his wisdom, his difficult balancing act. She thought of herself, the woman she had been, and the woman she was becoming. The scars remained. Coda's resentment was a lingering shadow. Her place in the tribe, while secure, was subtly redefined. The memory of Samuel was a bittersweet ache, a reminder of a connection too fraught with history and circumstance to endure. There was no simple, uncomplicated happiness in her ending. No triumphant ride into the sunset. The price of her defiance, of choosing her own path, was complexity, solitude, the ongoing need for courage. Yet as she looked out over the valley, her home, her heart felt not heavy, but strangely settled, resilient. She had faced the storm, within and without, and emerged not unscathed, but whole, perhaps more truly herself than ever before. She had found her voice, claimed her agency. She had her healing work, a vital role within her community. She had Nayate's health and laughter as a constant reminder of what she had fought for. She lifted the sage bundle, crumbling a few leaves, letting their sharp, cleansing scent drift on the evening air. She wasn't waiting for a reckoning anymore. She was living her life day by day, finding her strength not in rigid adherence to the past, nor in rejecting it entirely, but in the wisdom gleaned from navigating the difficult confluence where old ways met new challenges, where loyalty to tribe met loyalty to self, where the rivers of different worlds met, raged, and ultimately flowed onward, forever changed. The future remained unmapped, the path ahead holding both shadow and light, but Ayana faced it with open eyes and a steady heart, rooted in her traditions, yet free to choose her own steps under the vast, watchful silence of the mountains. The echoes in the valley were not just of loss and conflict, but of resilience, courage, and the enduring power of a heart that dared to carve its own way. The end